Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Wasalan, I feel very, very honoured. Oh, it's quite loud, so I'll be a bit quieter. I feel very honoured on behalf of Cavendish Group and also Future Events to be delivering the welcome address to the second ever Future Digital Twin and AI Middle East Conference held in this beautiful city of Abu Dhabi, this very highly progressive city of Abu Dhabi. We're incredibly honoured to have such a strong lineup of oil operators, oil companies, oil service companies, and also technology innovators, both from the Middle East and also internationally, contributing to the programme during today. I've got to thank, obviously, all of our key sponsors and partners who've continued to offer us tremendous support and value to our event. Kent, our headline sponsor, Kongsberg Digital, our official digital twin partner, and also our advisory committee that have helped shape the theme of the agenda over the last few weeks. Dr. Michael Greaves, Khalid Al-Boushi from ADNOC, Abdullah Al-Halafi from Aramco, Shane McArdle from Kongsberg Digital, and the chairman of the event, Wasim Gadman, Global SVP AI and Digital Energies for Kent. Thank you very much for all of you. The Middle East, as we know, is an epicenter for innovation and really known for its scientific prowess, home to some incredible technology hubs, whilst focusing its vast efforts into artificial intelligence, with reference to the Mohammed bin Zayed University and Khalifa University, just a couple to name. Microsoft's significant investment into G42 clearly underlines the commitment of this region, but also to realize AI and technology as a key enabler for the oil and gas industry. There are still, however, though, significant hurdles we need to overcome, whether it be cybersecurity, outdated legacy systems, workforce integration, and data quality. Generative AI, such as large language models, can be useful to assess outcomes, but it needs to be handled with care when applied to industries especially like oil and gas. Open innovation and open architecture are crucial. Sharing data and ideas are also for effective digital twin development. Then we move to the next generation of value creating, agentic frameworks in AI, where we can start executing the basic of tasks like humans, quickly traversing the maturity model. The burning question, though, is how do we as an industry transition from POC, production, swiftly, demonstrating ROI on the way and also encouraging responsible AI. Losing institutional knowledge is also fast becoming a perennial problem within oil and gas, with an aging workforce transitioning to a more automated workflow. So it's even more critical to fill these vital knowledge gaps with additionally attracting new, exciting talents. Culture, however, is a much bigger threat than technology itself. Even with the best technology and data, delivering value requires the digital twin and AI to be well integrated into business processes and adopted by the user group. The challenges can largely stem from people feeling existentially worried technology will replace them. Finally, I want to thank the Cavendish team for putting together this wonderful event, specifically Claire, who's over there, Ava, Gail, Bliss, Yelza, and everyone who's been working tirelessly with the sponsors and the partners and the attendees. I really hope you enjoy the event. There's some incredible people here, fantastic heads, fantastic minds. Enjoy the networking, and I hope you make the most of the collective knowledge we'll have in this room as well. On behalf of Cavendish Group and Future Events, I wish you every success. I'm now really delighted to introduce to you our event chairman, Wasim Gadman, Global SVP AI and Digital Energies from Kent. So big round of applause for Wasim. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. So, wow, it's again Future Digital Twin and AI Middle East. It's always special when we talk about AI in Middle East, right? Big investments, billions of dollars, talking about technologies, the value that it can bring to different industries. We are lucky to be here because we see the vision in the region about how to use AI really to enable the IOC companies really to become more efficient. Just want to start by the vision that always been shared by Dr. Sultan Jaber, where they are now on track really to become like the first global AI-enabled company, right, in the world. So also when I hear Mr. Amin, who is the CEO of Aramco, is talking about the value of AI and digital technologies to double the production of wells, right? So we see many others as well talking about the potentials that we can unlock. Recently, we've been at GasTech, and we've been discussing about potential values of AI and digital technologies. You can see it in the report. We're talking about 1.3 trillion annual revenue, potential revenue that we can unlock. So today, the question, how we can unlock this value, how we can work together, right, even competitors, how we can work together really to innovate, to create new solutions, at the same time looking for a balanced approach. I've recently heard about the news that Amazon wants to terminate around like 14,000 employment because of AI and autonomy. It worried me a little bit, right? So how we make this balance, how to make sure that we become efficient of what we're doing, at the same time create the right balance for our kids in the future, for the future jobs, right? Probably we are lucky in our industry. Why? Because the energy sector is still really important for AI as well, because you cannot run AI without oil and gas, without the energy. So there are many studies about 2030 that we need more energies. We need around 10 to 15% just for AI. So we are lucky that the efficiency, we need to produce more energies to run these AI models. At the same time, the growing population, we need more energies. So let's discuss this topic today. I hope we'll be able, maybe we don't have all answers, right? But let's have this open collaboration. Let's discuss success. Let's discuss use cases. Let's discuss failures. And let's keep this forum always open. It's not just one-day discussion. Let's always be having this kind of open sharing knowledge, open discussions, and keep this momentum. Thank you. Hope we will get like a great journey today, innovative journey, and looking forward to show you like also our solution there. So if you'd like to contribute in any kind of workshop, thank you.
Thank you, Wasim. So we're now going to be starting the event with Wasim putting together his thought leadership presentation. So Wasim will open the event for us, and he will give us a presentation on Kent's interpretation on what they're doing now within AI. So a big round of applause, please, for Wasim again. Thank you.
It's me again. Okay, so now let's talk about digital twin. Right? What is digital twin? What's the value? The new use cases. There are too many changes since last year, honestly. And I cannot even just use the presentation from last week. Like, I have to update, I have to create a new presentation because things are moving very fast. Trust me, there is a big shift. Even last year, if we recall, the event, we called the event Future Digital Twin and Gen AI. It's not even relevant anymore. It's not limited to Gen AI. We have now like a physical AI. We have now like agentic AI, right? So digital twin and AI, why they are together? Because digital twin is the data hosting and the context, and AI is the brain. And this is what we want to discuss today. So quick overview about Kent. If you don't know Kent, so we focus on everything related to energy sector, conventional energy, renewables, hydrogen, offshore wind. And we also petrochemicals, we have a dedicated department to support our clients in this journey, in the digital innovation journey. So we play a role of a consultant. We have cybersecurity studies. We help our clients to execute their EPC projects in a better way, an efficient way. We are very focused on operational maintenance because our industry is really about operational maintenance. How to increase production, how to enhance safety, how to increase profit, how to reduce the observations related, how to reduce the downtime, how to reduce the observation of safety, how really to become more agile in operation. So we have our own solutions for autonomous operation, for remote operation, remote monitoring. And this year, I asked the entire team to come to this event and really show you like live demonstrations. So I know we've been talking with Dr. Sis, there are really good presentations. There are many people talking about AI and digital, but I think the best value is when you see it, when you test it, you practice. So my team is over there. If you like to really test the solutions, how it works, what does it mean, so we can contribute in the workshop. Everything that we do is part of Innova AI umbrella. So this year we've been like awarded 2 prestigious awards, one from the Regional Oil and Gas 2025, and recently from EIC, also in Dubai, for Middle East and Africa. So I'm really glad about this solution that is really addressing the challenges of the industry, right? So we focus on adding value. It's not about the technology itself, but how to apply the technology. But before we start to deep dive on use cases, just let me take a step back. We are in the 5th industrial revolution, right? So the first one was more mechanical, then electrical, then we're talking about computers and network, then digital, and now we're talking more about autonomy. And this is very important for digital twin, because our digital twin become like autonomous digital twin, can think, react, and take actions, can operate any process plan by its own. Well, when we talk about autonomous, it's not limited to oil and gas, and it's not new, right? There are many industries, they have their own AI autopilot. For instance, self-driving cars is autonomous solution, right? It's the same concept of digital twin. When we're talking about the airplane autopilot, it's been there for many years. But what is new now? Now we are able to auto-generate design by AI, using the historical data, autonomously review deliverables, autonomously operate any process plant, thanks for agentic AI. And also, there are many processes that we can fully automate to close the loop. So, really, we have just started a big shift in roles. An engineer can contribute in operation. An operator, he can understand everything related to engineering because he has access to the data. There is a shift of as well the culture, how we get the data, right? Now we are using, who's using ChatGPT, for instance? Come on, it's everyone, right? We are using ChatGPT, so we become like the first assistant for us is ChatGPT, honestly, right? And that's why we discussed yesterday with Dr. Chris, we will not define we will not talk about technologies as a technology. We will not define that because anyone can go to ChatGPT and get any definition he wants. We'll talk about use cases, successes, failures. That's what we are going to present today. So there is a big shift in this 5th industrial revolution. Whether we're talking about R&Ds in our industry, we are talking about business thinking, so we have to adapt. And we are talking about the education, the way that we learn things, right? We have to adapt in our energy sector how to benefit from this shift, how to become more efficient at the same time to maintain the balance. So we are responsible. We are responsible for the future, right? It's very critical moment. We are responsible to make sure that we keep the upper hand for human. In all our agentic solution, you will see the autonomous review that we are demonstrating outside. We kept a layer that even though the score is 99.99, the team is tested, but we want to keep the engineer, for instance, to make the final review and to endorse this review. I think all solutions at this point of time should follow the same concept. Well, this is an old slide. Did not spend time to reproduce this, but just to remember everyone, AI in our industry is not new. We've been using AI for the entire life cycle for many years, for drilling, for the process, for simulations. Our industry is very matured in technologies, right? If we go back to our topic today, right, we see all the solutions that is getting evolved. The concept is evolved. There is an evolution in the digital twin itself. We used digital twin before to create a replica of an asset, even real-time replica, just reactive, right? We use digital twin to create simulation. We use digital twin really to predict what's going to fail, but now digital twin is like taking full actions. I have to run fast because Adam's saying that I have only 5 minutes. It says there 7 minutes, by the way. So the digital twin, if we look at all maturity levels, is moving. It's also evolving with technologies, right? So the concept is changing. The use cases are changing. If we take like this example for wells, I did not consider the rotating equipment because we've been talking about rotating equipment digital twin for many years. But if you take for a well like one simple process, you see what you can have all this level. You can have full autonomy to adjust the well level in digital twin. And this is like what we did at Kent, is we deliver a full autonomous solution for the well testing. I'll skip the video, we can see it outside. So we are creating a full life cycle digital twin that maybe you need the reactive, you need to have all the functionalities for project digital twin, operational digital twin, autonomous digital twin. So they are all available in one single platform. But autonomous, for me, is not really limited to operations, right? We can have, this is the full life cycle, so I try to map everything that we can achieve today by AI. So look at the design, and by the way, I'm not sharing a secret here. There are many owner-operators are looking to be able to produce their own design by AI based on historical data. And we have a solution for that, to be able to create a feasibility studies by just AI, by a prompt. There is the second level, is to be able to autonomously review deliverables from a contractor, from a supplier. You have, let's say, material submittal just reviewed by AI, comparing with a specification, and then directly give you the deviation. So it's another level of autonomy. Also, we're talking about the autonomous construction and autonomous handover. So we know that the biggest challenge in our industry is the handover from like a project to operations. So we build agents really to validate the data. The biggest problem is the data, right? We don't have mature data, structured data, accurate data. Just talked with Lad in the biggest plant that he managed. Like they have billions of tags, and how to really validate the data, because if you give wrong data to AI, what kind of solutions you are going to get, right? So we build agents really to validate the data and highlight what you need to be changed, what we need to be adjusted. And finally, it's about operation. We built an AI operator can run any process plan by its own. So autonomous operation, it can be a full life cycle. And again, this is not just a nice slide. You can practice by your own. You can see all these solutions outside in the Kent stand. And my team, my SMEs, will give you like full details of that. So this is like, I'll run here quickly. This is how, for instance, we are able to produce deliverables. PNID is the most difficult part of, the most difficult drawing in our industry, just by AI. Imagine that. Yeah, there are areas of improvement. We are working on it, but I mean, this is just a start. We're able to create data sheets, single line diagrams, 3D models, just by AI. Another example, autonomous review, right? We'll be able to review all deliverables, whether at the design stage or handover stage by AI, and see what is really relevant, what is what is accurate, where do you have deviation, accept that, let the AI do this work for you, and we focus on real engineering studies. So this is another example of autonomy. We are using also autonomy for the tag validation, the handover. So it goes to like structure all the data. We like creating system, subsystem, and mapping that to the class library, and then evaluate that against the CFOs, right? So because you need this, you cannot have successful AI use cases without having the right data, the right structure. But are you going to spend time for this? You can do all of this by AI. This is the AI autopilot, right? So it can run any autonomous plant, any plant by its own. And that definitely will bring the efficiency to our operations, to our industry. So now we are offering also a free POC. If anyone wants to test it, a free POC for autonomous operation. So the solution is developed here in Abu Dhabi as well. Just want to give a summary of what we are discussing here. I see the future where we will have access to the right data at the right time, real-time data and static data or engineering data. So the engineer who's working on a design can get insights and intelligence from operation. Let's say he's designing like dimensional information, he's retrieving dimensional information of a pump, he can get that directly inside from operations. And the platform to link all of this is a digital twin. And AI will give him exactly the right information. So we're looking more to an open source, right, where the information can be shared between the entire life cycle of assets and not maybe limited to one operator, owner-operators, maybe it's a shared platform. For that, let's remember that we always have dimensions data. And as we said, as we see before, we are now able to generate the data based on all these dimensions. So the 9D is how to generate a new documents, deliverables, drawings, 3D models, insights, intelligence, procedures, specification, just by historical projects data, right? So these are the dimensions that I see in the future that we need to adopt really to achieve the 9D. And we've seen that is like we will be able now by AI to discuss with systems, subsystems, right? So you can ask the insights about emissions, about prediction, about failure, about work orders. You don't need to worry about the source of the data. Just you have one single platform, and you can get all this by a prompt, or like a dynamic and like agile, or any type of dashboards, just by a prompt. So we now talk with systems, with equipment. So really, it's a big shift now in our industry. And you see all these IoC centers, like this is a center like we delivered recently, where you can unlock all the new solutions that we've been targeting for energy management, for prediction, for autonomy, for getting all the data from various systems and let the AI really understand each information and provide analytics and correlation of data, give you the right insights that you need to take the right action. Also, now we are moving to another level of maturity when we're talking about remote operation. So remote operation used to be like a difficult process to achieve. Now with AI, whether for cybersecurity studies, whether for the design that we are achieving, it's much easier than before, right? So just to keep the momentum, like we as a digital twin, we can achieve remote monitoring, remote control, and autonomous operation. All of these levels by digital twin, and now much more functionalities by the AI as an agent. So a summary of everything, we still have 14 seconds. We have now the opportunity really to enhance the industry, but we need to know how to enhance it and how to apply technologies. Technology is everywhere. It's like a smartphone. AI is going to be like Microsoft Excel. It's going to be available for everyone, but how you are going to apply it. How you want to make sure if you produce something, let's say 90% accurate, that to verify the 10%, you'll not take more time than the creating this from scratch. So let's think about all these questions. Let's think about the balance that we can bring for the future. Let's think about how we really progress in this era, how we use the autonomy at the same time we keep the upper hand for humans. And I will be around today just to answer all your questions, and my team is also there to give you a demonstration of what's possible in the future. Thank you.
Fantastic presentation, Wasim. Brilliant to see the innovation that Kent is showing in this space, and we're really proud to have them as our event partner for the event. Thank you so much. We are now moving on to the opening panel, which is a really critical panel, and it's interesting that Wasim mentioned this as one of the key enablers, is data and the importance of data. Everyone talks a lot about the wonderful, shiny tools, but I think that the foundation, the bedrock, needs to come from data itself. So contextualizing and enabling data, creating data federations and data sharing infrastructures. This is moderated, many of you may know Dr. Chris Cooper, former CEO of AIQ, executive advisor. He's going to be moderating this panel. It's a fantastic session, so let's give him all a round of applause. Thank you.
I'm certainly not running the panel by myself, so if the presenters would like to join me on stage.
If you could all come, and Ali as well, I think Ali is here as well, if you can come to the stage. Just wait for Ali there on the right, so fantastic. That's going to be all of us for this session, so yes.
Wonderful, thanks, Ali.
Fantastic. Lovely. Thanks, Ali.
Pleasure. Assalamu alaikum, good morning, everyone. I hope you've all had your coffees, plenty of caffeine. Show of hands. Good, you're going to need it for this session. Honestly, if you go back a couple of years ago and think about this sort of title, most people would kind of go, ugh, what does it really mean? What we're going to do here, we're going to quickly peel it back for you. And I'm going to allow everyone to introduce themselves briefly. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some quick-fire questions. So the purpose of this session is to provide as much insights to you, just like we get from AI, okay? So I want to make it as interactive as possible. I will try and save the questions to the end, but don't worry, I will ensure we have plenty of time for Q&A, okay? But this is about helping you understand how things have developed, particularly over the last couple of years. So at this point, I'm just going to ask everyone just to give a very brief introduction. The reason for this is I want you to understand the caliber of the people we have here today, so you can feel free to ask as deep questions as you wish when the time comes. So handing over to Wasim. You should have a microphone there.
Talking for the last 30 minutes.
You can do it brief then.
So, quick one. So, Wasim Gadban, I'm the Global SVP for AI and Digital Engineering at Kent. Almost 20 years in the region, always based in Abu Dhabi. I manage the global business for digital engineering, supporting our clients in autonomous operation, digital twin, AI, agentic solutions, and so on. So, I've been talking for half an hour before, so I'll give the floor. Thank you.
No, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kushal Desai, Digitalization Manager for Shell. 16 years with oil and gas industries and making all these digital solutions real at the site, so executing this. And for me, I think wonderful to be a part of this panel, and I will be looking after, how can we make these things real. And for us, the digital transformation is not only about deploying technologies, but how can we really unlock the value from data and make the life different for the people who work day in and day out. So we'll be sharing some more details. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Adolfo Perez. I'm from Venezuela originally. I've been in the UAE for 8 years. I work in drilling rigs and also in the oilfield services space for many years in different parts of the world. And today it's a great opportunity to share how we continue evolving in our industry and how we can continue innovating. And I would like to make this session actually quite active and take the most advantage out of it. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. This is Khaled Darwish. I'm a lead engineer in the smart grid of the power utilities, Taqa distribution. I've been in the sector for 20 years, taking care of the automation to integration, taking care of the power substations, all the way, starting the automation inside the substation, all the way to the control centers. It's honestly something, a great opportunity to discuss with the audience and the panel regarding how to increase the customer experience for us, increase the safety and the efficiency of the delivery of water and electricity in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. So looking forward to this collaborative session and to answer your questions. Thank you.
Yes, this is Ali Abdullah Hassan. I am Chief of Information Technology in the Ministry of Oil and Environment in Bahrain. I've been a while in the ministry. I'm handling a lot of projects in a digital transformation and cybersecurity aspects there. We have a couple of projects as well with the environmental aspects. I'm happy to be with you in this panel discussion with a very niche topic with the digital twins. We hope to have this discussion fruitful for all the people here.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, everyone. So, and we begin. As was pointed out by Wasim earlier, AI is a journey. It's not just about technology. It's not just about infrastructure. It's not just about data, but that's really important, but culture as well. Culture is critical to impact change. But if we take this forward now and consider this title going back 2 years to currently, now it's about really driving AI in action. So if you think about what this phrase means, you can look on ChatGPT, it will summarize it for you. It basically says, and I'm going to do this on purpose, it refers to the building of systems that make data more meaningful and accessible by connecting diverse sources and enabling secure, collaborative sharing across organizations. Again, if you think back 2 years ago, I don't think we'd have really understand the context of the title, contextualizing enabling data, creating data federations, and data sharing. The idea of that would have been, well, it was just really almost unheard of. So with that in mind, the first question to each of you, we see and hear about huge investments in digital twins. It's been going on for some time now. Some of that, I do worry, is through FOMO, fear of missing out, okay? But where are you seeing real value generation today from contextualizing, enabling data with digital twins? And what are the challenges you're facing along the way? What does this enable and how does it enable through AI, Gen AI, and so on? So maybe, Ali, I'll start at that end of the table first.
Yes, maybe that the digital twins topic, it's a very new topic right now, and people, they want to understand more about the digital twins. However, that the digital twins, it is, let's say that as a technology that it is replica the physical assets in a digital manner. But this is not only the things that we have to think, that we need the data to be represented in this physical a digital or a digital replica of a physical assets. So one of the major challenges that is facing it with the organizations, which is the data. And this data, basically, it has to be in a real manner. But again, this data, it needs to be a comprehensive data. So you should not rely only on the data you have. you need an external other data as well. And this is the challenges that the people, they are facing it right now, because they cannot interact with the others people with their data itself. So this is one of the major things I think that the people, they are facing it right now. And maybe one of the solution we have, which is the creation of value between the organizations. They have to find out the way that how they can share data between each every them in a co-created value model. So this is basically what it's related with the challenges with the digital twins for the time being.
Thank you. You just touched on one point there we'll come back to. You mentioned you need external data as well. We're going to come back to that one in the contents of the concerns that brings in with cyber. Okay? So we can just ask the same question to the rest of the panel.
Okay. For us in the utility, water and electricity utility, there is for sure a big value added to the daily operations. But just for sure, there is a lot of challenges. I'll just, every day we wake up in the morning, we have our electricity and also the water supply available every day. A lot of equipment are there in the site working 24/7. And the huge teams behind the scenes working to do their best job. But the issue is that we have a lot of data as well, but those data are stored in different systems. The issue is that mostly the interaction with the assets are reactive. Yes, true that we have maintenance programs, but the issue is that the greatest challenge for the assets is in the summertime where you have the peak load. So with the digital twin, you can even create your scenarios, which we call it worst nightmare for us in the summertime, where we have everyone is connected and everyone expecting the supply to be continuous and without any maybe 10 seconds of interruptions. So bringing such scenarios to the maintenance and design engineers, the planning engineers, trying to create their worst case scenarios, but even in the winter, not in the summer, not necessarily alive. So with this being achieved, you have the chance to enhance your network and be in advance of any challenges. On the other hand, you need to benefit from all those tons of data. We have a lot of data. We have real-time systems acquiring the information 24/7. We have historical information, mostly not less than 20 years. The designs, the GIS systems, everything is there. But the issue is that you need now such a system that connects or collects and coordinates and make meaningful to those data in order to project it on your network and create the what-if scenarios. And on top of that, making sure that your system is operating securely, because our paramount challenge is to keep the assets and the people secure with their systems. This is one of one side of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. You touched on an interesting one there for me. People often don't talk about it, but what you're saying is you're leveraging digital twins so that you can not just improve the predictive maintenance, but it means that over the summer periods when you're getting the maximum usage for the customers, you're actually improving the customer experience. I'm going to ask the audience a question at this point. Hands up those of you that are using digital twins, whether it be in your day-to-day job or in your business today. There must be more of you using digital twins than that. Come on, hands right in the air. Okay, keep them up, keep them up. Keep your hands up if you're seeing real net value from leveraging digital twins today. Wow, we have a wealth of opportunity in this room, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, fantastic. Adolfo.
So, Chris, you mentioned something I think fundamentally important when you are going to assess either to implement digital twin or AI on any business. And I go back to the basics of when we are going to do an investment, you need to do an assessment and the value creation, how much you're going to invest and how much value you're going to generate. And this needs to apply to everything. And you mentioned about the FOMO effect, which is happening, unfortunately, today. And this, over time, people realize that this probably wasn't required, or it was not needed, or it was too much. And here is where we need to be disciplined in terms of assessing the value that digital twin or AI initiatives are going to provide to our business, and making sure that you also start implementing certain processes in terms of starting small, make a test, see if it is worth, and then you can scale up. It's very difficult to scale down. It's easier to scale up. So I think it's super important to be disciplined about assessing the value that is going to be created by the digital twin, the investment that you're going to make, but also if you have the tools. And we've discussed about data, and we have plenty of data, but unfortunately you would realize, and you already realize, is that a small portion of that data is actually usable today. So this will require an investment, an assessment, and you need to calculate if this is going to really generate the value and how they transition. But at the end of the day, as companies, not only on equipment and facilities, is how we can be disciplined and have a clear strategy on the data generation going forward, so that you can extract the most value out of that, which is data today is an asset, and we are not utilizing it or maximizing the value today.
I think the good news for Adolfo and his team is I know his CFO very well, and trust me, there is no way his team are going to be investing for the sake of FOMO. Okay? Brilliant.
No, I think you touched upon the very valid point about making sure that whatever investment you are doing, you need to really look at the detailed use cases. I would like to really touch upon some of the basics about the industry that we operate on, right? So the moment we discover any reserves, right, and after that, just to produce from that field, it takes 5 to 8 years, yeah, depending on the period, depending on the complexities. Now, if you talk about the digital world, right, so where we're trying to replicate the physical assets, which is in the form of digital twin, we expect the returns within 1 year, 2 years of time, right? So we really need to understand we're talking about the complex systems, and we all know that the systems that we operate, we were not so well from the data point of view, right? So the most important thing which I see, and that's where the FOMO and investment and return things are coming up, because we think that things will be solved and AI or digital twin is a magic. It's not, right? So what we are seeing about some of the possibilities, and we're deploying at our assets, about making sure how can we really come out of two things. One, twin is not a visualization tool, right? So twin is not a visualization tool. We can definitely visualize, and with this AI, maybe I can build the model of this whole facility within 2 hours. It's not a visualization tool. But adding a data, contextualized data, is something powerful. And for that, we are using the federation, federal data, where bringing all the data to one single data platform might not be a solution, right? Might not be a sustainable thing, because that will duplicate your data. That will really create, a lot of kind of confusion, cultural change. So using this kind of technologies about federation data and interlinking data from their source systems, which will provide insights to the end users. And last thing, I think, which we are really working on, and I always quote this as, we all are good, we all travel, and we all have our passport names. Like, if you really see that how you put your data within your real operations, do you use a single name for your equipment or asset, right? Someone call it XYZ, P1203, someone call it distillation pump, and we have all different names of naming those equipments, and then we're losing the value there, right? So I think one of the things which we are starting is, let's be strict about using the data, and can't we have our equipment named as a passport name? So be clear on what you use. That will enable the contextualized data value, and that will really unlock the end-to-end processes. So we are really working on those front. Thanks.
I was going to be naughty and ask on behalf of Shell if you could share what value you're generating from digital twins today, but I won't do that. That's naughty. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Wasim, you and I were talking earlier. It's all about value generation. Yeah, it's all about use cases. Where do you see the value today?
Yeah, first, I really like what was shared from other panelists. When we talk about data, we always need to talk about data, people, processes, and tools, right? We don't take it as standalone. And when we talk about data in our industry, we need also to talk about metadata, right? So how we define the metadata that we need for the data, for each equipment, for each system, for each subsystem. How we really benefit from internal data, whether we're talking operational data or enterprise data, the ERP data, like what you mentioned there. And how we can get also external data. So if, let's say, Shell is operating, they have a model for prediction, predictive model for a pump, for a compressor, how I can benefit from that intelligence, right? So how can I use this data as well for my operation? So I believe like there is now like an improvement in CFOS. So CFOS is a model that the industry is following now to define the metadata for the equipment and who should provide at which life cycle, at which milestone of the life cycle, right? So I think it's 90% completed, right? It didn't cover everything related to operations, but it's good enough to follow. So this is, I believe, if we all follow the CFOS class library platform and concept, I mean, we'll be able to really share intelligence across the industry sector, our energy sector. The contextualization of data is very important because data standalone as alone means nothing, right? So this is where digital twin play a role. It's not a visualization, it's really giving you the context where this data is used. And we have seen the model there, we're talking about 9 dimensions. So we classify all this data in different dimensions, and based on each dimension, you can unlock a value, you can create a functionality. So the use cases, I mean, whatever you're going to do with AI, right? Without data, without the proper data, accurate data, you cannot achieve any use case, right? So the key point, I always repeat, is how you enhance the data by closing the loop of the entire asset life cycle, pushing the data from operation to design, design to operation, and then keeping this loop always open. So I believe that's a key to have a successful implementation of a data model, not just static, not just real time, both of them. And like you have this closed loop. The way that I see the future in all of these is going to be agents talking to each other, and we have an orchestrator on top of that, so the data is structured based on other agent is looking for, and then this is how the data flow is going to move between assets, between operations, IT, OT, and even beyond a single operation, like for an entire ecosystem, an open source ecosystem. It's a big idea, but I mean, I hope that we'll be able to reach there. Thank you.
Thank you. Bottom line, it all comes back to one word. What's it going to be? Cost is one, but it wasn't one I was thinking of. Begins with D. Data. So, breaking it down and going back to the next point. So, creating data federations. Data federation, we know, is a system that allows users to access and query data from multiple distributed sources as if it's a single unified database without physically moving and duplicating data, because that drives up cost. The benefits of data federations provides real-time access, cost efficiency, improved compliance, we're going to touch on governance and compliance soon, faster decision-making, enables you to be more agile. We all know that data federations are the main element, really, of digital twins, because it's about access to that data. And we definitely feel the rise in demand of AI in applying pressure on people, we've talked about that, infrastructures, and also the supply chain. How are your respective organizations managing with this pressure, not just on the cultural shift of the people, but the infrastructure demands? We're going to touch on data quality in a bit. Let's leave that one to one side. But in particular, supply chain as well. Who'd like to go first?
I'll take this one. First is you have a very key point is the cultural change. And as we all know, change is extremely difficult. As human beings, we don't like change naturally, but it's necessary to make sure that we can progress. And from previous lives in an organization that I work, actually we have a say, which was that change is the only constant. And this mindset actually allows to progress. And I think this is a critical part, because without having the change mindset, we won't be able to implement anything on what we're doing, unfortunately. So this is to me, I think is fundamental, is having that, and it's probably the most challenging part, is the change part. And then is how, and again I go back, is the involvement of each individual in the organization to make sure that we can actually drive that into success. Is another critical part of this, of the whole puzzle.
Yes. You've mentioned about the people, infrastructure, and supply chain. And I believe that we have to make it a little bit, to enlarge this picture. People, I think that we have to think about the fourth dimension. And instead of having only the people, it's a people and organization. The capability of the people, which is basically, it's one of the issues we have, the lack of expertise with the digital twins. And the capability of the organization to adapt the changes, the external factors, the political, the economic, the legal aspects there. The change management, which is my colleague, he is just mentioned about that, because people, they are like to have business as usual, BAU. They don't want to have this kind of changes. So how is the change enablement, it is affecting the organization, along with the people itself? Data, definitely, it's one of the major elements, but data without the infrastructure, without the IT or OT environment, will not have that, that benefit of it. One more thing, that the suppliers and partners, today you cannot work without the suppliers and the partners. You have the technology partners, Microsoft, AWS, Google, others as well. The partners they are doing your job itself, so they are a part of the life cycle itself. And the fourth element, which is the process and value stream, which is basically the ROI. We have to have the ultimate goal of providing the digital twins for the organization and for the people. And I remember now the question that you just raised to the audience. You asked them that how many people they are using the digital twins. I think that all of us, we are today using the digital twins. Google Map, it's one of the samples or one of the solutions that everyone, he handle it. He has the virtual, that, or a physical, it's been as a virtual solution. And the real data is feeding it every time. And you can expect that even the road, if you just decide to go for this road or for the other road. So these four dimensions, I think that it has to be considered with, the supply chain, and even for the aspects related with the digital twins as well.
Thank you, Ali. That was brilliant. And by the way, as an example of that, AI has been around longer than I have, and trust me, I'm as young as the UAE. I've been around a long time, and I was giving a presentation, I think it was 12 years ago, I remember on that very point talking about insights from data, and I asked the audience, how many of you are using AI? And it was like this deathly silence. I said, how many of you use, because it was Google Maps really at the time, Waze really wasn't popular at the time. How many of you use Google Maps, to get to the office? And literally 90% of the audience put their hands up. I said, but that's all about AI. It's providing you new insights from data to help you get there on time. You know where the office is, you know the way, but in case there's an accident or something else. So it's been around a long time, and I love the fact that you touched on that. Thank you.
No, I think I just want to kind of build on what you really said. Basically, there are if I talk about the transformation and the things, there are 4 quadrants, right? People, process, data, and technology. I think that's not new. So one of the fundamental things, we talk about data, we talk about people, is also about processes, right? And why it is a pivotal moment, we have to really look at the processes that we operate, right? Because if you still want to just digitize the processes, or just want to kind of, move from paper to a normal base and would like to operate the same way, we will lose the value. And AI is around since long, but what has changed in last couple of years is the pace, right? The speed at which the development are happening within the technological space. Our processes, we are not changing and not kind of matching the speed with this technological, development. And one of the things, example, if I can just share, is about, coming back to my industry, we talk about a lot of equipments, and all this equipment has a lot of, the spare parts. Now, let's say in an industrial environment, the engineers, the kind of people who are looking after reliability and other things are really looking at, hey, is my equipment performing properly, very well or not? Do I have some issue with this equipment? And on the other side, the people from supply chain are looking at, okay, is this part available in the market if something fails or not, right? And that is all interlinked if you see the larger picture with the balance sheet of your company. And we operate those processes in silos. So I think fundamentally we need to really look at the processes from end to end to unlock and get the real value from the transformation or the technological development which is happening around. And that's where I think we all can play a critical role, and I would kind of not emphasize more, but let's try to look at fundamentally the processes that we operate and the data that we generate in each of these processes, how they are interlinked and how they are connected, because earlier it was not possible, as you rightly said. Now with the technical speed, your simulation of your large processes possible. AI can do that. Quantum computing can do that. Bringing all the, let's say, hundreds of thousands of equipment's data into one place, analyzing, getting into last 10 years of data. Now we can do that. And this is the moment really to kind of look at our processes, the fundamental old processes, with a completely different angle. Yeah, so I'll
Thanks, Kushal. And just touching on people and processes, again, this is about us sharing our insights as well. I know a number of you here are from ADNOC, okay, and having spent the last 2 years with ADNOC, very proud of that, a great experience. I have to do a shout out here for His Excellency Dr. Sultan. It was a year last February when he formed the AI and Digital Technology Project Management Office. And interestingly, as soon as that was formed, the immediate reaction from most of the staff was, AI is going to take my job, okay? Now, interestingly, we dealt with the elephant in the room, absolutely head on. And what we did, we educated 40,000 staff in AI. And I can tell you, all the senior execs went through 3 days of pretty rigorous training. But that was on purpose. So instead of us looking for problems to solve with AI, over a period of time, what happened was, because the staff got much more aware of the purpose, the opportunities with AI, the staff then came to us and said, we think there's an opportunity here to leverage AI and drive value. We had over 1,000 opportunities to deal with. I'm looking around the audience, I know some of the people are very much involved in doing the rapid qualification of those opportunities to determine, which bucket were the ones that didn't really make sense at this point, which ones were now available in the market. Go and buy them. Yeah, don't build them if they're available in the market. And which are the ones that we need to build through our partners with the likes of AIQ to drive significant value back into the organization. So just one question back for you, Kushal, okay? He's not been primed on this, just to be clear, okay? I want to make it interactive. What have Shell done to ensure that the staff are embracing AI and not scared of it?
Good one. So I think the challenge is same everywhere, and whether it's oil and gas industries or other industries, it's the same everywhere. So fundamentally, I think definitely we have done two things. If I can summarize the one, definitely bringing the top-down approach where enabling leaders to understand the power of the technology, the things that can really enable the business to bring back the value. Because if you look at fundamentally, two things are really very critical for our industries. One is safety, right? Definitely you cannot compromise with safety. So how this technology can really embrace the safety point of view, like can it really help us to reduce the exposure hours of the people who go to field. And second thing which we cannot really tolerate is about unplanned downtime, right? So how, because we cannot really stop the operation, so how this technology can really make it real for the plants to operate at its maximum capacity or even go beyond the way they operate. So this has fundamental link to the value case, I think, coming back to that. And second one, because a lot of the time the resistance comes from the people of a different level, right? And to address that, you really need to sow the empathy and try to understand their problem, what they are doing, right? If the person is, let's say, going in a field in the mid of summer to collect the readings, can this technology solve this? You need to bring the people along with you to really embrace to the next level, right? And these are the, I think, two things, if I can classify, which has really helped us to bring people together in this journey to make this happen. Because you can invest millions, you can deploy tools, technology, but if they are not there, you will not really kind of get to the real, the essence of what technology can do.
That's good to hear, thank you. And again, as we drive forward to autonomous, it enables us to provide much safer environment, okay, particularly out in the field. Going out to a field location here in the middle of summer is not something you really want to be doing. So, Wasim, you're in a situation where you build and deliver these solutions day in, day out. From your perspective, though, what's your response to this in terms of the challenges that you're facing in keeping the infrastructure and everything up to date?
Yeah, so by the way, before I just answer this question, so we have also internal programs called the AI program, and we have same challenges. So even though we are working with AI, so I think the answer there is people-centric approach. You need to make sure that everything we do around AI is about people. Right? Not scaring them that we are going to have autonomous auto-generation of the engineering deliverables while we are an engineering company. So it's like how really to enhance, to be more productive, how we can double our revenue.
But let's use robots to go into confined spaces rather than sending humans.
Absolutely. So talking about, back to the question, when we work with our clients, so first of all, we all know that we are dealing with we are dealing with really old assets, right? In our industry, in energy sector, in oil and gas in specific, even in this region, right? The biggest problem that we have backdated systems, we face challenges in interoperability of systems. Systems, they don't talk to each other. They are from different OEMs, different suppliers. I'll not go in details, all of these, right? So the infrastructure sometimes is not enough. The communication, telecom, cybersecurity. So there's plenty of issues, right, to deal with these assets, agent assets. So how to convert them to more like a digital assets? So always we have created like a check sheet, right? So to do a full assessment of maturity when we work with our clients. Okay, first of all, what are we trying to achieve here? What are we doing? Maybe if like you want to shut down this tower after 10 years, right? What is the positive ROI you want to bring? Like we have many discussions with Net Zero Technology Center in the UK talking about this. What is the value? So first is do assessment by value driven. How to achieve a positive ROI? What we need to do? What do we have in place? What infrastructure we have? For instance, when we talk about twinning the operation for remote operation, like what we did for Adnok and Nasser remote operation, then, okay, what do we have in place? Do we have two-way communication? Do we have alternative communication in case like we lost one of them, right? Do we have the right infrastructure, really fiber optic? Do we have dark fiber? What do we have in place? Then do we have enough data? So the data, to be able to have a data, you need like, do you have enough instruments? You get the data, do you need to install more sensors? So this is a full assessment. Before we touch anything, we start by this assessment of the infrastructure in place, the reliability of the systems, the interoperability of the systems, how to make sure that they are really up to date. So after the assessment, we start, okay, how to modify the system, what do we need to add? And then we study the cost. Again, I'll be very open here. It's like, sometimes if you feel like you want to convert an asset, aging asset to a digital asset, and the cost is more than the asset lifespan, what's the point, right? So we evaluate the cost, and this is always a question from our clients, is, okay, what's my CapEx, what's my OpEx, what's the positive ROI? Then we do the full study, right? And also the cybersecurity studies, philosophy of operations, emergency response, and then we start the implementation of solutions, whether we're talking about twinning for remote monitoring, twinning for remote control, twinning for full autonomy. So that's for me, it's a starting point for any project that we deliver.
Whether you realize it or not, Wasim has really hit the nail on the head there. Really hit the nail on the head. The reason why I say this, I mentioned earlier about people investing in AI through FOMO, fear of missing out. But what you've described is exactly the way we should be doing it. At the very beginning, even over the last 2 years, and even now, people are still building AI solutions looking for the business problem to solve. But what you described there was doing an actual assessment to understand what's the business challenge I'm facing, what are the hurdles I need to overcome to be able to deploy an AI solution, digital twin, whatever, to enable me to drive incremental value. And more, customers, doesn't matter what industry they're in, are really now focused on understanding what's the business problem I'm trying to solve, what's the value I can generate off the back of it by making this investment. And I think that's a really important point for all of us to take on board. So we're 2/3 of the way through the topic here. The last bit I want to cover is data sharing infrastructures. And then be aware, I'm going to go into a quick fire round of questions so we can have plenty of time for Q&A. So when we talk about sharing digital infrastructures, it's technical and governance frameworks that support secure, scalable, trustworthy data exchange between organizations, sectors, and countries. They typically obviously include APIs, security and privacy, governance models. So the question I have for the team here is, I'm sure we all dream about being able to trustworthily data exchange between organizations and regions. Now, bear in mind this region is very heavy on sovereignty in order to share critical information to drive more value to our own organizations. But realistically, what are the real roadblocks that you're facing today in that environment? Is it governance, regulatory guidelines? Is it something else? Who wants to go first? This is not an easy one, I know, but
it's the answer. Honestly, it's a mix of multiple things. I think it's good. It's very good to start with the strategies, the policies, setting a clear way forward to establish a standard data, a standard sets of procedures, because it's not easy to gain the trust to exchange data with your own data, with all the concerns about the privacy and all these kind of things, with other peer organizations. So there should be some measures or strategies to establish this trust in a way that the data can be really exchanged in a safe way, secure, or protecting the privacy of the data. So there should be clear procedures. With this, we have to go for the standardization. So there should be some standards governing or procedures governing the establishment of such data exchange and the exchange of data for the utilization of digital twin. So first we have to really to focus on the strategies, the rules, how to to establish this, to establish a trust exchanging the data. Then the second part was to modernize the infrastructure we have. So we're expecting a huge traffic to be shared of the data between peer organization in the area or in the region. So those kind of infrastructures has to be triggered even by the regulators. And I can share with you the part or the importance of the role of organizers or the regulators in this area. For years we were satisfied about using cellular data 2.5G. Everything is good, network is very stable, we have a good connectivity, good support from the telecom providers. But the regulators feel like there should be a way to go for the newer generation, 4G, 5Gs, and so they decided to, here in Abu Dhabi, they decided to stop the 2.5G, the GPRS. Then they gave us the certain time to upgrade of our equipment. Without this, honestly, strategic vision, we could continue with this for maybe the next 5 years. But for the sake of complying to the regulator, we try to put our plans, how to migrate our equipment, check the supply chain, drive also to modernize the equipment if it is not completely part of it in order to comply with this. And honestly, we were lucky because this kind of regulation opened the door for a more dynamic strategy to modernize your assets. So it's not only to upgrade the communication, now we are thinking about how to secure our equipment, how to make it ready for future. We set so many plans for upgradation, and within this open the door for IT auto integration. So one regulation can really drive a lot of business initiatives. So the regulation plays very much important role of this. Benchmarking also, if we have some cases where we have benchmarking, some utilities, some customers, or they did this experience. So collaborative between the entities is very important as well. In addition of depending on the technologies and the supply chain. At the end, it's not it's a one-man show for sure. Everyone has to coordinate. Everyone has to participate on this journey. So starting from internally the management to the engineers, also to the regulators, consultants, everyone has a great part of to do.
Thank you. Ali, I'm coming to you. We hear a lot about the UAE, okay, representing the ministry in Bahrain. What's happening there? Have they got the standards in place? Is the regulatory already set, the governance models?
Yes, we have to differentiate between the private and the public. You know that with the definitely that no one will, trying to expose their information because this is their data assets, which is a part of the either government assets or the private sector assets. So this it has to be, differentiated initially. For the government itself, the government, they have the upper hand for all the government entities. So regulatory, it can be solved easily, and doing the sharing data between the several entities, it can be applied, but with the consideration of data classification, data security as well, and governance, along with the standardization. But with the private sector, I think that this is a different scenario because, again, this is their business, this is their data. The stream data, either it's industry or economic or banking sector, they cannot definitely share it with the others unless if there is a sort of, that benefits between these two entities. So it will be given in certain areas. And as I said before that, a co-creation value There is, that I'm giving you something that, a data, and I receive it from you, other stream data itself, for a certain values between the business or different businesses in the private sector. So with the government, it will be, I think that's an easy way to have the regulatory and governance models, but with the private sector, it has to be with the co-creation value between the entities.
Look, we know that 5G is inherently much more secure, okay, than 4G and predecessors.
Yes.
We know ADNOC is deploying the world's largest, within the sector, the world's largest private 5G network. We now hear about Aramco doing similar things. What's happening in Bahrain?
I don't know exactly how is the relation between, because we are in the ministry and we have BAPCO. BAPCO, it's the Bahrain petroleum companies, but I don't know how is the relationship between the data exchange between BAPCO and Aramco for the time being.
Wasim, your views of all of this, regulatory compliance, is it a pain for you? Is it simple? Do you see the regulations in place, the governance in place?
Well, there are regulations. We'll just open the floor for question. But there are regulations that sometimes it's difficult, but you have to make sure that all the solutions that we develop, let's say, not using cloud or like in-country cloud or like a specific cloud, like a local deployment. But at the same time, I believe whether the private and public should put like regulations around the industry itself, right? We had a call this week with the Brunei regulators there, and we talked us like, for instance, if we want to enhance safety, okay, for oil and gas industry, we need to have remote monitoring, for instance, like everything to be remotely monitored from a central location. So then what are the minimum infrastructure that everyone should follow, right? And then another rule that I'd like to see is about, interoperability in systems, like everyone should follow like a same protocol, for instance, like a Bluetooth. We're all using Bluetooth, so devices can connect. So how we can adopt the same as well for the systems in our industry. So I don't see existing rules and regulations as a challenge, right? I see it as not needs to be developed further, right? Especially now in AI. By the way, there is no regulations around AI. That's for me a risk, honestly. Not all in our sector. It's like, I think we need to build that, and we need to make sure that we all talk the same language.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry, I can see Adam looking at there. We've got just over 15 minutes, Adam. So we're going to step it up a gear now. Okay. Thanks very much for that, Wasim. We've covered the basics in terms of the topic. Okay. I really want to get into the nitty-gritty here now, team. Okay. So I'm going to ask some quick-fire questions. We've got 5 minutes of quick-fire questions. In order, we've then got 10 minutes to open up to the floor to get your questions. So please be thinking about those. So I'm just going to cherry pick from some of these. So in terms of practical adoption, can digital twins deliver return on investment without full contextualization of engineering operational data? I'm looking for someone to give a very quick 30-second answer.
I would say not necessary to go for full. If you're there, 70% ready, go for it, right? If you look for perfection, you'll never reach to really going for it. So not full, but 70% and go for it.
Yes,
anyone agree, disagree?
I can agree, like partially as well. Partially you get, but for the hope of completing the development with next stages.
Okay.
I do agree as well. It can be, yes, get benefits, the ROI. We can have the agile model, minimum viable product, start small to be bigger, gaining more benefits.
Okay. Next one, practical adoption, quick fire. How do we balance risk while fostering a more integrated IP/OT approach, particularly as we're looking towards the edge?
Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity.
Zero
Good.
trust.
Zero trust, cybersecurity. Anything else?
IT/OT cybersecurity competence, that's definitely required now. Yeah.
Okay, right, last one on practical adoption. How do we ensure calculated data doesn't introduce bias or distort decision making? Quick answers.
It's all about the controls that you put in place to make sure that you can actually do QA/QC of the data consistently, continuously. I think that is going to be key. And by the way, it happens even without the digitalization. We have to do this every day ourselves.
Okay.
Keep training and testing. Training and testing the data.
Yep, good. Okay. Anything else?
I'd say involve the subject matter experts, right? Because all these processes are there. We have experts from the day one. That really helps to build the trust faster and make the system more robust.
You raised a really good point there. One thing that I've certainly learned in my career more recently in the AI space is by engaging with the SMEs from the industry, that allows you to build much more accurate models that delivers much higher value output. So great points. Okay, use cases. How is AI changing operational models in offshore and onshore facilities when combined with digital twins? Nice, easy one. And no answers. Quick, quick.
I think that by integrating the entire digital transformation object, augmented reality, big data, artificial intelligence, cloud, etc.
Fine. Okay.
Integrated asset life cycle. Yes,
Okay, right. I'm just conscious we're just below 10 minutes here, but I want to get at least one in terms of the futures. Which one should we choose? Okay. Is the data we're using today adequate for digital twin models and outcomes we expect tomorrow?
Definitely not. No, definitely not.
Not yet.
I think we still have a long way to go in terms of, and this is something I think is critical, is the standardization of data. Is going to be critical for the future, so we can maximize the use of data. But the data generation today, I think, it has a long way to go.
That's a pretty unanimous decision there. Great. Okay. So we have 9 minutes left, everyone. So I'd like now to open it up to the audience, and then I'll just summarize at the end with why all of this is important. So do we have some roving microphones? And again, whilst we have the title of the session, Contextualizing and Enabling Data, Creating Data Federations and Data Sharing Infrastructures, please feel free. You've got a very talented panel here. Ask them on anything you wish, within reason. Okay? Don't ask them in terms of numbers, in terms of their P&L.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rukhayat from Nisman Partners, Saudi Arabia. I'm from project control background, so I have two small questions related to project control. In EPC projects, one of the most challenges we are facing is that we have different data for engineering, procurement, and construction. How the data federation and digital twins can elaborate all, or let's say, mix all of those stages from the feed design or design till as-built and operation in one single platform. And the other question, very small one, how the digital twin and AI can help me in forecasting either time or cost.
I think the first bit is a dream for all of us, but I'm going to hand over to Wasim. I think he's best positioned to answer certainly the second part.
I'll take the first one. You guys think about the second. Well, we delivered many. So when we talk about digital twin, quickly we have project digital twin and we have operational digital twin, right? So the project digital twin is how to deliver projects in an integrated manner. So we look at how to integrate data from project controls, from engineering, from construction, from material management within digital twin to address the challenges with the handover between stakeholder, engineering, constructor, and CCS, commissioning and completion. So there is a solution that we use in oil and gas called Asset Information Management. In one single platform, digital twin, whether our platform or any platform in the market, We correlate the data from various sources, and we run AI agents to run like the discrepancies between all this data coming from different sources. And we use all of these to run 4D, 5D simulations. That will answer also part of the second question. So you will be able to really run what-if scenarios, not only limited to time, also to cost, like 4D, 5D. So that's part related to plan. If you look at the supply chain as well in the EPC, we use the same digital twin. For instance, if you have the material catalog, so you can run simulations like, if I want to use this material, what would be my cost? And then also look at the scope 3 for emissions, which is very required in our industry. So you can use digital twin for all of these. So digital twin right now is a system for EPCs. And we see, for instance, in Aramco, it's a mandatory to have digital twin for every single project. So we deliver many of these, and we will be happy to support.
Great. Anything else? We need to be quick.
One very nice feature of the digital twin is the visualization. So your plant is like, you can ask the model to build what is the final deliverables. So with the time scale, with the timeline, you are ahead of what expected to be delivered in certain stages. So you can really have a visual control over the deliverables.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Question at the back. Sorry, I saw a hand up there first, then I'll come to you, sir. In the grey jacket? Oh, hang on, you don't have a microphone. Sorry, I'm going to go to this gentleman in the front because we're short of time. We'll get a microphone to you. Over you go.
Hi, excellent presentation. My name is Raj Hajaria. I am Principal Consultant of BECT. I have two observations and perhaps some comment from the panel. AI is fully dependent on algorithm and data. We have discussed this, no doubt about it. My question, and I'm wondering, how much of human experience and domain expertise, and especially the wisdom part, is captured in algorithm and data? And how much can we rely on the AI deliverables and recommendations on critical decisions? That's number one. Number two, as the AI bots and robots take over our operations, where are the chances for the new generation to accumulate their wisdom and experience of the domain expertise?
An interesting one.
Yeah, so, at the end of the day, AI, one of the main purposes is to enhance the human capability. So something that will take you days, now you can do it in hours. But at the end of the day, for critical decisions, the human interface needs to be there. This is fundamental. And even on anything that you generate, when you do a prompt into Copilot or ChatGPT, you get an answer. Still, you need to check it and tweak it because sometimes it comes with certain things. So the human interface always needs to be there. Now, in terms of the second part, I find this fascinating, is that now you can learn much, much faster than, I graduated from university 32 years ago. So today, you can learn so many things in your fingertips. It's right there. Before you have to go to the library and check books. Today you can do it. So this is and I like, I think you presented some of the key elements in terms of the education on demand and how you can actually micro education, that you can learn things much faster. This is fascinating. So I think these are my 2 points from your two questions.
And I'm just going to one little bit. I made the point earlier. You need the SMEs from the industry to build the right models that mimic the real world environments. And the other thing we're doing today is, I know an organization not far away that's using generative AI to capture the knowledge of, I'm going to say, the aging population. Okay, this is an industry where there's a huge amount of knowledge that sits with individuals that have been operating these systems manually for so many years. And we're actually finding ways now of capturing that information so it's not lost forevermore. Okay? Some more questions. Sorry, the gentleman now has got a microphone.
Thank you. Vladimir Petrofan. I'm Project Information Manager, so interesting to know how can plan to protect intellectual property question how to protect knowledge inside, i.e. From another, because you use understand some open services for learning from the model.
I'll just add one comment, then I'll open it up to the panel. Fundamentally, when we're building an AI solution, it's based on a client's set of data. When you take that model, I'll say externally to another client, you're taking the model, you're not taking the data. And then you have to retrain that model on that other customer's data. So the IP of the data that that model was built on resides with the original customer, and then you train that model on a new customer's data set. Any other comments there?
One interesting feature we have to maintain all the time is the backups of our data. It has to be all the time available for any scenario that is.
I think honestly, the new contracts, we need to define this properly. It's not defined in previous contracts, right? Which data can be used for a model and which one is just not to be used at all, even for a model, even like we're not taking data. The model, to train a model, it should not be used. So,
I've just been given the end sign. We've got 15 seconds. Quick question from anyone?
Hi, I'm Sandesh Bodewar.
Yep. Quick.
Hi, I'm Sandesh Bodewar, representing Magna Middle East. I have a question. As we are shaping the digital twin and AI in energy industry, but still, when we are going on a digital twin format, we still have a different approaches, and that is putting a lot of time and efforts doing in the system configurations. So, do you think that in future we will have a unified approach on digital twin and the technology that we are adopting?
Maybe quickly, I'll say definitely unifying and standardization will help, but it's not easy. Like even in one company, we operate, let's say, in different countries, we have a different systems. So I think the more important, what I've learned over a period of time is that we have to really go with the modular-based approach where we can adopt to a different set of systems into a module space, right? So that's the way forward, because standardizing is a big elephant and which will not give us the real value. We'll invest our time in standardizing, but then we lose on the real value. That's the quick one from my side.
Perfect. So just to wrap up, it was going to be a minute, it's going to be 30 seconds. The reason why all of this is important, okay, is that the concepts of all of this, it's about breaking down silos, it's about unlocking the full potential of data. So breaking down silos, promoting collaboration, supporting AI and analytics, it's about ensuring ethical and secure data. And really, ultimately, it's relevant across all industries where data is fragmented but needs to be shared responsibly to drive innovation. It delivers new value. These digital twins are driving new value. It also delivers safer systems and more environmental considerations as well. So I hope that's been a useful panel for you. We've gone 1.5 minutes over. I'm going to get told off, but thank you very much. You can catch any of us in the breaks.
Okay, guys, we have a quick networking break now. There is one workshop going on in Almas 2, which is by VT2. So if you want to pop in and have a look and see what they're talk about some great things as well. So it's just in the bottom during the break time. So we'll see you back in half an hour. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're now on to our next session of the day, which is a really fantastic panel. It's actually encouraging the development of AI in facility planning, and it's assessing the challenges and opportunities in scaling artificial intelligence with a digital twin. A lot of this has been referenced as well in our opening panel. It's moderated by the absolutely fantastic Mikhail Bertode, General Manager, Refining and Marketing, MEA for OMV. So I'll welcome Mikhail and also the panelists, which I will allow them to introduce themselves when they come on. So please, all the panelists come on stage. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. Nice to meet you. So welcome to this panel 2 titled Encouraging the Development of AI in Facility Planning, Assessing the Challenges and Opportunities in Scaling Artificial Intelligence with a Digital Twin. Today we stand at the intersection of digital transformation and operational excellence. The convergence of digital twin, artificial intelligence, and robotic process automation is redefining how we plan, operate, and optimize facility across industry. As we move from static model to adaptive, intelligent system, we must address not only the technical opportunities, but also the challenges of cybersecurity, data governance, interoperability, and responsible AI. Our esteemed panel brings together leaders from government, industry, and technology, each with unique perspective on how AI and digital twins are shaping the future of facility planning, energy management, and operational transformation. Together, we will explore the boundaries of custom AI agents, the evolution of automation, and the importance of open standard-based ecosystem. Let us begin by hearing from our panelists, and then we will engage in a discussion to uncover insight and strategy for responsible and scalable AI adoption. So if you can introduce yourself, your name, your role, and a statement to start to set the scene. What excites you most about AI and digital twins in your field?
Hi everybody, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Berdiar Sarbayev. I'm a director for the energy in EPAM. EPAM is a system integrator with 65,000 people around the globe. We're a partner of the year for Google, Microsoft, AWS, with SLB and other big system service providers for the majors. Yeah, I have a background of mechanical engineering asset management. So today I'm really kind of happy to be part of this panel, yeah, and see all of you guys. And what I like about AI, it's not a question that AI is going to change the way we operate and live, I guess. And I just don't want to miss out from this. Thanks.
Okay. Assalamualaikum, a very good morning. My name is Izwan Adnan. I am a senior reservoir engineer for Dragon Oil. I've been in industry for the past 20 years. I began my career with Petronas and currently with Dragon Oil, covering the Caspian Sea assets. I'm also the chairman of the SPE Northern Emirates section. My role is largely involved in the upstream field development plan, and we have been involved in AI-based technologies in order to improve the FDP field development decisions. And one of the things that excites me in this subject is that AI is going to cause a lot of paradigm shift in terms of the way we do things, in order to simulate many scenarios in response to the changing volatilities of the oil and gas industries. Glad to meet you all.
Hi everyone, my name is Yara Al-Atrash. I'm the Energy and Industry Director in Microsoft. I come from oil and gas as well. I was a petroleum engineer by background and reservoir. What I'm excited about, and this is in the midst of using the word AI in every single sentence that we have, is the focus on shifting from being vendor-specific to becoming more interoperable. And I think that is where the value is, because we can have all the data that we want, but as long we move from siloed to interoperable and integrated solutions, that's where the main value is going to be.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. My name is Saleh Al-Wadi. I've been in the energy sector for more than 20 years. I'm very glad to be here. What's interests me about being in this conference is basically the way AI is reshaping the world economy and how evaluating from value creating, and how does it really starting impact not only organization but also individual. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. My name is Darja Badmaev. I work in ADNOC. Okay, sorry about it. My name is Darja Badmaev. I work as a senior specialist cognitive reservoir management in Tamama Center at ADNOC Upstream, and I'm responsible for implementing and developing machine learning and AI solutions in mostly in reservoir management. And in here, I'm excited that the recent boost of the AI and Gen AI development can improve and can augment our reservoir management decision making, and how quick it's kind of increase the effectiveness of the work in this in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amazing panel. I'm sure we are going to have a great discussion. Let's start by a topic that is absolutely key. It's the cybersecurity, the privacy, and the responsible AI. We are all here working for oil and gas, and that means that we are trying to implement AI in very critical infrastructure. What are the most pressing cybersecurity and privacy challenge as we integrate AI and digital twins into critical infrastructure? Maybe would you like to have a few words about it?
I'd like to discuss more not about the cybersecurity, but I guess the AI, the trust, the issues it can come, right? So I think the main problems with nowadays, for example, if you can imagine, there was like APC thing, like advanced process control, right? Advanced process control also had a lot of issues being adopted. The thing is, most of the operators, super meters companies, they're thinking they're having a lot of concerns when giving the access for the AI technology, whatever the use cases, the products. When advising, it's quite okay, but when it has to do certain changes, in the operating plant, right? That all the concerns and the questions starts. For example, most of the companies, they didn't even implement the APC, and we're already talking about AI. And I guess the problem with the training the models, right, testing them, because operators mostly they don't have this luxurious, AI capabilities, right? Also, it's expensive. The service providers has, I want the name of the vendors, but there are not too many vendors of the AI we can have now. Whether they have good data to train the models and to prove, it's also a big question and concern, right? So there is a gap between service providers and the operators who adopt. And I think this is exactly where the trust issue is happening, right? Yep. Anyone else from the panel wants to also comment on that?
I think I can add here as well. I think the other layer into it is in our operations, and I think everyone who works in oil and gas knows this, there's an insane amount of vendor applications. There's an insane amount of different applications, everyone speaking in a different language. And that's what makes the integration riskier as well. But I think this is where the consortium of IOCs, NOCs, and vendors are working together as well to eliminate that through open standards. And that's what's going to help us as well achieve that security layer, because once we can have a common language across where it will be able to manage these data integration projects at a much smoother manner. And when we're talking about large enterprises like ADNOC, Shell, OMV, when we're operating at so many different sites, onshore, offshore, the other additional layer as well is the manpower capability to manage all the devices and all the models that we have. And there's a lot of new technologies and approaches and frameworks that we can start implementing that helps focus the resources that are working on these large initiatives to make sure that we're minimizing the risks associated with it. So that be it through edge devices that allows you to have disconnected AI applications into these sites, or be it through adaptive clouds approach where we're managing the data flow between the offsites as well towards the headquarters and what's connected to the cloud.
Thank you very much. If we move a little bit more around the problem of AI hallucination and data governance, how an organization can manage that? Is there any input that you can bring here?
I think maybe I can go in a bit more on this. I think we all know, I hope that everyone knows, generative AI is not saying the holy grail truth at all times. And hopefully the technology will evolve and will come better. And a lot of it goes from the data, like you're mentioning. If the data is correct, making sure that the models are refined and focused and built in a way that it's reading from the right source of information, that will help. Is it sufficient? I would say at this stage it's not, but that's where education comes into play. He mentioned a very, very important point in saying most people, most operators, in the end, they don't come from that background. I didn't come from that background initially. But I think the misconception is it's not that hard to get that education as well in terms of how we should understand the models that we interact with, because they are becoming a fabric of every operation that we have. And it is very essential for people, if you are an end user, if you are someone who is part of an RFP process, a scope of work, the procurement, the technical evaluation, everyone needs to have a better understanding in terms of when I am dealing with this model, when I'm dealing with this application, and this is where responsible AI comes in, understanding the explainability and the transparency of these models, and to learn what to question and when to question it as well. Giving that human-in-the-loop approach in order to make sure that every decision that is being recommended through these models are backed by someone who comes from subject matter experts. So it's not solely about just building building better models and improving on the AI models themselves. There's a huge gap in education, and right now, I think that's where the focus needs to be, because with every change management model that we have, with every application that we're implementing at such a large scale, you need to make sure that you are backing that up with the upskilling that's going to be required. Teaching the end user, if I'm using a neural network that's for reservoir simulation, where did my data come in from? At what point does it usually lose the accuracy as well, for example? Or when it comes to generative AI, what was it trained on? Was it solely on my company's data? Was it solely on vendor data? Is it a combination with both? And as well, at what point do when I'm asking a vendor to build me such a model, apologies, I feel like I'm going on a run-on. When I'm asking a vendor to build me a model as well, I need to have the understanding on when that model becomes too big and it might need to be split into multiple agents or multiple different models. That kind of education is going to be very essential, because we're all contributing to these designs, we're all contributing into how the technology is advancing. And if the end users, the customers, the oil and gas companies are not having that background and are able to push the conversation in the correct manner, we're going to end up having a bigger gap towards the line in 2 years, 3 years' time.
Thank you. So the most important is to educate the people that are using AI, right?
Absolutely. When we say AI, what do we mean by AI as well?
Perdivar, do you want to add something?
I think the important thing to add actually, AI is everybody there now, right? We have to agree. But the thing is, most of the projects are being forced from top to bottom, right? What does it mean? The senior leadership of the different companies, they understand AI will change our life, right? But sometimes it fails to translate in a practical language. What it means, like end users, right? And we also, by the way, fail to match the technology to the value it can bring. So we need to use the AI, but how? Did we measure it properly, right? Did we track the KPIs? Unfortunately, it's what we see from the different world projects on the use case, unfortunately, is being missed. It is good that this program has to be forced from top to bottom with the agreement, with the big money, because AI is expensive. But the problem is the AI execution, adoption, deployment has to go from bottom to top. Like the end users, subject matter experts, reservoir engineers, mechanical engineers, process production engineers, they have to be able to kind of test it, play with it. They have to have, procurement, contract in place to properly adopt it. Because we're now talking about the big products, AI products. We don't know what data it was tested on, right? But normally, if you can see this opportunity of finding small and winning big is not there. Because about education. Most of the people, they cannot differentiate between AI and ML. Really, it is unfortunately that bad sometimes.
No,
right?
100%. The difference, between process automation and AI, and this is the problem. Goes back to language as well, similar to open science. The language between us as people. When we are saying AI, what does that mean? When we're saying automation, what does that mean?
Yeah, I think everything started from the OpenAI providing this fairy tale of ChatGPT, right? And everybody straight jumped away for the AI. But when you see the APC again, Advanced Process Control was there 10 years ago, right? And we're now trying to create products which basically can be done by APC, by ML, right? But kind of. So the problem is also about education. People don't know, engineering level. People has to solve these problems and apply the AI. But unfortunately, they know the difference in technology. They don't know what AI can do, right? Simply, we're missing this part of educating our kind of main people who do work, day-to-day work, right? Yeah.
Very good. So basically, it's not only having the tools, it's also making sure that the people that are using the tools and all the environment has been developed the right way. Just one quick fire chat question to all of you. What's the biggest risk if all of that goes wrong?
If I may take this, the risk always there. I mean, whenever there is an opportunity, the risk is always associated with it. So, as mentioned by my colleagues here, every business has his own model, the objective, what's need to be done, why do I have to build it, what's the risk associated with it. People always look at AI from data point of view, which is correct. But have we ever asked ourselves about what they call dark data? And that's purely linked to your question, the risk. What we see is only like iceberg. There is a data that might mislead you when you take a decision, and that's part of dark data. When you process AI, it's based on data that we are using. But what about the data that we are not in use? How that can present a real risk, which could be utilized for misleading, and that could also have improper decision making, whether it's investment or whatever. So, back to your question, if something went wrong, definitely the first thing is making decision will be based on accurate data.
If I may to add something. I think for now in oil and gas industry, if something is wrong with AI, we're still safe because we still have a lot of SMEs who can actually do without any AI. And we can, for example, if AI gives some wrong answer, some SME can say this is something wrong. We can do it ourselves without AI support or something. But in the future, when AI will be kind of spread it over the world and also over the industry, and the younger engineers and the older engineers just disappear in the industry, and the young engineer which just kind of rely on the AI, then it will be much more risky. So we need to kind of, now we need to have some kind of foundation that AI is, and to make AI to be reliable for the future.
Thank you very much. Interesting question that maybe we will not debate today, but is the younger generation will be better or lesser prepared compared to the older generation on how to manage the risk with AI? Maybe we need 3 hours to discuss about that. So I just propose that we move ahead and we start to touch another topic, which is how we can scale AI in facility planning, right? And Saleh, I will come to you because you are working for a very large organization, and what are the key challenges and opportunities in scaling AI for facility planning from your point of view?
Yeah, I would have taken the second word, which is planning. I'm not going to take the first word, facility, but planning. It's purely linked to planning. And I mean, according to a recent study done by Standish Group, there is almost 48 trillions annually investment. Out of these 48 trillions, only 35% of projects succeed, which means we almost have a 65% of waste of resources. That resource could be manpower, could be money, could be facility. So what's need to be done when it comes to facility planning, capitalizing AI? 3 things I would say. First of all, you need to build robust database foundation. You need to have a governance and trust, which has been already communicated earlier through my colleague during the first panel. And third is enabling workforce. AI is a tool, but do we have the workforce ready to utilize and move with this change? Also, database foundation. We should have our database from all perspective, from data center, from utility. So these things are linked to each other. Database foundation, enabling workforce to run this coming change, and also to utilize whatever existing when it came to governance. As of today, I haven't seen worldwide governance. Every organization running their AI through their data, and even you might have also during the organization themselves a lot of interfaces, a lot of integration. But these 3 elements are the one that I can see it need to start with. Database foundation, governance and trust, and also enabling the workforce that will carry this change. Because planning, when it came to facility planning or execution project or whatever, AI could play a major role in planning. As of today, if you look at all the projects, it's basically a repetitive phases: initiating, procurement, execution. Yet, the previous figure, 65 of these projects are not delivered on time. So there must be something happening wrong. Although we are repeating a project almost every day, we are doing the same project. But the question, why are we missing, also facing some problem? Does AI able to bridge the gap and help us to deliver a project on time, within the budget, to meet our objective? Definitely, yes. It might not 100%, but at least it will enhance our way of delivering a project. For example, if you look for any project, you will start with your schedule. Any schedule, it has almost, let's say, medium-sized project, around 8,000 tasks. If you have 2-3 projects, display them at the same time, with almost similar scope, you will see some tasks are different duration. But with AI, he could pick that and he said, your plan is not accurate as it should be. You plan for this activity to be done in 2 months. However, based on our historical data, it needs 3 months. Then that will help you to readjust or enhance your schedule. That's from a planning point of view. From database point of view, as already mentioned, AI always based on data. How accurate that data? How recent that data? Is it ready to be used, or do I need to refine it? That's also another element. But is it going to add value to a planning facility? Definitely yes. It might. Not 100%, but for the long term, it will enhance the way we are delivering project, whether for facility planning or other sector.
Thank you very much. Berdivar, could you share some lessons learned from recent AI implementation and change management?
Yep, about lessons learned, actually. I will try not to be negative, right? But there are many, many problems we can discuss hours and hours. But in the end, all the lessons learned boils down to AI readiness of the enterprises, right? On a different levels, different groups within operators, different companies, they struggle and kind of face certain issues and challenges. For example, the lack of data platforms, right? So the data readiness is simply many places not there. Second thing, siloed organizations. It's not only that data is not talks to each other, right? But also people and groups don't talk to each other, right? And again, education. The lack of educating your engineers who will make it happen. Failing to track the value the technology can bring. The long procurement cycles, right? Simply it is not kind of there to make the quick wins, as we said. So it is a good question to ask ourselves. Is it good to be like early in the game of the journey, AI journey, or late, right? And according to the experience of a lot of use cases we've developed all around the globe, yeah, for now it seems to be maybe it's better to join it later, right? Because AI is expensive and someone has to pay for that, right? And for example, the companies can spend like millions of dollars like for something they're developing. With this advancement of technology, it can be obsolete within months, not in years, unfortunately, right? Yeah, that would be the quick thing. And again, the most important thing, currently only big companies can develop AI products and, you know, have some data, have the contracts, big contracts with the super majors. But normally how it happens that enterprises are kind of being forced to fit their business processes. And by the way, business processes, even if it's the same oil and gas, it is totally different from places to places, right? And it's being forced to work like fit their business process in the workflow that they being fed, right? But it should be vice versa. You have to get the technology and you have to adapt the workflows and the products within the business process, right? And it has to be kind of shared canvas where all the people and the agents operate together. I like the idea that you have to start with the small pilots and do the quick wins and scale it, right? But doing it from the different places doesn't really necessarily gives you the grand vision and the general programs how to change the way we operate. And I think here where we're failing. I think another example, I think at NOC, like Aramco, we work with them very closely. They're doing very good because they're assigning the subject matter, digital people to be from the subject matter expertise who understand the business. but we don't see it everywhere else. Like some people, unfortunately, they assign digital people, and digital people know nothing about the business, right? They kind of they're not AI experts, and they're not in the business. So they're somewhere in between. And unfortunately, sometimes this is exactly this places we struggle. And another big thing is, Yara would also comment about trust. I think this is a major problem with the trust. People don't know where and when I can trust my AI. I'm developing some tool, deploying the model, but if I don't develop it myself, if I was not embedded in the process of development, I don't know exactly whether I can trust it or not, right? And this decision to where in oil and gas business, and most of the places work with the H2S, right? It's not funny to kind of give away for the model that is not being trained properly on what data to kind of operate on your facility, right? So that would be the most important and I think key points. Another one, I guess it's from the procurement standpoint, it's also about the vendor log. I guess nowadays people are also afraid to get into the vendor log, to pay a lot of money for the licensing, for the companies, right? And they want to have this ability, interoperability, availability, right? So you can kind of plug and play your agents, right? But again, there are not many vendors who are delivering good AI products nowadays, right? There's a lot of noise, but unfortunately, not many good AI products. Yeah.
Thank you. Just would like to pose, there is a poll that you can see on the screen there. If you want to participate, just scan the QR code that is there, and then we will go through them when we will have the answer. You have different questions, so please feel free to participate in those polls. I understand that applying AI is not going without any resistance. Can you share with us some example of that, and most importantly, how did you overcome it?
So, okay, who takes the question? Okay, I can quick comment, right? I want to give opportunity for my colleagues to speak. There are different AI use cases we're doing, right? The big ones, the small ones. With the big ones, it's more of a cultural thing, right? Again, people are not educated. People just simply don't know. It's, again, about the trust, right? And it's also about the change management. So when you, again, trying to make them work on a certain product, they would always lean to however it was used before. Because I think it's a fair point to say we can survive without AI. But it will be slower, it won't be that efficient, right? It won't be that good. I think the companies has to work on the change management process. So for example, because I cannot name the names of the projects, right, and the vendors, because I guess it's a negative example. But the problem is, again, education of the engineers. Because it has to do with the user acceptance test, and whereas exactly the user acceptance test is failed on the different projects. Because engineers, they simply reject working on the tools of AI because they don't trust, they don't understand, and they just don't want to kind of change the way they operate, right? So basically it's kind of cultural things of the company that has to change with the change management. It has to come along with the huge work on the change management, not only on the technology side, and adoption side.
And just to elaborate more, if people have some resist to change when it comes to AI, in generally, you should not blame them for one reason. AI is linked to IT, and always, based on my experience in project management, IT project is the most sophisticated project and more complicated. The success percentage on it, either you succeed or you cannot. So imagine I'm going to put my network on a high risk that could interrupt my business. AI can work on small scale. However, if you want to leverage in the whole value and get the best of AI, you need to have it as part of the whole integration process, which means you have to ensure it's running smoothly within the frame of cybersecurity of your company. the word integration, I'm sure most of the people here, I wouldn't say engineer, but they have studied math and they know integration is one of the toughest subjects in math. And when you look at integration, I cannot work individually as a tool. To leverage in the whole value, you need to integrate it with whole network within your organization. And that need to be executed in a very small scale pilot at the beginning, then see there will be interruption, that's a norm, but people need to take that step further, because what's happening nowadays, it's not a choice anymore. If you cannot speed up, you will be behind what's going on. I think 3-4 hours, few hours ago, NVIDIA just announced that they are the first company in this globe reach 5 trillion value, which means AI driving the whole economy moving faster. So to have a resistance to certain level, acceptable, but to resist the change, I don't see it an option anymore.
Thank you. I think message is clear. Let's move now to another topic, which is interoperability and open architecture. Yara, why is interoperability and shared data semantic crucial for the future of digital twins and custom AI agent? And how is Microsoft working with partners to drive open standard-based ecosystem?
In my opinion, I think everyone knows this. AI has existed for a very long time, and it's just now there's a huge more push because of the advancements that we have in technology, the ability as well to implement it beyond single point solutions. And that's what we used to have. We used to have AI for a specific workflow, AI for a specific process. And that was good, and it is good. But the reality is, and this is what I was saying in the beginning, when we talk about digital twin, there's different layers to it, right? Because you can make a digital twin for a single process, but you can also make a digital twin for what would be the whole enterprise. And I think that's where now the focus has been moving towards, and how do I, as a large oil and gas operation, will be able to see my end-to-end activities and see how each activity that I have impacts the other. Because let's say we have drilling operations somewhere in the offshore. Drilling, it's not just as simple as just having the rig be at a specific wellhead tower and start drilling. You have the material supply, you have the people who are moving in supply and the vessels, fleet management, weather conditions. You have so many different aspects to it. But the question is, how do I get all of that information at the right time to the right person and be able to ingest all of that information as well to make a specific decision that will help me save time and money. Time is money, and so it's save time and make better decisions. So this is where the idea of interoperability comes in. How do I integrate, be it AI or be it actual physics-based models? I'm not talking about just solely about AI. How do I make sure I can integrate everything that I have and be able to leverage that information? Because that is one of the main issues we have with oil and gas, data being siloed. And the open standards, when it comes to, like, for example, with Microsoft, we're working with SLB, we have the Azure Data Manager for Energy that's focusing on just solving that question. How do I get my information from Petrel, my models from Petrel? How do I get the information that I have in terms of the well planning from decision space, let's say from Halliburton? How do I get my information from X, Y, and Z into one singular point to be able to apply advanced AI solutions? I wouldn't say advanced, AI solutions on top in order to get me a more educated output. So if we're talking about, let's say, a drilling operation, being able to get all the measurements while drilling, being able to get all the information that we have potentially in simulation models and seismic data and logging data, which has 4 different types, corrected depth depending on who was the person that was looking at it. And being able to make that decision when I'm geosteering, for example, I want to say, no, drop down 1 more foot or go up 1 foot. And everyone knows in drilling operations that means you're either really ruining that well or you're placing it at the best maximum permeability and porosity and oil saturation. And that's the main question. When it comes to digital twins now, the focus is how do we create that interoperability? And the only way we do it is through unifying the data schema, creating a data platform that's able to integrate data from all the different applications that we have. But what it also needs beyond the technology aspect of it, it's the commitment of the companies, the vendors, the partners, like SLB, but also the customers themselves. Because the reality is that technology is not going to accelerate without the input from the customers themselves, guiding them in terms of how do I see this benefiting me? How do I enforce it on the vendors themselves to open to use the same uniform standards and data schemas?
Thank you very much. Time is flying, so I propose that we are just moving forward, and we will move to custom AI agent and reservoir management topic also. And I will bring Iswan in the discussion. What are the current challenges and opportunities for custom AI agent in quality control and field data screening?
Right, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to frame challenges in terms of opportunities. Yeah. So first thing first, we have to understand the nature of the data itself. Now, in the upstream sector, where we involve largely subsurface, we have to recognize the subsurface data are imprecise. What does it mean? It means that because we are covering like kilometers or several thousands of kilometers of scale of investigation, we are given very limited information to understand the size and the connectivity of the reservoir itself. So we also have to recognize the limitation, the scale of investigation of the data that's been acquired itself. For example, seismic relies on acoustics. They are limited to up to 50 meters of resolution. Electrical data that is derived from logging, they can go half an inch. And reservoir to reservoir level, probably they go about a couple of hundred of meters. So there's always limitations where this data resolution is being addressed. Yeah. So first of all, this is the first challenge the AI agents must able to address and recognize. We have discussed in terms of integrating the data itself, but the integration of the data must be orchestrated by and supervised by they call it domain expertise, in which is these professionals or human beings that is derived from experience. So this again poses an opportunity for the AI agents to improve the integration, the acquisition, integration, and the quality and processing of the data itself. And as you all know, in the subsurface world, we have to come up with many scenarios in order to adapt with the changing operating environments of the industry. There are certain circumstances where the operator will instruct the asset manager, I want to maximize my, for example, my voidage replacement ratio. So through integration of AI in the reservoir management, we could pass or come up with several scenarios. I want to inject in this area faster so that I can improve my VRR possibly by 1.1 and improve my mobility control by a certain amount. Yeah. So this is one of the challenges that AI agents is able to must be able to address, and of course it is also present an opportunity too. Yeah. So a lot of involvement of the human beings as well, that is driven by the experience and also supervised by physics itself as well. Yeah.
Lorzi, would you like to add something and how custom AI agents are transforming reservoir management?
Yeah. Thank you. I think what is digital twin of in reservoir management is it also need to be defined, because we don't really have the digital twin of the reservoir yet, because the reservoir is not like a well. For example, digital twin of well, it's easy to do, not easy, but because there is gauges, there is wellhead gauges, bottom hole gauges, everything measured, so it can be easy to convert into real-time digital twin. However, a reservoir at the subsurface, for example, we cannot control like everything there. We can control only one point at the well, and imagine that the reservoir is spread over the kilometers. So we don't know what is between the wells. We can only do some educated guess and also do some modeling. But however, the still models are not very certain at this level. So I think the digital twin of the reservoir management, it should be augmented with the AI agents. And to have the real-time responses, we need to have also a lot of the efforts to do it, to make it feasible and real. So we actually worked in ADNOC with all these reservoir management initiatives to improve for example, there is a smart reservoir management initiative where we have this AI agent which can predict the reservoir pressure in future, and also predict some oil rates, water rates, etc. at well level. And I think there is still a lot of improvement in this area, but now we're kind of doing progressing in this one. So AI agent in reservoir management, it mostly should have ability to not only to kind of replicate the history, but also to predict the nearest future, and also to augment the human eye. For example, to detect where we have and predict where we have the pressure depletion, or where we have the water breakthrough, or where we need to improve the injection. And yes, that is what I wanted to conclude.
Thank you very much. Before to open a question to the audience, the poll on the screen is very interesting. What is your confidence level in AI-driven decision today? And we have 37% of people that are not very confident. Pretty interesting poll. It shows that still there is a lot of work to do before we are fully ready to switch and to give the full control to AI. To all our panelists, in one word, very quickly, what will be the most important success factor for AI and digital twins in the next 5 years?
Allow me, I would say the clarity and the quality of data. That would be the main success factor for capitalize on AI in the next 5 years.
So data, and data again. And we have again discussed a lot about humans. How do we ensure humans remain in the loop as systems become more autonomous?
I'd like to start off with this one. Is basically, first of all, professionals must recognize the implication of AI. AI is going to change the nature of the business, not only on oil and gas, but all other sectors as well. So therein lies the importance of leadership, AI leadership. So AI is not treated as a silo, but the whole entirety of the business operations itself. So getting the awareness, education, and then impact of the AI in terms of the day-to-day job is essential to drive the business. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Just quick answer. For example, take the use case of reservoir pressure forecasting, right? For example, I guess how normally to do it, you develop the model, you kind of put it to work, but you put it in a test regime, right, for some time. Then when you compare to your human work, and then you history match, right, And this should be kind of iterative process, if you open feedback loop, and once you understand that your model convergence is pretty high and acceptable by your company, then you only kind of put it to work. But still, again, all the end users, because again, end users will, subject matter experts and people who work, they will tell exactly, right, whether it's successful or not. It's not being told by procurement, digital, or whomever. So basically, we have to create the environment so our end users, they fully understand the technology and they understand the decision decision made by AI based on what data and step-by-step understanding. Which data this consultant, how was the logic, which logic they took, and what is the outcome. And they probably need some kind of a tool to understand if I change this data, if I change this step within my workflow, end-to-end workflow, right, how the outcome changes, right? So without these tools, it would be difficult to trust AI models and products.
Thank you very much for all the input you have provided. We are going to end this panel. If you have some question to the panelists, please feel free to come meet with them during the networking time and to ask them questions. Once again, please give a round of applause for our panelists. Adam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Really appreciate it. Now we're on to is it on? Yeah. Now we're on to a very interesting presentation from Partha Pratim Dev, who's Venture Manager for Offshore Engineering for Rosenex, and it's called Digital Twin Framework for Late Asset Integrity Management of Oil and Gas Facilities, Separating Fact from Fiction. I'll just wait for them to just do a picture quickly before Partha will go on there as well. So, hope you enjoyed it, by the way. Fantastic. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And another round of applause for Partha, please. Thank you.
So, can you all hear me? Am I clear at the back? If silence means no, right? Can you guys hear me at the back? No, okay, then you can. Okay, so thank you very much. As Adam said, I think he didn't say that this is probably going to be an interesting presentation because I saw the slides in the poll where 2/3 of the audience here said zero or low confidence on AI or digital twins. Hopefully I can swing the dial a bit. I should actually be given more time to address the elephant in the room. But thank you very much for being here. My name is Partha Dev. I head the Structural Integrity Management discipline of Rosenex. And I'm also the project leader of ISO 19901-9 second edition, which will be published by late 2027. It'll be the first international standard on the offshore fixed structures, which will actually cover the AI and digital twin framework for the first time, and is expected to probably make an impact and address the confidence issues. So today's topic is, before I do that actually, if you can scan that code or get into Slido, use the code, you can throw all the questions in. Believe me, we'll have quite a few because I normally have very provocative presentations. So just a bit about myself. I've been in the industry for 36 years, shows my age. And I have been in the offshore industry. I'm an Australian of Indian origin and working in the UK, setting up our Europe operation. So sometimes when people say, where are you from? I have to think. But in this instance, I come from an operator background, but last almost 9 years, I've been setting up integrity management business. And the last 5 years, developing the standard with the top technical authorities from the likes of BP, Shell, Chevron, you name it, everyone. We've been working together to get this standard. So you get a code writer's perspective today, and I hope And if I swing any more this way, just please give me a warning because I'm a trip hazard all the time. So I'll let you look at it because probably you can see it faster than I can read it. But what I will do is I'll try to bring in a framework presenting it actually the digital twin framework of ISO standards for the first time ever. So Abu Dhabi is the first place where we are presenting it. It was in the domain of ISO experts, around 28 member countries who have seen it. But the motivation is to provide clarity on digital twins, how they can be used with efficacy by demonstrating how they can improve the late life management of aging facilities. So today, my content, though is about late life asset management for facilities, it can be extended to almost anything in the hazardous environment. I want to debunk some of the myths associated with digital twins and cut the clutter. Clutter is probably the most decent word I could put in. By referring to this framework in how it is covered in 1991-9 second edition. So before anything, I always like to tell a story. 15 minutes doesn't give you much time, but anyway, I'll go for it. This is probably a parable some of you would have known. It's about 6 blind men and an elephant. So this was an experiment probably, and 6 blind men were made to touch and feel the different parts of an elephant. So the guy who felt the trunk said it's a snake. Someone at the top said it's a fan. Someone touched the tail, said it's a rope. Someone touched the body on the side, said it's a wall. The tusk was probably a spear. So nobody got actually the elephant right. And that's the elephant in the room that I'll probably try to address. So I won't go into a sales plug here, but this is about Rosenex. We have a stand. We are the gold sponsors, proud gold sponsors for this event. So you can always talk to us about that. This is a bit of a sales. The history of the organization, we used to be Rosen. It was sold 2 years back. 45 years old company in pipeline integrity. It's a market leader in pigging, intelligent pigging. But I'm about to talk about offshore structures. So that's basically a business kind of architecture, but it's modeled on what the ISO standard is going to be about. So basically, from an operator's perspective, I'm being an ex-operator from Chevron and Woodside. For us, what's important? It's not analysis. It's not inspections. It's basically safe and continuous production. Safe because you don't have a choice. It's a given. And continuous production is what we want. And as service providers, sometimes the industry, there's a gap in communication. And then you have a regulator sitting on top. I'm very fortunate to basically represent all of them. And so I'll try to give you a holistic picture on what's coming. That's probably the only time, and just a bit of a self-brag. That's the ISO Standards Committee. It has a lot of different areas. The one you see at the bottom is the most complex one in the world. It's Structural Integrity Management of Offshore Structures, and that's my pretty name there. What's new in the standard? So you have a holistic integrity management framework. It has a very comprehensive assessment aspect to it, which, we have it in 4 levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, linear, to getting more and more complex, and the 4th one is risk-informed, only performed in 2 parts of the world, the North Sea, UK North Sea and Northwest Shelf of Australia, where I come from. RBI, risk-based inspection methods, a very important topic, and structural health monitoring and digital twin framework. This is what I'll focus on. And to manage the energy transition, we've got facilities repurposing, so using assets, fixed platforms, for, not just, before decommissioning, we can now look at using it for carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, any color, and substations. These are the 3 applications we are covering right now. CCS is something which I'm very excited about. So that's what we'll talk about. Now, this is probably the most important slide of my presentation, probably the most important slide. I won't be cheeky to say this is probably the most important slide from a digital twin framework in the offshore industry, because we took years to just come out with a flow chart. Engineers don't agree on almost everything. Structural engineers, never. It took me half the time in the last 5 years to get everyone to get that framework. If you want to take your cameras out, take it. This is going to be the industry standard. So what you're seeing, when it's published, it basically becomes the overarching global standard for 7,000 plus platforms of ADNOCs, Aramcos, everyone. They will have to follow. They follow right now the American Petroleum Institute, API, Petrosim, that'll be phased out. Only Gulf of Mexico will use it, but they will use this standard with a regional annex. Nobody else can. So you can imagine hundreds of billions of dollars of OPEX investments have to align to this standard. That's the power. So what you see there, unfortunately, the color, the one you see completely black to you, I'm colorblind, so you might be seeing a different color. So I don't know whether there's a pointer here. Even if it was, I won't know. The one, the two trapeziums or something, rhombus or whatever it is, left to that is basically the most important box. It shouldn't be a black box, but it's evaluation. That's the place where engineering judgment, decisions are made. But it's based on the green box, which is data coming from all different sources that you can see. So that data could be from a new structure, it could be an already existing structure being extended or being repurposed. What happens is, you have to demonstrate that a structure is fit for service at any point in time, which means it's ready and used and useful for the purpose it's intended to be. Now, in order to have that, you need to demonstrate that the structure is fit for service. If you don't have enough information, then you get into assessments. You do analysis, what we engineers love quite a lot. We do all those, pretty nice, sophisticated assessments. If you need more data than that, then we go into diagnostics. That's the strategy box that you see on the green on the right. That's when you have the inspections. Now, offshore structures, half or more part of the structure is underwater, so you don't get to see it. And it has marine growth. It's very expensive. It disrupts platform operations. No operator loves it. No operator likes it. They hate it. So you basically have to do pressure, under pressure, water jetting to remove the marine growth, which is like steel. And you have to inspect those areas which you expect may have fatigue damage or something else. And you could get it wrong. And you may think it's all okay, everything is fine, but something else is cracking. So how do you deal with that? That's where monitoring comes in, putting in sensors at the top, accelerometers, and then measuring the frequency. Frequency is a function of stiffness, which is the strength of a structure. So having some accelerometers on the top sides can actually tell you if something is going on below. That's monitoring. And when you do that, you optimize the analytical model. That is the process of digital twinning. So how important this is? Extremely important, because you may have 200 people on an asset. Could be, our son, daughter, brother, sister, dad, mother. So they need to be evacuated. They need to be taken out if there's a problem. So then comes that monitoring can actually provide that. But what if you get it wrong? What's the case if it's a false positive or a false negative? We'll talk about that. So effectively, this is an iterative loop that you go through, and monitoring also is a part of it. So this is probably the most important slide, at least in my presentation. And that's the framework, a very, very simplistic view of the levels of a framework that we have to deal with. So I've got 5 minutes. I'll now go into 5 myths that we have. And hopefully, I'll try to separate the facts from fiction. That's a representation. Anyone wants to have a copy of that, probably through the organizers, they can. Otherwise, they can contact me at my stand. That's the process of digital twinning, a typical classical digital twinning. And we can talk about classical AI, deep learning, machine learning tools, or hallucinating with data like augmentative tools. So let's get into the myths, and let's see how fast I can get it done. So one is, it's just a 3D model. So separating fact from fiction, Now, I can't read it, and I don't remember what I write most of the time. But I'll see if I can do a job. So fiction is, some people say a CAD model, AutoCAD model is a digital twin. It could be, but not as per the ISO standard. What we are saying is that it's a more complex and a visual representation of a facility. Basically, we are converging the measured response to the analytical response to improve the analytical model to take better decisions, risk-informed decisions. So the next one is, oops, I've done something. The second one is about significant upfront spending is needed on IoT tools. No, you can actually have few accelerometers, but you have to tone down your expectations on what you want from it. And you can basically, it's better to have it rather than not. The third one is it'll replace human intelligence. I would say it won't, in the sense that the complexity of offshore structures is such that you need AI for augmenting intelligence rather than automating it. So we are very far away from reaching that stage, and we're not going to be there. So myth 4, they can always be trusted. This is very important. And we saw the previous poll where there was so low confidence for making critical decisions. This is where the problem is. Digital twinning and sensors have been there for more than 40 years. It's so useful, then why didn't it pick up? There wasn't a problem with it. The problem is that it can give so important critical decisions like taking people out, that false positive means you've taken people out, inspected, taking months of disruption, and it turns out to be it was a false alarm. False negative means people may die. You may have fatalities for ignoring it, and you lose the license to operate. So basically, to have a validated system is very important. For corroboration, we'll discuss that in a panel discussion, probably at 4:45 today. And the last one is it'll take over, DTs will take over the world to take decisions on our behalf. It's not going to happen, not till I retire. Sorry, it won't happen so soon. It's meant to help us, and so that's what we are saying. It's for augmenting purpose. And so the conclusion is that elimination of false positives and false negatives is the key. We are working towards that. So it's corroborative evidence that you need. Like, for example, you need an X-ray, MRI, CT scan to distinguish between an ulcer versus a cancer of the human body. Why would you do it any differently with structural health? So structural DTs can basically, is an integral tool for fitness for service, for basically taking data to information, information to decision. And it'll be the first, this ISO 19901-9, second edition, will be the first one which has the structural framework, and we are very happy to represent that. Any questions? I don't know if anyone had any Slido questions, or anyone wants to ask a spontaneous question from the audience. Please feel free. Anything from the Slido? Any questions from the audience? I know I'm standing between you and the lunch. I think there's one more session after me. So if nothing, then 4:45, we have a panel discussion. So hopefully we can catch up then. Thank you very much.
We're very grateful to have Prathim also as a gold sponsor. Please go and reach out to them. They have a stand here as well. And I think it'd be very interesting to have a discussion also with you regarding... Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no problem. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. We'll do that in the panel. No problem. Thank you for interacting. We're now moving on to our panel before lunch, which is on agentic AI. So agentic AI has been getting a lot in the news recently. It's a big thing, obviously, and it's quite interesting how it's going to be applied within a safety-critical industry like oil and gas. It's moderated by the wonderful Marivi Yabit Santiago, Senior Engineer for Reservoir Management for ADNOC, and it's a stellar cast. So I'll get all the panelists to step up. I'll get them to introduce themselves. And a big round of applause, please. Thank you.
There is one missing. Richard? Yeah, because I met him. This weekend, yes.
Sorry, thank you.
You are the lucky one. We are waiting for you. Sorry. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. I know everyone is hungry, but we will dedicate the next 15 minutes to explore and understanding how the agentic AI and retrieval augmented generation. I would like to give the chance to my panel to introduce themselves. We can start in this way.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Mohan David. I am working in ADNOC HQ. I am the program manager for AI PSO. It's primarily a digital twin of our well network. I'm really happy to be here to be with this panel to discuss about the evolving trend in the AI and digital twin. Thank you for coming, and I hope we will have good interactions and discussions here. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Megan Snethledge. I'm the VP of Business Development at an organization called Virum. We're based out of Calgary, Alberta, but we're supporting clients around the world to scale digital twin or visual operations implementations. Really, we come from the foundations of leveraging reality capture and laser scans as the foundation of building out your digital innovation programs. Our technology is incredibly flexible and interoperable because we really come from the lens of supporting, separating data from software and plugging it into platforms and tools that are valuable and that are flexible enough for our clients and owners and operators to leverage them based on their, digital strategies and initiatives in that space. So really what we're doing is enabling our clients to set up the foundations based on geospatial and visual data, implementing it with integrated operations and real-time information that sets us up for, implementing and augmenting with AI models and the like. So looking forward to the discussion today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Erica Parn. I think I'm the only academic speaker on this panelist, but I am a research scientist at New York University, Abu Dhabi. I recently joined. Previous to that, I was a researcher at Cambridge University in the civil engineering department, and most of our research has been on how to digitally twin both construction sites and also buildings for asset management and facilities management in particular.
But this is so interesting because you make our panel honestly very diverse. When we have someone from the university, it's amazing. Yes, please.
Nice. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon all. My name is Wali Ziadat. I am the VP for Corva AI. I'm happy to be here because my initial start in the oil and gas was in Abu Dhabi. So thank you, Adam, for the invite. I think we will enjoy the time and the discussion. I have almost 20 years experience in oil and gas, especially in the drilling, formation evaluation, and upstream industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself. Adam already mentioned my name, Mariví Santiago. I'm working in ACNOC, and my journey in AI started around 3 years back with my doctorate and some projects, okay? I will request if they can post it. We have one question to all of you. I will invite you to interact. Is this possible? Because this one will help to the panel today to check our level on the topic. I don't know, is possible to post it? Basically, this question is how you rate your understanding in agentic AI, okay? Is you can scan and the panelists will see here in the monitor hear from each one of you. It's the time for start with the topic. How this, how we can explain, I know the level of the audience is related, but how to make this topic for everyone understand, how we can explain the agentic AI, especially in oil and gas, in each one of the field, because this is one of the opportunity we have today. We have very diverse. Okay, how we can explain this concept in each one of your area.
Okay, I think I will explain from upstream perspective, but the overall concept is similar. When we say digital twin, it's primarily creating a replica of your asset process, right? And how we are going to leverage it to take decisions, right? But in upstream, we have been using digital twin for several years. For example, a digital twin of a well network or a cluster or a piece of equipment, compressors. It is locally designed to monitor a specific function and optimize it. Now, with the AI coming into picture, for example, Gen AI, including RAG, agentic AI, it is really transforming the way we are looking at the digital twin. So digital twin is no more seen to be more used for reactive optimization, but how we can have a large-scale digital twin which we can leverage to do proactive optimization, and AI is really helping it to happen, right? So that means AI can be the brain, but that connects multiple digital twins across different components or subcomponents, and you have an orchestrator that can continuously look at the optimization happening, activities happening, and then it can maximize and create the balance of production and injection to maximize optimization across the field. That is where we are going towards, and why it is required is AI is fundamental, or digital twin is fundamental for autonomous operations and lean operations. That is something the industry is going towards, and AI is enabling it. So I see all these capabilities, maybe RAG, let's say if RAG is primarily how we ingest the domain knowledge to the digital twin, right? And AI, physics-informed AI, meaning how we make sure the results are accurate in terms of physics, right? So the AI is not, deviating from its objective function, rather it always works within the principles, first-order principles. Now, the agentic AI will help in terms of proactively learn, adapt, take actions, and continue to self-learn. So it brings an autonomy, level of autonomy. So I think this is, though the concept is common, from upstream perspective, we are looking into how digital twins can enable a holistic autonomy.
I like when you say multiple digital twins. This is something definitely. Your chance.
Yeah, I think fantastic points. Hard to follow that one up, but I think I would consider 3 key points on this coming from general operations perspective, from what we're seeing in the way that our clients are leveraging these technologies. And I would say first and foremost, this is about accelerating the mean time to action, from identifying insights from the facility or asset through to planning an activity and executing on that. So really leveraging things like RAG, we can use these tools to gather information. I think some organizations today are gathering over 10 billion data points a day. So how do we process that? And then how do we leverage historical data on legacy assets to even accelerate and reduce the cognitive load further to help us make not only faster decisions, but more intelligent decisions based on holistic information that really hasn't been an avenue available to us historically. So once we start to do that, we can accelerate the time to not only making decisions from weeks to seconds to minutes, got those mixed up. But even then introducing something like agentic AI that then really becomes prescriptive. So from my perspective, what we're seeing with our clients right now is really the introduction of the RAG piece. So opening up these data channels to make sure that all of your sources of data are speaking to each other and contextualize and have access. So really centralizing that and opening up that communication so that you can then apply something like an RAG to help you make those decisions faster and identify where you need to be focusing attention. Then comes in the next step that we see will be this agentic AI model, where not only is it helping you accelerate identification to planning to decision making, but also then enacting a workflow, which could look like, okay, we've got some sensor data that's triggering here. We understand historical inspection reports or work orders. It's analyzing all of that, helping you draw attention to it, but then maybe even taking it to the next level and triggering a maintenance work order and the team who would be responsible for carrying that out. So that's really the evolution that we're seeing here, and a lot of our organizations that we work with are at various stages of this maturity or enablement, but we do see pretty much, I would say near to 100% of clients that are starting down this digital twin journey have this end game in mind, where they know they need to be deploying these tools for centralization, control centers, things like that, to deploy these kind of technologies that really enable us to work faster and more intelligently.
So I would like to add to what's already been said, but maybe even challenge or add to the existing definitions about digital twins and how does AI fit in. So an analogy that we used often with my colleagues is that if you take the digital twin on its own, it is kind of like the brain. I know you use the brain as an analogy for AI, but the way we see it is that a digital twin is the asset brain, the physical body is your asset. Once you connect those two, you're then able to control the physical asset in the real world. The AI today has really unlocked the potential of digital twins. Whereas before we were looking at kind of static dashboards, maybe not as much action in the physical world. Today, I think AI has given that brain a language, and it's very similar to how the human body and brain develops. We start out with an infant brain. We don't yet know how to communicate, but the AI, the RAG, and the LLMs are developing that level of wisdom for the digital twin to be able to communicate with its operators. And I think AI has really unlocked that potential now. It's become more user-friendly than ever before for operators to query what is happening with their digital twins, thanks to LLMs and thanks to RAGs that are then supplying the ground source truth, so information that is most relevant to that specific asset. And then agentic RAG is what allows us to query and question what is the ground source of truth and how is the AI making some of the assumptions or decisions around it. So it's really given a voice to the digital twin where it previously perhaps didn't have as much.
This is what you say when you mention user-friendly, definitely. Because before we used to hear something like too far, like we cannot reach it. But nowadays it's not like that. Your chance.
Thank you, Dr. Alika. I think like the point that you make about making it or giving it a voice. So, by the way, in my thought, I think that agentic AI is a paradigm shift when it comes to AI in the industry today. And I will come to some use cases that can explain that. Today, our industry is what we call data rich. And I want to comment on what Mr. Saleh have been highlighted. The Standish report highlighted, yes, 65 plus minus like failed projects or considered to be failed. Actually, in the energy industry, it's considered maybe more. So sometimes you need to zoom in from the data to knowledge or how you can maybe understand the logic behind it. So 60 or 70% is huge. So are we in a failing industry? Obviously not. But sometimes really the planning phase become the issue, or how you can measure if you need to drill a well that will cost 20 million and become 25. You need to compare the win and loss because of that. If you lose, if you will gain in production, then it is a good deal. Huh? If you are losing, that's the issue. So we need to move from data-rich operation to decision-rich. today there is in the digital twin a lot of what we call passive mirror. So we have very good reflection on what's happening in the assets, in the operation, in terms of visualization, simulation, and alert. But really that does not bring a lot of value and impact to our operation. And in order to translate this to a value, we need to make sure that we have different agents, which is the agentic AI, that can talk and they can shift the objective. I will give one example that today we have really good collaboration with ExxonMobil, and the focus was around predictive drilling. And it is a journey, by the way. You cannot, tomorrow you can say that I want agentic AI and you are going to the moon. It's not like this. So we started by what we call advisory system. So the driller sees a screen that give him some parameters or guidance. And the whole concept, if you look to the driller in a standard well, he needs to make around 20,000 decisions per well. That's for like onshore, maybe simple well. If you go to offshore, horizontal, that could be 50. Maybe more complicated wells, it could be 100,000 decisions to be per well, which is a lot. It is really something you need more of kind of decision support system. So we started by the advisory. Then we figure out that because the human factor come to the play here, not all the time they follow up the instruction. So we start to capture and we connect to HR how we can maybe reflect that in bonus and performance of the drillers.
Next,
bonus. The bonus, and you need to take it somewhere. Then the whole reason was really how we can make it automated. And to automate the process, you need the collaboration between different factors, the drillers, the controller on the rig sites, the service companies, the technology provider by our side, and the operator definitely will orchestrate all this. So we moved to what we call closed loop system. And does it work perfectly from the beginning? No. So we try to measure how much interaction, which is the driller need to take control from the AI or the agents and try to make it manual because he see there is some risk, that maybe there is some failure, which is linked maybe to what a lot, 70% of the people here was not sure or even have some doubts about the AI decision making, which is a valid concern. So we try to measure how many times the driller take over from the AI agents. So that was really phase one until we reach a point from like at least hundreds of interventions or where the driller take over to less than a 10, which is, could be a good achievement. Now we are in the process of linking multiple factors because when you are drilling, it's not only about the ROP or how fast you are drilling. It is sometimes you need to integrate the risk, the safety factors, so vibration and really equipment failure. So you have to have multiple agents collaborating and you need to improve each agent separate. I hope that I give you some maybe use case that you can deploy. Thank you.
I think you generate a topic for the next panel that is not, we are not talking today, but is all the time we talk about adoption. Okay, this type of bonus for adoption definitely will be a strategy. Okay, going to this, I don't know, Adam, is possible to get the participation regarding to the second questions? The question that you will see on the screen is in which segment we can see what is the best or the benefit, what is the segment that is definitely most benefit around AI. For my panelists, for Richard and Megan, in your experience, okay, where and seeing the most, where we can see definitely in upstream, in gas, all this benefit regarding to AI automation, where we can definitely, is tangible all the benefit that we have in upstream, in I don't know, in your area.
Okay, I think it's very clear most of the AI, even in the past, manufacturing industry are the first adopter of AI. Why? Because the processes are standardized, right? So you know exactly it's assembly line, right? So you know what's the steps. So you can automate. The fundamental of AI to work is, at least at this point of time, is make sure we have all the processes defined and standardized. That will drive continuous availability of data for AI to take decisions. One example is our Google, autonomous car. It was there for several years, but unfortunately, we could not operationalize for several years, and still we are struggling. Why? Because the road should be, a clean road with clear signs, and also the technology that will help you to identify different objects and patterns. It depends on how good your foundations are to make an autonomous work. It is the example we can learn, right? So, same it is applicable for our industry. The fast loop cycles are pretty much where we can see value. For example, production optimization in upstream, right? We know exactly all the equipments, right? Out of all the domains within upstream, for example, if you look at the subsurface, the risk is very high, right? Uncertainty is very high. So then can we apply AI and leverage value? Yes, I think there are some opportunities coming in. But at this point of time, production optimization is the place where AI and digital twin are getting successful. We are seeing value. So how we can model a well, how we can model a facility, how we can couple them together, how we can continuously deliver data by the real-time data point, which is more, driven by real-time data. I think you have, excellently mentioned about the importance of data, right? So the fundamental foundation required to make an AI or digital twin work is available in the production domain, right? So that's what I see. And if you look at the sustainability, yes, we can enable the production domain and we can see value, but if you need to look at a company sustainability and the strategy of the company and the objective of the company, you need to look at the holistic picture of the company's objective, right? And also sustainable production. So it is very imperative, though the value is generated from the production domain or the production optimization, you also need to know whether the domains that is scattering the production or the hydrocarbon to the wells is also in sync with each other, right? So you have closed loop optimization, short term, you have the fast loops, and also the long loop, which is slow loop on the geoscience side. And in between, your reservoir comes into picture.
Be careful with what you will say.
Right. So if you need to bring these two domains together, even the digital twin is trying to, or the AI is trying to produce more, whether you have the reservoir and the subsurface constraints and the deliverability of the reservoir is supporting it in a fast loop, right? That's where the AI is really helping us to move from the traditional models, especially from a short-term optimization, to data-driven and surrogate models and physics-informed models. So they can still give a short-term forecast that will help our production domain to continuously produce and sustain it. So at this point of time, in the upstream, the production is where we see the value. I think to realize more value, I think we will continue to have a full autonomy. As I mentioned, you cannot have a complete autonomy across all the value chain, but a level of autonomy, level 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is where you go towards autonomous, towards the facilities, towards the production network. But then in the reservoir domain, at least we should be there somewhere between 3 and 4. So you have a holistic value creation. So that is the value that I see from an upstream point of view.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and I want to kind of double click on two of the concepts that you called out there. And I would say the first one, of course, I think we all agree, is the quality and accessibility of data has to be the foundation here. And I think what's critical about that is, again, the interoperability. So there's, I think, 250 classifications of digital twin today. And so if you hear, you know, somebody offering you a turnkey off-the-shelf digital twin, I would say buyer beware, just as a side note on that. But all of those digital twin inputs, as we consider them, could be, you know, components that are required to feed a digital twin, which is then leveraged to develop, you know, AI leveraged models and operational enhancements, or whatever you want to call them. But those systems, those components, critically need to be speaking to each other and be open source and open architecture. Because if you're deploying closed source systems that aren't, you know, you don't have the capacity to feed them into each other, then you're really limited by what kind of AI models and outputs that you can achieve. So I would say that would be foundation number one. As we are developing and progressing as an industry towards fully autonomous, you know, facility management and things like this, one of the nearer term or kind of immediate use cases that we're seeing a lot of value from, or a lot of activity towards from our clients in the downstream space, is predictive maintenance and analytics in that space. So I would say, you know, 100% of the clients that we're working with right now are really striving to move off of calendar-based inspections and reliability programs to risk-based inspections, because you can save a lot of money on that, and, you know, eliminate a lot of the rework or arbitrary work that's done when you have those systems. So in order to progress towards that, you can leverage the data. And again, this comes back to, you know, leveraging some kind of an RAG model that can access historical data sets, whether it's inspection, historical inspection reports and maintenance records and all of this with your CML or TML inspection data that you have accessible today, and integrating that with your sensor IoT systems and relating that to the contextualization of your process unit. When you have a digital twin with an XYZ geospatial coordinate system, you can then bring all of that information together and create these models where it says, you know, based on these operating conditions or site conditions, you can create these kind of if-then scenarios that can pull in historical references to really help you to find where and when you're going to have risk across your facilities and specific units. So I'd say that is one that is a huge driver right now that can be, you know, implemented to certain degrees today that's driving value. And I think that's really important as organizations are looking at their AI and digital automation strategies, to start with a pain point and grow from there. I agree, like we can see on the screen here, you know, everybody agrees that for the most part, you still have to have a human in the loop. And I think that's really important for these discussions, is determining how do we balance, you know, human oversight with AI autonomy when our models start to become predictive. So I think it's important to keep that in mind for sure.
Thank you. I will have the third question for my two panelists here. Something that we are hearing since this morning is about data, okay? But I didn't hear till now is there is a best practice for safety protocols when we are using data to prevent any data leak when we are deploying AI projects. Is you wants to comment about that?
Sure. So I would like to just point to an example which you can go and have a look. We have a stand here, and you can meet some of the researchers from our lab and also some of the robots that we're working together with. And one of the examples on maybe safety and regarding data leakage, both physical safety on the construction site and also the way that we deployed this robot. It's called Lisa. The point of it is being localized. The data is local, not on a cloud. It's an intelligent safety assistant. So the point of this robot is to assist you as you're, for example, surveying a site, assess health and safety risks just by using voice commands, and it's equipped with camera and LiDAR as well. This is just one small example of an AI agent working together with a human in the loop for the purpose of actually health and safety monitoring in the field. In terms of ensuring safety, I think that's a critical part of any digital twin and any kind of physical digital integration together. Cybersecurity is a big concern. We have an entire group of researchers looking at cybersecurity of digital twins with critical infrastructures, especially in the field of construction, where it may not be as common to consider such things happening. And we have noticed fairly recently many big companies experiencing issues with that. But there's many elements to safety. You can talk about safety of cybersecurity. You can talk about safety when it comes to alignment with the AI agents, and then also considering how do we trust these agents to be deployed in safety-critical missions. But I believe digital twins overall have had a really strong use case in the health and safety applications across many industries. So if you do want to see this in action, just come and have a look at our stand. And just more than anything, I would encourage industry here within the region, within Abu Dhabi and beyond, to just come and visit in person and just to see some of the robotics and the field technologies that we're deploying, where we're combining AI agents together to make tools that are useful within the field.
Thank you. It's your chance.
Maybe what you'll not like my feedback. So I have a little bit maybe contradiction here. Through my career, I shift between technical and R&D and business. So I still the issue in the region that we don't make this breakthrough. So in R&D and technology, yes, there is a lot of focus, there is a lot of hype around it, and it's paradigm shift at the end of the day. But at the same time, when I receive tenders, nothing is written there. Tenders about basic visualization, basic analytics, and it is morely competitive about how you can reflect in the cost factor, which is really contradicting all what we said today. So we need to make sure that how we can prove the POV and POC to be scale up. So maybe I will poke Dr. Chris here. Last year we meet and we discuss the project. Today we are trying to connect to the rigs, not connected. So we are in shadow mode. So really how adaptive we are, which is something that we need to be focused. I think there is something in the science I used in my research. It's called complex adaptive system, which is part of emergence behavior, which is really building into how we can replicate what God created. If you look to the school of fish or group of birds, they fly together. There is no leader, there is no governance telling them how to do. There is simple rules normally. They follow and they make this emergence behavior. So we need to create something similar in our industry. We need to move from today monitoring, analyzing, acting, which is all the RTOCs in the globally or in the region, to maybe to sense and decide and act and learn. To be fair here, like the ADNOC offshore, and I don't want to offend anybody, that today they are really moving in that direction. So we see that they are launching the IROC. I believe that this is really incubator for any AI, and maybe a smart system, agentic AI can be working that one. And the agentic here really focus into collaboration, because you need to collaborate. If there is no collaboration between all the entities, but normally for any particular well, from drilling to production, we are talking about hundreds of companies and people collaborating. So if they are not collaborating in the AI domain as well, really we will not deliver the value. Back to you.
Today I have to remember a neutral here.
Neutral.
Yes. We have 5 minutes remain, okay? And I want to take the last question that we request from our audience that is regarding to AI and how secure and responsible we can be regarding to the digital twins, regarding to all this process, because definitely I had a conversation before to start the panel, and one of the things that we hear most, especially here in the Gulf, is the people is afraid about the data, about to share, and we know for make all this model perfect, we need to train it with data, okay? And as we can see how is the answer regarding to the decision making. How is we trust to take a safety decision in case of safety decision? I will allow to my panel to have a close remark regarding to this topic because we have 5 minutes remaining. Okay. Thank you, guys. You can feel free. Come on, guys.
So
want to be at the school.
Okay. So from my point of view, some of the work that I did before joining New York University was with my researchers at Cambridge. And in that case, we were very adamant at having the human in the loop to verify and to check and train the agent to ensure that the responses were correct, that they were grounded in the relevant information to reduce hallucinations and errors. So I think we're still, even to this day, very much dependent on having a human in the loop with agentic RAG. I would definitely say that. So we at no point in time saw that this was yet still at a stage where it could be fully autonomous. There needed to be that operator in the field, and the context in which we applied this was with Highways England, looking at using LLMs to query the digital twins of the roads and using those to assist the operators on site with maintenance tasks and activities. But there definitely needed to be that expert to validate and check and ensure that the responses were correct. Of course, this is in a research setting, but we were working hand in hand together with industry to develop that.
So even when you talk about digital twin, it is not ready, to be honest, that we can really leverage to run an autonomous operation. Huge amount of human workforce are required to make sure these digital twin are live and relevant to take any action. So though the human element, we are looking only from an act point of view, but to make it act, we have to completely transform the way we are managing our business process, the way we are managing the data, how this digital twin are continuously updated. It's an elephant, right? So this is the time where more humans are required to make sure this digital twin are there, sustained, to allow AI to take a decision. This is number one. Number two is, even we make a decision, the human is, we are moving away from the human decision, but human in loop autonomy. And human, if AI is going to give some decisions or is going to give some actions to be done, there's going to be a lot of actions, right? We don't have that much of people to go to the field and do an action. So it's a transformation, right? So next at least 5-10 years, AI is going to generate a lot of opportunities, but do we have people to do the work?
I want to add on to that as well, because I think what you just said is super important, because there's also some nuances and kind of ethical considerations that need to be discussed soon about exposing gaps and risks and having so much access to data and using these models to identify and flag all of these areas of concern. There's often a see something, do something, or say something policy amongst organizations. And so what is the level of expectations that we're putting on these people who are now having visibility to all of these gaps and risks? So how do we manage that piece as well? Not only, do you then potentially have a resourcing issue with addressing all of them, but how much, expectation are we putting on people to be accountable for those flags?
So I think I just want to take this chance. I think the value is really amazing, and we need to start and accelerate the process. I just want to, something happened this morning that we was applying for a bid with the university in Saudi, one of the elite even globally. And today I received a call from the focal point in that university saying that the technical proposal was by far the best from anything we have seen. For your information, it was built around the concept of agentic AI. And we create some agents that can create this proposal. It's created in 3 days, by the way. Normally, that takes us like months of preparing. So you need to be really sometimes give it the chance and test it in something maybe you believe that's not important for you today and see the value. Then you can maybe scale it up, mobile it, and grow from there. Good luck.
Yes, thank you so much. I have been such an honor to have all of you and listen. I think Adam now have more topics with all these important interventions, and I think already we are going to launch. Yes?
No,
thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for having us.
So before we go to lunch, we have a brilliant presentation from Scott Benesh from Viram, who's going to be stepping up and presenting a visual way of working. But before that, let them do a photo. It's always a nice thing to do a bit of a photo before someone comes up. I like that. Fantastic. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. And please, a round of applause. Is Scott here? Scott in the room? Yes. So, round of applause for Scott, please. Thank you.
Aren't I lucky? I get to keep you guys from lunch, so I'll try and make this quick and short and as interesting as possible. So, yeah, I'm Scott Benesh. I'm one of the co-founders of Viram, and we create a VizOps platform. And I'll try and introduce what that is. I hope this is a light topic. I'll skip over a lot of the detailed stuff because I think you guys have heard a lot about it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about reality first and how that's going to help you in your digital twin journey and how you get people to use this digital twin technology. So when we talk about some of the industry trends, I like to talk about increased adoption of reality capture. So reality capture is how do you represent reality in an efficient way that people can actually use it and understand it? And then you can start to unlock engineering use cases. And that the other one is increased adoption of cloud services. So cloud is used to be kind of a controversial subject. Some people are still struggling with use of cloud, but it's really coming around, and it's almost becoming a necessity when we're dealing with all these large data sets. So when you talk about reality capture, some of the challenges are that it's difficult to collaborate, and there's no real central place for it, and that's where the cloud comes into place. But when you bring in the cloud, you have other challenges. Data can be siloed, and there's a lot of different tools for people to use where people have to log into 3 or 4 or 5 different systems. They have to have licenses for those systems to be able to use it. So how can we solve that with sort of a VizOps platform? So you guys are probably sick and tired of hearing about digital twins. And when I mention digital twins, I bet you everybody in here has a different idea of what a digital twin is. And I heard in the last session that somebody said that there was 250 classifications of digital twins. These are some of the ways that they are mentioned. So if you look at this is sort of a study that was done on the 250 classifications of digital twins. I won't talk about this whole slide, but what I like is on the bottom left, there is a study that was done that employees spend nearly 29% of their day or their week looking for data, trying to find this digital twin data information. That is a huge waste of time. Can they trust that data? Can they do it speedily such that they can action the data and get the data whenever they need it? That's the challenge. Of these 250 digital twin applications, the challenge is how do you get people to be able to access it, understand it, make decisions, and make actions on that. And that's where VizOps comes in. So visual operations, in contrast to data operations, is really where your people will be able to access this digital twin information that you're creating. You will see a lot of return on investment. You'll get a lot more support from your team if you layer VizOps over top of this complex and detailed digital twin information. Think of it as a user interface, a way that your people can consume this in a way that the human brain allows them to consume it and act on it. So when we talk about that, really, when you think about the human brain, and then we all have to go back to that, data is no use unless the human can actually use it and act on it. 90% of information is transmitted to the brain visually, okay? So if you got a spreadsheet with data, you're not gonna remember much, but if you can see something that the human brain is used to, you're going to remember it, you're gonna be able to process it 60,000 times faster, you're gonna remember it 400 times longer, or better retention of the information. That's huge. VisOps turns that complicated digital twin information into this VisOps that has these benefits for your worker, okay? So on the left-hand side, when you think about the asset data, that's all good digital twin information that you have as an organization or are developing. I'm not slamming that. That's good information, that's good data. Underneath that is your visual data, your CAD models, potentially laser scans. When we marry those two together and integrate them, that's how we get this VisOps platforms that people can interact. Not only that, when you connect all of that asset data together, you start to expose errors, you start to improve your asset data, because whenever you're doing quality control on data, really what you're doing is you're comparing data to reality. Does it all match up? Yes or no? If it does, you've got good quality data. That's difficult. With VisOps, that brings it all together. It almost makes it impossible not to find the errors and to fix them when you connect everything together. Okay? So I think this is going to be the video. Oh, the video worked. Good. So you have reality data, you have design models, this is a little video, you bring it together, you have plan versus reality, you can start to tag everything in that reality data, and everything gets rooted in that XYZ of reality data. This is a web-hosted platform that people just log in and they can start to go in and find all that digital twin information. They can visualize it in 3D, they can visualize it in these high-resolution photos. But what this does is instantly people can access the information and it gets contextualized where you can start to plan it out. No longer do you have to put on your boots, get on a plane or on a bus and go to site. You can just log in, visit site, and access all that information. Oh, it's looping. Good. Okay, so in closing, you're actually using VisOps right now in your day-to-day life. Think about years ago, before we had Google Maps or what have you. Data ops was somebody would write down directions, and you'd write it down, and you'd have it in your hand, and you'd be driving. VisOps is really 3D representation or 2D representation where you can just look at it, and away you go. Which one do you prefer to use? Which one will your people prefer to use? Which one do you understand? Which one will you remember? Which one makes it safer? Which one really helps you plan out your route? So think of it that way. You've got that data ops on the left-hand side. Just link it all together in a 3D visualization, and you'll have it. And that's no different than this. You've got good data ops. It could be a simple spreadsheet. It could be data sheets. It could be databases with all this good predictive analytics. On the right-hand side, this is how your people can access it, visualize it, understand it. They'll prefer to work in it. Whenever you do this, if you're developing one of those data ops platforms on the left-hand side, your people will use it more. They'll understand it. They'll get action. You'll get more support from your team. It's a real aha moment. So it's very simple, very easy. And you'll get a lot of value out of it. So what are some of the benefits? It really helps in the decision making, right? You don't have to imagine what it's going to look like. You don't have to imagine where the equipment has to go. You don't have to imagine where the work is so you can do it at safety. It helps you plan and schedule. Your planners and schedulers can jump right in. They can They can optimize their plans. They can reduce the number of cranes on site. They can make sure whenever they're doing something, people know where it is and they can do it safely. You get greater collaboration. With this cloud hosting, everything's sitting, everybody's looking at that same data set. No longer are people downloading CAD models and downloading laser scans so they have it on there, and everybody's wondering, do you have the right version or not? We're all looking at the same one at the same time. We're putting notes in that same one, and somebody on the other side of the world will see it in real time. You'll be able to go in anywhere in the world and see what your plant is doing. What's the pressure, temperature? Are there any alarms? I've got an upset condition. I need to see what this pump is doing. Boom, boom, boom. It's all available to you just like that, so you can respond to any issues or any critical things that are happening. You can reduce the site visits. Some of our clients said the most dangerous things that their people do is travel to site. You don't have to travel to site. It won't eliminate all site visits, but it certainly eliminates a lot. Not only that, you have access to the site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay? You can identify risks earlier. You know, is this work going to be safe? I'm not just putting it on a Gantt chart. I'm not just listing it. I'm visualizing it. So is it going to be safe? Am I working over top of somebody else? Are things going to be dropping? Right? Are there things in the way? Do I need personal protective equipment? Are there permits in place? You can visualize the permits. And you obviously improve productivity. What has happened with a lot of our clients is they would have, say, 10 planners on site that have to walk around on site, plan the work. They've replaced that with 3 planners in the home office. You get people off site, you get people able to do their work a lot better using VisOps. So there you go. I gave you 5 minutes back so you guys can go have lunch. But we are Viram in the corner here. Drop by if you'd like to get a little more information on VisOps.
I'll just make one comment. I think what this also does, it breaks down some of those barriers in terms of the mindset shift that took place. It's engaging and therefore help people embrace the value of using AI.
Love it. So what he said is it helps break down the barriers so that people can actually understand it and use it, and they can see the value quickly and easily. So
watch out! I've been given a microphone. This could get dangerous, and it's lunchtime. The other point is as well, the one thing we don't talk about enough, as you in effect you're talking about autonomous here, remote operations, not having to send people out to a site. We also need to take into account not just the health and safety positive impact, but the focus on sustainability.
Exactly.
Reduced emissions.
Reduced emissions, absolutely. Any other questions? If you have any questions one-on-one, just please stop by. I'll be at that booth as well. So, fantastic. Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you.
All right, guys, we have a lunch, so feel free to come back in about an hour and a half. Hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoyed the morning sessions, and look forward to seeing you after lunch. Thank you.
started talking to a machine. That was interesting. That was the first time where I was talking to a machine in a very interesting bidirectional way. Before that, it was like talking to an IVR, like calling a Etisalat. You want to talk to this for 2 minutes, the minimum, right? But here it was different. And in my mind, I thought this will change the world. And I think it is changing the world because it's a new way to interact with machines, hardware, in a very human-friendly way, just by writing or talking to it. This is a revolution, and we'll talk about that. So during the last 3 years, what we saw was a number of terms. Chatbots. ChatGPT is a chatbot. Perplexity, Gemini, Claude. And then we saw copilots. Microsoft introducing these agents within your desktop in Word, Outlook, etc. And now we are talking about autonomous agents. I think this is the most interesting topic for you working in the oil and gas industry. Because copilots and chatbots are for your personal productivity. Ask your personal questions, you get your personal answers. But how do I use generative AI and agentic platforms to improve your business processes? Like a self-driving car, right? I heard this morning that we cannot trust AI. Who has tried a self-driving car? I feel better in a self-driving car than some of these taxis in Abu Dhabi. I don't know you. This is all about AI, all right? So I want to tell you that there's no way out. We have to master this type of technologies and make use of it to improve the revenue and the productivity of your organization. So it's not just the individual productivity, but it is about scaling judgment, creativity, and impact at enterprise scale, but with a ROI. There's no ROI, don't engage into these initiatives. So this is what we try to do at Inception, to focus on enterprise AI solutions with responsible AI baked in. So just one slide on Inception. We are around 300 people. We have many applied data scientists. You probably know Inception. You know the term JACE, the local LLM, Arabic language model, developed by Inception. So we develop enterprise AI solutions across the value chain, not just for oil and gas, but for companies and banks, for governments, for investment companies, etc. We are very much focused on, we are a G42 company. Our goal is to develop enterprise AI solutions across the UAE, because it's a mandate. Somebody will come to you and say, how are you using AI? Because we need to shine using AI. So all of that with responsible AI baked in. You've heard this term like AI is the new electricity. What does it mean? So 150 years ago in Paris, I'm French, for the first Universal exhibition, they had a public street lighting demonstration. That was cool. But the invention of electricity, these people there in the streets 150 years ago didn't realize what was happening. It was just the beginning. But did that technology improve candles? Not at all. But it redefined the vital importance of electrons for mankind. It's the same thing happening now. And AI is not just to enhance the traditional tools. I worked at Oracle. I started Oracle Fusion. We can put some AI there. But I think AI is here to help humanity achieve much more, especially with AI agents. Just to get a sense of the speed at which this thing is evolving. You remember COVID? So we were scared. I was scared. So we very quickly developed a plan for your family, for the company, etc. How do you compare that with generative AI and ChatGPT? So the COVID virus took 13 months to contaminate 100 million people, but ChatGPT just 2 months. Okay, this is the speed at which it is evolving. And still, I see many of you who doesn't have a plan to adopt generative AI. So this morning I heard a lot about education, educate people, use AI, but I was thinking maybe they mentioned the self-productivity, the way you use and talk to ChatGPT, Claude, or Copilot. But that's cool, but for you, for your companies, we have to focus on AI agents. This is a different thing. It's not about you talk to it, they respond. AI agents are autonomous, they plan, they act, and they learn from your feedbacks. It's a different thing. They are grounded in your data. And they collaborate with you, with your oversight, not with you in the loop, as I often hear, but with you on top of it, okay? So chatbots are to make you more intelligent, more knowledgeable. AI agents are made to improve your productivity, your processes, etc. And I will show you a demo of that. So it's not a revolution. AI started after the Second World War. Everybody has been applying AI to some extent. You use it every day. When you use Waze, you navigate, in your, you use your car, etc. There's a bit of AI there. It has evolved from rules. Oil and gas is about rules. And then it has been predictive, learning from past data, predicting the future. When will it fail? That was important. And now it's collaborating with humans. It's a brand new thing. Of course, people are scared. How does it compete with me? Right? I'm not addressing that topic today. So that's great. And Inception helps your organizations to adopt agentic frameworks, but there are some limitations. So we measure the accuracy of these models. But this is about mathematics. But you are expecting this thing to behave like you, like a human being. You should not. It's not a person. It's just a mathematical formula, which is very intelligent with artificial neurons. And the risk associated to it exists. These models are creative. They hallucinate a bit. But don't you hallucinate? If I ask you the same question, do you give me the same answer twice? Can you trust your employees? I don't know. But they're creative, like us. But they still need you in the loop to apply either through rule-based systems or through people in the loop to use this agent the best way. But they are definitely limited. You can have an agent in this picture making a pizza, but can it taste it? Does it know if it's good? No. You'll have to taste it to make sure it's good. So, sounds simple, but this is an example of a project I'd worked on where people are asking questions across different set of internal data, not ChatGPT with its own knowledge, but a kind of ChatGPT grounded in your unstructured, structured data, and also the web. I won't detail this flow here, but you see it's a mixture of several kinds of agents. Some of them are technical, just to review, to retrieve data. Some are domain-specific, like drilling experts who understands the vocabulary and problems and processes, etc. And also some knowledge verifying agents. It can become very complex. It's a process, and it has to be integrated back into your existing processes to be adopted. So this is why at Inception we focus on delivering such projects. And one of them is quite interesting, is linked to digital twin at ADNOC, developed by AIQ. And Inception at G42 has helped deploy this solution. It looks like that.
Launching AI interpretation agent.
This is just a visual representation of 20,000 cubic kilometers of 3D seismic data, plus field data, plus QA, QC data, massive amount, 50 years of historical data correlated together. What you see here is just a visual 3D representation. But we have created Energy AI where, for example, there are 5 agents underneath making this happen, like Ask Energy AI. So you can talk to it, because this amount of data cannot be displayed just in 3D or 3D dashboard. You have to talk to it and enter into a dialogue to find what you need to find out across this massive amount of data. So this is basically what I wanted to share with you today, and happy to answer questions later.
Thank you, Jean-Paul. Silver partners for the event as well. We now have a fantastic company, really interesting company called Atelic, and they're going to be talking again about the progress of AI. Simon Williams, who's their CAIO, which is, I love the new title of CAIO personally, of Atelic AI, who's going to be running through his process of what he's doing. So big round of applause, please. Thank you. Cheers, Simon. Thank you.
Okay to use the microphone? Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Thanks. Okay, so I'm Simon from Atelic. I've been in oil and gas in upstream for the last 16 years. Various roles in digital twins and building AI models for various operators. And unfortunately, kind of the conclusion, or kind of the question that I kind of wanted to ask today is, in terms of digital twins, are we really driving operational change? Are we really changing how we run our operations? Are we changing our workflows? Are we really making a huge impact? And I want to discuss this. I want to discuss the gaps in applying digital twins in the field. And I want to see how we can leverage this emerging technology, AI, generative AI, to solve these gaps. So in this presentation, I'll be providing some concrete examples of how we've built solutions for this. The focus today is upstream, but what you see here in terms of architecture and what you see here in terms of deliverables, the concepts can be similarly applied to other domains in the upstream, can also be applied to other industries. Okay, so let's start. So the big push in oil and gas industry is to become more dependent on IoT data. So pushing sensors, increasing amount of data points, higher frequency. You take a typical upstream drilling operation, for example. You have over 200 real-time parameters streaming in. 30 to 40 of those are just surface parameters from the drilling rig. You have 8+ different streams. So this is from the LWD data from downhole. This is from the surface parameters. This is from the drilling control systems. Lots of different data sets, all telling you different things. 15+ document types. This varies between operator to operator, but essentially you will have data spread over PDFs, Word documents. These may be set and forget. These may be documents that are created once, like a drilling program, or these may be documents that are updated infrequently or frequently, like a daily drilling report, or something that's going to give you context for the operation in hand. What does this mean in terms of data? It means lots of it. It means over 1,000 variables for one drilling operation. What do we do, or what have we done? We've used systems like Kongsberg Sitecom. It's been an absolute classic in the industry. A lot of operations teams, engineering teams will spend most of their workday sat in front of a screen very similar to this, which is basically plotting real-time data on a graph. From this, you're just letting the human infer the relationships and trying to understand what's happening in the operation. This was the staple for the oil and gas industry for the last 20 years. In the last decade, we've kind of got dashboard plus, so smarter dashboards telling us more aggregated statistics, essentially data analytics applied to the operations. Then we've moved to kind of what I like to call is dashboard final boss, right? So you get something like this. This is what we call digital twin. This is a kind of a 3D render of an operation, sometimes with a physics-based model underneath it, sometimes not. So I'm trying to give you spatial data, right? This is what this does. It tells you what's happened and where it's happened. My question to you is, can we do better than this? Because does this really tell you about the underlying relationships, the causality of things that has happened? I don't think it does, and I would like to explore what we can do with this emerging technologies to try and develop that. So let's have a look now at the definition. There's plenty of definitions, but this is the kind of scientific definition of a digital twin, right? Live synchronization obviously should be mirroring via real-time data what the operation is doing. That's obvious. Dynamic modeling, typically physics-based models sitting underneath the real-time data, giving you a benchmark of what should be happening at any point in time during that operation. These are all bread and butter digital twin requirements. Then we move to predictive simulations and then prescriptive intelligence. What does this mean? This means looking ahead. It means what if. It means in the drilling domain, if I increase my mud weight by 2 points, what's my ECD going to be at a total depth for this section? What impact will that have on me for the following sections? These are simulations typically not done automatically, and not done within the digital twin. These are done by manual steps by an engineer. He will collect all the contextual data, he will put it into a tool, an offline simulation tool, and then he will come out with the predictive reasoning and the outcome of what will happen if they change the parameters. Very manual process. I did it myself in the field many years ago. You're looking at many hours sat in front of a computer for one engineer doing one simulation to do one what-if scenario. I'll come back to that later about how we can use this technology to help that. Cognitive reasoning. So I was involved in some projects in Norway to try and build this into a digital twin. Without the technology we have nowadays, this is very difficult. You're basically doing boilerplate code of if something happens, then do this, and that doesn't scale, right? Absolutely doesn't scale, because each operation will be unique, each basin has different geology, etc., etc. Automate task and control. So you would really want your digital twin to be pushing automation, making decisions for you, implementing them, reacting. As we have today, this exists, but in small amounts. It's very difficult to do. The general trend that you see going from top to bottom of this stack is increasing complexity, right? So live synchronization, fine, dynamic modeling, this is very common nowadays. You go down that stack, it gets increasingly hard to try and deliver these, particularly when it comes to automation. This is very difficult. You need to be very closely attached to your asset and have a lot of data. The other piece is the ability to learn and update its logic. So enter the stage, obviously AI agents, right? So I've given you the base criteria for digital twins, but now we have the new era of cognitive reasoning, check. Automated tasks and controls, right? Automated workflows, check. The ability to update its logic. This is important because what we have with AI agents is we have a new memory bank that we can use, right? It's called context window. So we use that just like you would do as a RAM in the computer, right? You have a new place to store data, short-term, medium-term, long-term data if you want to use a RAG-based architecture. I'll go into architectural details later. But these things allow us to put inside the digital twin the story of what you've done. So you're not just looking at the real time, you're building that story of what you have done, right? And this is very important when it comes to reasoning. This is very important when it comes to understanding causality and what has happened. An example I will give you is you're drilling a well, you want to look at very complex dynamics such as hole cleaning. There's a few parameters. That will indicate that you have hole cleaning issues. These are very small indicators that happen throughout the duration of the section. Using the cognitive reasoning and the historical context that you can add, these are the types of things you can pick up on, right? And this is really groundbreaking stuff. The other kicker that we have with AI agents is data passing, right? A lot of conversations today about, okay, we don't have the data, it needs to be really formatted. Data passing, so this is going into those operational documents that I mentioned earlier, those PDFs, those Word documents. You can extract those pieces of data, and you can pass that in a structured and unstructured way into your LLM. This is the development in this space has been massive over the last 12 months. Okay, so let's move it up again. So at Atelic, we've been building these AI agents, and I will give you a quick summary of what lessons we've learned while we've been building them, right? The rubber has really hit the road at Atelic, and we're really trying to be pushing the building here. So validation of your input data is priority number one. This is, if you're building AI agents, and if you're building workflows, this should be where you spend most of your time. One word that I would need to tell you is semantic validation, right? That's very important. The other piece is avoid generalist catch-all agents. Keep your agentic workflows short. So agentic workflows are chains. The longer the chain, the easier they are to break. Build a system that is both autonomous and operator-driven. Make sure that there's a human in the loop. We've discussed this today. The verdict and the protocol was very clear. Human in the loop, informed always. And then the other point is agile architecture. Make sure that as the technology change, you change as well, because it's changing at a rapid pace. I'll very briefly go, because I'm out of time, very quickly go over the AI agent stack. Similar to Jean-Paul, we have a supervisor agent. It's ingesting all the data you see here from the left-hand side, using the skill sets that I mentioned previously. We're connecting it to a digital twin that has the context of all of the parameters that you need, and then the supervisor agent has an army of sub-agents, SME specialists, dedicated to do very specific tasks. So for example, at Atelic, we've built a natural language simulation tool. As I mentioned earlier, you can run multiple simulations automatically based on a prompt through an API to your preferred simulation vendor. You can run anomaly detectors, and you can look at global geology. These are just 3 examples, but we have many more. This is an overview of the studio and the solution that we've built. Essentially, 80% is framework, architecture. This is what we've built. The rest of the 20% is going to be on you, because it's going to be building on your workflows, your business requirements, right? That's an important point. When I give these lectures and I talk about what Atelic is doing, a lot of people will say, Schlumberger is going to build it. Why not just go with Schlumberger? The pushback I would give to you is, this is your data, this is your business, and these will be your workflows. So you should integrate them and ensure that you derive the best value. Thank you very much. I'm Simon from Atelic, and yeah, thank you for your time.
Right, we're now on to I feel like the big bad wolf when it comes to getting people off the stage. I really do. I'd love to listen to more and more, but we have unfortunately a schedule we have to stick to as well. So fantastic, Atelic, really cool company. If you want to see them, they've got a stand at the back as well. But please speak to Simon as well. Fantastic presentation. Now the panel we have now coming up is on machine learning and AI-infused models. A fantastic lineup of real thought leaders. It's moderated by Ayman Al-Hashmi, digital engineer for Kent. I'll let them introduce themselves on the stage, but a round of applause please for the next panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel on incorporating machine learning and AI-infused models in drilling, exploration, and predictive maintenance. I'm Iman Al-Hashmi, and I'm very happy to moderate this discussion today. So we have our 5 fantastic speakers, and I'll just let them introduce themselves.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Clayton Ludick. I'm from digital consulting at Worley. I've been looking at operations-based digitalization and transformation for around the past 12 years, very varied background, aerospace, semiconductor, but predominantly energy, chemicals, and resources sector. Great to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. That's very loud. Good afternoon, everyone. Arvind Singh from Wood, Head of Digital Advisory for the Middle East and Southeast Asia. 25 years in industry, focusing around predictive analytics, asset performance management, asset management, on the IAM board for asset management internationally. So yeah, great to be on the panel. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon. My name is Fernando Landaeta Rivas. I'm from ACNOC Offshore. I work as a senior drilling engineer in performance, 22 years experience. Last 7 years I've been involved in the digital transformation in the company for my organization. And from that moment I started the journey in this amazing field of digitalization and AI adoption. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Satya Dilip Dara. You can call me Satya. I'm working as AI and technology advisor in ADNOC Gas. I have about 18 years of experience in the industry, spanning on covering technology development, licensing, research and development, and currently the AI solutions deployment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vinay. I've been working in the energy space, more specifically in the procurement and supply chain space for over 15 years now. I've worked with companies like ADNOC, McDermott, and DP World. Most recently, I've been working with Baruch, again, in the procurement supply chain space as a lead excellence. And yeah, very happy to be here and share my insights.
So thank you all, and glad to meet you. So before we start, we would like to ask the audience 2 questions on our topic, and would like to just would you like to scan the QR code for the poll? Got no. You could guys give your opinions about the poll. The question is, what is the biggest driver for adopting AI in predictive maintenance? And we've got your answers, so let's see our experts' opinions about it.
Yeah, look, just looking at the numbers coming in, it's not much of a surprise, to be honest. Unplanned downtime has always been one of the biggest drivers within industry. Second to, obviously, then extending as much of production as you can. It's interesting purely also because unplanned downtime, in the way we looked at it probably say 10 years ago to where it is today, has changed a lot in terms of where AI is moving. AI in terms of machine learning has been there for 20 over years, right? So the technology is enabling us to operate in a different way, but I'll like to get your insights, guys, as well, on how you're seeing it too.
I'm probably a bit, well, not surprised by the first one. I think I expected the first one to be there, if not probably a bit higher. I'm probably surprised that we don't see a high percentage on extending asset life. I think with the instability in the market at the moment, let's say the push to the right of capital investment and new assets, that's something I would have expected to be higher in percentage. I think there's a regular dialogue at the moment amongst operators. How do we sweat this asset? How do we get more out of this asset for a longer period of time? And I think the technology that we're speaking about here has that applicability in order to do that, particularly when we consider it from a maintenance aspect and really drilling down into the fact of driving equipment and assets as far as they possibly can go.
I think I'm going to bring a commercial point of view here, and I'm not surprised by seeing downtime as the biggest factor here, because that's what the management pushes you to, right? Unplanned downtime directly kind of links to your EBITDA and your margins. So I think this is where procurement and supply chain come into the picture, to work so that you can basically align your predictive maintenance strategy with, let's say, your supplier supply chain strategy, such that your predictive maintenance is completely dependent on the spare parts and things like that. So not surprised to see this aspect.
Yeah, I would like to bring one perspective here. If you see all these factors, they move together. When you have unplanned downtime due to an unforeseen trip, right, that can often lead to an equipment or asset integrity or a process safety concern, which is the point number 2, improving safety performance, extending asset life. Any unplanned trip is not good for the equipment, right? So you want to do it in the predetermined regular intervals or the condition-based maintenance to enhance the asset life. And similarly, when you have unplanned downtime, it's going to lead to an ad hoc maintenance, which is often much more costlier than the regular maintenance. And it goes without saying on the regulatory compliance. So, but saying that, I'm not again surprised like my friends here, because the unplanned downtime has the immediate effect on the books, because 1 hour of loss of production can run into millions. So that's the, the front runner, the first one we see on the screen. Yeah, so interesting result here.
Yeah, same like my colleagues here. I will agree with the reducing of the unplanned downtime, but I will not neglect the extent of the asset life. I think it is very important to use AI for this purpose. It's helping us to understand by benchmarking all kinds of data that we can get the best of our assets, but not only the non-productive situation at the moment is leading us to lose our objective, but also when you really need to change all your fleets because the asset life that you calculate was not as supposed to be. So I will keep that one also very close to the unplanned downtime.
Yeah, I just want to add on to Vinay, your point, right? And I think it brings a very good point. In terms of supply chain, the way AI is now being used is going to change the way we look at spare part management, especially towards unplanned downtime. If you look at typically how we map downtime, it has a ramp down and then it has a ramp up, and then you have true failure downtime, right? That ramp down and ramp up is directly related to your procurement cycle process, how long it takes you to get that spare inventory reordered or installed onto the facility. Now, the way we're shaping it from a wood perspective is how can we connect predictive analytics to then trigger your procurement cycle to make sure that the risk from the supply side is managed, right? So you don't extend that downtime, and downtime is captured in its true way. It's not really the lead time to what you call your spares. So I'm excited about this because this is the direction we're heading. We're cutting down those silos. We're not looking at maintenance on its own. We're looking at how maintenance then affects supply. How does it then impact your space inventory? How does that impact the complete life cycle of your asset? And to your point as well, then also how do we extend that life altogether?
That's really impressive. Let's move real quick to our second question for the audience. The next question should be in the screen. Okay, here we are. Okay, we got the different answers percentages. What is the most important factor in aligning people with AI-enabled processes? And you guys can see training and upskilling is the most answered from the audience. So what are your opinions about it? You guys agree?
I'm actually going to go off the list here and say there's one that's probably missing, in my opinion, and that is user involvement at the design phase. So the training and upskilling is something that is critically important. It ties very, very closely to strong change leadership, in my opinion, making sure that adoption is there both from bottom up and top down. But the bottom up piece, the involvement of the user in the design process, making sure that their voice, the process that they utilize, the pain points that they're trying to alleviate by the use of AI, is really critical that their involvement is there. It is part of that absolute buy-in process. And it's, to me, is part of the adoption and the success in all of these programs.
I think from a wood perspective, and I'm going to talk from a business perspective, we're a people business. We excel in what we call our domain experts. We're a market leader in that space. So for me, I think from the wood perspective, the training and upskilling on how we used to do things to where we're doing things today makes a huge difference. Training and upskilling also really revolves around, to your point, adoption management, change management. How does the business then adapt to the new evolving landscape? Now, I think all those points that you've basically answered to go hand in hand. I don't think you can succeed one without the other. Right? So if you've got strong leadership that is able to understand that communicating, training and upskilling is very important to the business, you're going to demonstrate business value and you're going to create a lot of role clarity and support within the business to sustain your people. So I think all those points have to go hand in hand. I don't think one really outweighs the other.
Yeah, completely agree. When we are talking about new technologies, as AI or any digital new adoption, the way that the users will adapt to this new, let's say, brand new tools, will make a difference between having excellent results or medium-sized results. Okay, so a person who is struggling with a tool without not knowing what is the best result he can get from there, he will not adapt, so he will never align. He will be struggling or will be dragging all the time, so he will not present the best, let's say, the best phase of the adoption of the alignment. So yes, we need to train, we need to upskill our knowledge to be, let's say, more adaptable to these new technologies.
I would like to bring two perspectives here. Firstly, if we tweak this question slightly, from the business perspective, what really drives the AI implementation or AI-enabled process? Then the answer would be, in my humble opinion, is demonstrating the business value. It's just not a CapEx or OpEx reduction, but productivity increase, ease of doing the business. There are many other KPIs which do not necessarily directly reflect in the business numbers or the dollar numbers. So that really drives the ease of doing, the productivity, how is it making the life of the operators or the engineers easy, and eventually it has an indirect relationship with the CapEx or OpEx numbers. Then if we move on to the second question, which is the one we are seeing on the screen, how do we take the people on board? Then I perfectly agree with this answer, training and upskilling. We have to really make them aware, bring that exposure of how the solution is adding the value in various perspectives, and then train them and show the value that can be leveraged by adopting this new process. Then the change management or the transformation is going to be much more smoother.
So I'm, again, from a procurement and supply chain perspective, I basically look at this in two ways. Firstly, externally and internally. Externally, especially in an oil and gas setup, we have multiple stakeholders. We have EPC companies, we have contractors, we have operators, we have manufacturers. Now, all of them are at a different level of AI and digital maturity. I think to successfully implement and adopt AI solutions, I think you at least have to bring them together on the same page at more or less a similar level of maturity. So again, procurement plays an important role here, basically by binding them contractually and basically trying to align them within your overall organizational strategy, So I think externally, that's how you look at it. Internally, as my panelists have already discussed, there is a need for culture and adoption. But again, on the broader business level, I think a lot of companies are currently in shock as to how, or I would say not shock, maybe adjusting as to how to adopt AI. But then what I see is basically there needs to be a change in the entire operating model. Because firstly, now with the coming of AI, your RACI matrices have changed, your work structures will change, your roles and responsibilities are changed. So from a business KPI level, I think it's very important to have a look at your operating model and then see ways to redesign and optimize it.
Fantastic, thank you. So let's start to our session. We'll start with one of the most practical and high-impact topics, AI and predictive maintenance. So Satya, I have the first question for you. Maintenance has traditionally been all about technicians with tools and machinery. So in such a physical environment, what tangible role do AI and machine learning really play in transforming those core maintenance tasks?
Okay, see, you're absolutely right when you say the maintenance is very much physical and a hands-on environment where the technicians, if we visualize the technicians handling the wrenches and the tools to solve the problems, replace the seals, maybe change over the filters and all that. Indeed, if we visualize the journey of autonomous operations in an oil and gas plant, probably the last frontier or the final milestone would be the robots replacing the technicians doing the maintenance. But we are still very far from that. But coming back to your question, even though the maintenance itself is very much physical, but the AI is showing its benefits in everything that surrounds the maintenance. If you take, for example, the well-talked about use case is the transformation or the shift from time-based maintenance to the condition-based maintenance, where instead of going by the predetermined intervals set by the supplier, the AI models are going to monitor the plant data and the environment around the equipment and let us know when the maintenance is needed. This is well proven and already being practiced. And then there is predictive maintenance aspect, depending on the health of the equipment. And on-demand maintenance is called for by the model, which eliminates much bigger loss, like probably sometimes even catastrophic failures. Then the maintenance planning itself, because if you see the quantum of maintenance for a typical oil and gas plant, the cost of maintenance runs into a few hundreds of millions. So there are a lot of work orders, the prioritization, and day-to-day planning happening at the ground level. So there is a significant scope for ML and AI models to really leverage on the past experience, historical data, and provide those insights into optimize this planning. Then another elephant in the room is the inventory, which has to support the maintenance. Again, the cost of inventory for a good-sized plant, it again runs into a few hundreds of millions. So by avoiding the understocking and excess stocking, by maintaining the right levels of stocking, is a good area of opportunity. We have these computer vision based and image analytics and video analytics based inspection, which are enabling the inspection, like on-the-go inspection, even in the hazardous areas without the need of much preparation. And the last but not least, we have this maintenance logs and experience and the knowledge residing based on like decades of experience. So now the advent of these Gen AI models and the chatbots backed by LLMs, they can turn all this knowledge into explainable and actionable insights. So all in all, there is a lot that can be leveraged around the maintenance, and most of it is being practiced and it is still evolving. I hope that provides a broader perspective.
That is fantastic, Satya. So Arvind, building on Satya's inputs, I have a question for you. How can predictive analytics powered by ML and AI improve asset reliability and reduce downtime in operations?
It's a good question. I think from a predictive standpoint, when you're looking at overall downtime, this has been a quantum shift from how we used to do maintenance 15 years ago, 20 years ago, to where we are going today. The way operations are now intending to use AI and have been using AI in their, let's say, test cases is the prescriptive end of the predictive analytics. What is the next step action that I can do to prevent downtime while predicting my risk based on the asset failure that I'm experiencing, right? So now what we're able to do is say, okay, for my particular pump compressor motor, if I've got a remaining life of, let's say, I don't know, a couple of weeks or 3 weeks or 2 weeks, what next step actions can I now put in place to make sure that I reduce my complete downtime to next to minimal, and how can I then manage that risk as a business overall? Now, this also brings me to my next point, which is when we start going down this path, what is then the need of regulations in the space of standards? Okay? Because standards, if you remember, is all based on failure events that have happened over time to then say, this is how we need to operate. So eventually what I'm sort of seeing in this space, especially from the advisory standpoint, is that each facility is going to now start benchmarking against themselves, right? They don't need to basically regulate against a standard because machine learning AI is going to allow you to know in real time where you are and what risks, exposures you have as a business as a whole. And then the business can make a decision on how they operate. So when you look at it from a regulation standpoint, regulation bodies will have to work together with AI regulations, which still need to come in place, and we'll see some synergies around that. So when we look at reliability as a whole, I feel that industry is going to go into self-reflection mode as an operator. We're going to find that we're going to see significant gains when it comes to cutting down the silos, like I mentioned before. And the return on investment today is going to be far greater in 5 years' time because AI is going to be so easily available. We're going to be able to roll it out without thinking about it. However, the energy footprint to then sustain it, that's a different story, right? Because I think then we've got a double-edged sword. For every AI model we push out, the energy footprint is something that we also need to consider. So in terms from a regulation standpoint, I think you're going to have to look at quite a number of different facets, which then will drive reliability in a new direction. And it's going to ensure that operators look at it more holistically rather than looking at separate silos.
That focus on reliability is key. Thank you, Evan. So, Clayton, from your experience, where do operators actually start when they consider implementing predictive analytics and maintenance? And what are the biggest challenges in scaling this across different asset types and geographies?
Yeah, thanks for that question. And I think a lot of this comes down to context. You know, there's how do we solve a single individual item that we have, you know, problem that we have versus an enterprise-wide solution and an execution. You know, one practical example that we'd executed just recently was just a nuisance compressor that kept tripping. You know, and this is something where you can apply a quick fix. You know, it is a solution. You've got not 10 years worth of historian data nonetheless, and this nuisance compressor is tripping every 2 to 4 weeks, $4 million worth of deferred production every time it trips. So this isn't lost cost, but it's deferred production and it's nuisance. The power of AI and ML models now, particularly where you have history and you can train those models rapidly, allow you to have this rapid execution of something that sees really quick turnaround results. So point solution where you go from 2-week nuisance trips to, you know, in the analysis of us looking at it 4 months without a trip. And the benefit of these models is, you know, normal equipment monitoring, you would have just that piece of equipment to look at. We're now looking at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 degrees of separation on systems and process that give you all of that adjacent information that influences the equipment that you're looking at. So the power that's coming with AI and ML in that additional analysis is phenomenal. Now, where do you start looking at this? I said, you know, it has to be in context. Is it small? Is it enterprise-wide? I come from a technology background, so for me it's natural to say, okay, let's go and look immediately at the technology. Do we have the data? Do we have the sensors in the field? Do we have the history in order to train the models? Ultimately, this comes round to a business decision, particularly when it's bigger at scale. We used the term this morning, FOMO, and just applying things because everyone is doing it. I bring this back to a business decision in each case. So yes, we can go down the pure technology. I think what you were saying around, you know, your maintenance for particularly your sparing philosophy, right? How does that need to change when you start applying these things? Well, again, this all comes down to a business decision because the way we would approach this typically is what is your vision ultimately? What is your business case? And what is your roadmap to get there? And these vary vastly, particularly when you're going wide. And by starting with that business case analysis, you start digging into the details around what is this going to cost? What's the ROI? What's the complexities? What are the KPIs I'm going to measure success against? Because some of the biggest failures we've seen in operations are where people have just thrown technology at a problem without considering the process, the people, the technology, the data, and the complexities around process and procedure and how those need to change alongside everything that's being done. So I think by applying it with that upper level transformation program view, you can right size this. I mean, someone mentioned this morning as well about a minimum viable product. You know, running a proof of concept on something small, proving your business processes is your fundamental starting block. And from there, you can scale. Prioritize according to where you're seeing your biggest challenges and scale appropriate across it.
Scaling and, consistency. So thank you, Clayton. So Vinay, bringing your perspective from procurement and supply chain, what role can supply chain play in enabling predictive maintenance success at scale, especially across mega asset portfolios like ADNOC's?
So I think predictive maintenance, again, from a commercial perspective, is directly linked to downtime. We already discussed that. And so I would like to simply share a small story, an incident that happened in Baruch, I think 4 to 5 years ago. And one of our ethane crackers, we had a fault in the coils. And the only solution was to replace the coils. And so it wouldn't be done. And we had to maybe charter a plane to bring those coils. It took us some time. The daily losses were in the tune of 1.52 million for that particular process line. So that's the impact. So fast forward to now, right? I mean, back then that was the first time, 4 or 5 years ago, we actually thought of predictive maintenance seriously and contractually. How do we basically, we started negotiations and discussions with the vendors, with the manufacturers, not just on the cost, delivery and lead time, but uptime guarantees, you know? So from there on, we basically started linking KPIs, commercial KPIs to performance, to uptime, to KPIs, operational KPIs like overall equipment effectiveness, what is the mean time between failures. So I think that is the starting point for it. Now, obviously, technology has matured. I think that should be the baseline for discussion now, negotiations commercially. So yeah, because again, coming back to the point, predictive maintenance is directly correlates to downtime. Downtime directly correlates to your EBITDA and your margins. So that's the procurement perspective there, yeah.
That is a very valuable angle. So I have a question for Fernando. From a drilling perspective, how do we move from reactive firefighting to proactive reliability when it comes to predictive maintenance?
Well, that's very important. You know that drilling is too dynamic, so there is too many things involved in each operation. And everybody is trying to avoid having downtime because depending on the situation you are, a downtime can be catastrophic. If you are having a failure during deep drilling and you must pull all the VHA out of the hole, that could create too many issues, especially if the environment is rough. So having a very good or a clear picture of how you will how you are doing the maintenance and how much your equipment downhole will remain stable will guarantee that you can face the hardest situation. So we also try to avoid to have too many uncertainties at the moment that we are, let's say, physically disconnecting for whatever is downhole. So once your VHA is on the formation, you are far away from there to know exactly what's happening. So you have to rely on all the kind of sensor you have, what is the, let's say, lecture you are having, and to take decisions. So sometimes the decision will depend on the historical data, the benchmarking for this tool. So preventive maintenance will start being a tool for you to figure out how much your equipment down will remain stable. So that's how it's being used in the best way.
Fantastic. I like how you bridge field experience with, digital insights. So now moving into digital twins and autonomous operations, this is where visualization, data, and simulation merge to create real-time decision making. So Clayton, what are the key challenges and success factors when integrating autonomous operations and digital twin platforms? And how does immersive training through these twins improve readiness and resilience, not just in operations, but also in construction and decommissioning?
Yeah, thanks. This is actually it's a lengthy question, which again, a lot of context to this. I think the theme of today has really been around data and contextualization of that data, and really bringing all of the various systems that we see together in one place. So I think when we consider, particularly if we look at training systems and how we bring this together, context again is relevant here. The VisOps example today was great of simply using something that is a visualization, a representation of an asset in order to, what you could do in running training, simulation of a SimOps scenario, etc., right? All the way through to something that is quite complex. Now, one of the things that always sits in the back of my mind, particularly whilst we're at a conference speaking about both digital twin and AI, is, the reference earlier on to the aging workforce and that knowledge and what happens to that workforce. I've worked on facilities before where you know damn well that actuator that's stuck and causing a faulty reading needs someone to go and bash it. And lo and behold, it's working again. Well, that's knowledge that doesn't easily get passed on. And so I think when you answer this question, you really have to think about, you've got to think about how you bring knowledge from various different assets that are relevant to the scenarios that are in front of you. The AI piece potentially means that we may rely on that technology to an extent that we're reducing the overall knowledge that our workforce has. So what happens in an event where the worker in a loop has to respond to a scenario that's quite complex and actually the training or their experience is not satisfactory? You're then in a scenario where this actually becomes quite a critical or risky event. And so I think ultimately where this ties together is visualization and contextualization of your content, your digital twin. We've all spoken about that being the home position of our data, alongside with scenarios and simulations that are relevant. And this to me is absolutely key as we move towards an AI future, is having those simulated examples and including the challenging and catastrophic ones and what happens when that actuator needs to be kicked. But those simulations must be relevant as part of a training environment in order for this to work well.
That is fascinating. So from a procurement and commercial standpoint, Vinay, where do you see AI and machine learning and digital twin technologies creating real value in the energy sector?
Just to zoom out into the supply chain perspective on AI and machine learning. Now, in supply chain, basically AI has been used for a long time. And I was just going through a McKinsey survey very recently, which basically said that the highest impact on revenues by implementing AI solutions that has been in any business function in supply chain. And that's pretty easy to kind of imagine because optimizing your supply chain, again, I keep going back to the same thing, has direct effect basically on your top line, on your margins, on your working capital, on your cash flow. So that's where a supply chain point of view comes in. And also when you look at supply chain, you basically are looking at the entire asset life cycle cost curve, right? From a supply chain perspective, you want to bring that entire cost curve down. You basically want to control the cost firstly at the capex level and then at the opex level. So, I mean, again, as I mentioned, supply chain traditionally has been using AI for a long time for demand forecasting, for S&OP, for network optimization, spend analytics. Most recently, we have been negotiating with a vendor who basically came up with an AI that basically helped us with technical evaluations, So traditionally, engineers have to do the technical evaluations. Now, a supplier submits a code with your detailed engineering diagram with the BOM, and the AI looks at the diagram, compares with the entire the design, and says whether it is applicable or not. So that's an interesting application we were looking at. Predictive maintenance we've discussed is again one core application where supply chain and operations kind of converge. And again, when it comes to things like digital twins, traditionally in a petrochemical industry or a polymer industry, we've always been using digital twins. Now those models have been advanced. I mean, we've been using digital twins for process modeling. For example, again, from a procurement perspective, right? The quality of our products, the quality of the output, the yield, the energy efficiency is all very much dependent on the raw material and catalysts that we use in the production process, right? Now, with the help of digital twins and AIs, it completely helps, basically lets us simulate these parameters to see which catalyst will give you the best yield, the best throughput, best efficiency and the product quality. Now, from a procurement perspective, it completely gives me basically the decision-making power to understand whether supplier A or supplier B, make those technical comparisons. So that's how supply chain has been involved.
Sorry, building on that, Vinay, from a commercial point of view, I would like to ask you, how can companies ensure and measure the real business delivered by these AI and digital programs?
Obviously, there is an operational and technical aspect to it, right? I mean, we've all have experts here who've spoken on the operational aspects of it. But procurement is the perspective where you contractually bind what is and what needs to be delivered, right? That's the only gate which basically locks what a solution provider has proposed and has provided. So it has to all basically be done contractually. You have to bind them to KPIs and SLAs. So that's basically where the procurement perspective comes in.
That is fantastic. Satya, I have a question as well for you. As we move toward autonomous operations with AI, AI is a key enabler. What major risk, technical, operational, or ethical, do organizations need to anticipate and mitigate?
Okay, see, autonomous operations is a really broader concept that has multiple dimensions. If you go by the definition, probably an autonomously operating plant is the one which operates by itself without any human presence, either on-site or remotely. But I believe this is a gross oversimplification of the intricacies involved. If we touch some of these aspects, the self-operating, the self-optimizing, self-aware, and self-healing, and even self-planning. So like that, the list goes on if we divide them into the respective layers. The self-operating or the self-stabilizing aspect, if you see, we have the advanced controls in the DCS and the APC running, which are predominantly working fine for the most of the scenarios, given the feed disturbances or any outside disturbances are comfortably handled by the APC with minimal intervention from the operators. So that box is ticked. If you take the self-optimizing part, we have the real-time optimizers continuously predicting the optimum conditions of the process variables and directly writing them to the DCS in the closed loop. So the plants are running in the self-optimizing, the closed loop. So this box is also checked. And then the self-aware part is the predictive analytics we have been discussing, which gives us a heads up about the plant anomalies or the equipment anomalies. But there is still some distance to go to close the loop on this aspect, because as and when some anomaly comes up, the plant probably, sometimes the field intervention is probably required to heal itself. So that's still an evolving space. But then there are some discrete and transient activities like startup, shutdown, or any like turndowns, even the maintenance, which are, as we have discussed earlier, which are physical by nature. So there is still, this space is still evolving. But just to come back to your main question of what are the risks, the first risk is the technical risk, of course, which is around the data. I think this is the most echoed point today. Everybody agree. There is no other point better agreed upon. So the quality of the data is essential. Then the operational risks. So because we are putting AI behind the wheel and letting it drive the plant. So there has to be some application level safeguards. So within which sets a boundary within which the AI can play. Fortunately, we have these type of safeguards well established. The DCS, there are some hard bounds for all the critical variables. And then one interesting aspect here is the ethical risks. If you take any control room, we have the DCS supplied by X, the ESD system supplied by Y, and the FNG system supplied by Z. And then if we implement a holistic AI solution on top of it, then who takes the accountability in case of any risks or anomaly? This is one aspect, and the transparency of what's going behind these black box models. So these are the things that needs to be looked at as we move along.
Thank you, Satya. So, of course, technology means little without people. So I got a question for Clayton. During digital transformation programs, what role does technology like digital twins and or AI play in creating equal opportunities for talent across different regions and background?
I think I can answer that one quite quickly, and in just the sense it democratizes data. Right, so I mean, we all saw during COVID, right, was probably the first time technology came into play in opening up the playing field. It didn't matter whether we were based in London or whether we were based in Cairo or middle of Africa. We could be anywhere and have access to data, right? For the first time, it didn't make too much of an impact. And I think we're seeing that push. I've seen lots of projects recently. We remotely commissioned an enormous mine in Mongolia where the local workforce were upskilled and were done so in a way that we were able to remotely commission from thousands of miles away just by upskilling. And a lot of that was done through the use of the digital twin, the information available through that, ensuring that the parameters were clear and observed, as well as the technologies that enable the SME support from afar. Now, I think what we'll see with AI, with LLMs, with multiple aspects of AI, is that democratization of data will just continue to expand and be available to others. So it does truly mean that we can have SMEs globally, obviously impacts positively people around the world, but also benefits business models in looking at how we can apply lower cost support in locations where we run operations.
Thank you, Clayton. I have so many other questions for you guys, but we run out of time. So we've heard range of perspectives today from our experts, from operational and AI procurement. So a big thank you to our panelists, Arvind, Satya Dilip, and Fernando Vinay. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for your engagement.
Fantastic. Okay, right, we now have finally, a presentation from our main official digital twin partner, which is Kongsberg Digital. We have Øystein Hole, who's the CTO from Kongsberg, who's going to be giving a fantastic presentation on what they're doing. So I'll wait for them to do a picture, which I know is always the sort of thing we do when we finish a session. Let's see, it's... Fantastic. Thank you very much, panelists. Another round of applause for them, please, actually. Thank you, guys. Thank you, man. Brilliantly moderated, by the way, yeah? Øystein, do you want to sit on the stage? Round of applause for Øystein, please. Thank you. The clicker is here.
It's there, yes. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. So happy to be here. So my name is Øystein Hole. I'm the Chief Product Officer in charge of products and technology at Kongsberg Digital. I know it's getting late in the day, so I'll try to accelerate your minds a little bit into the future by giving you a glimpse of what we believe that industrial optimization is going to look like as we head into the future. Let's see if we can get the tech working on our side. I'm going to go back one step. Just wait for technology to play along. We try again. Okay, a little glimpse of what we're doing in Kongsberg Digital.
Introducing the all-new industrial work surface from Kongsberg Digital. Industrial intelligence at your fingertips. At the center of it all, your surface. One source of truth, one clear line of sight. From the big picture down to every detail. Where insight meets action. And every workflow is fully connected. Powered by agentic AI, supporting decisions, learning from your workflows, and making data work for you. Empower connected workers with everything they need. Context, collaboration, and control in real time.
So that's a quick look at what our brilliant product teams have been putting together to show you a little bit how it will look and feel as we're heading into this future. But what does it look like, right? What's going on? So a little bit about the context that we're operating in. I think that a couple of key factors are compounding and actually driving everything that we're coming together here today to discuss. One of them is simply a rising need for stable energy supply, right? It's a continuous need. It comes from many angles. It comes from rising prosperity. It comes from being able to drive electric cars, for example, and it comes from other aspects like having AI data centers that's going to help us with more intelligent decision-making, which also needs energy. And when you have greater demand, you put more pressure on the supply chains, right? You put more pressure on assets to produce energy. You put more pressure on the linkage between different categories of assets in the supply chain to be able to tap the potential of a single link. And what we've done over many, many years, right, is we've invested into digital to try to lift a lot of this potential from these assets. But what we've been doing in this process, since we have such an incredible demand and so much pressure on everything we're doing, is introducing even more complexity, right? So we've generated petabytes of analytics data for people to sift through to try to make intelligent decisions. We're generating more and more work processes around the digital tools because you have to do this, this, and that before you're even allowed to look at something in physical reality. And we continue to add to the complexity that people need to carry around as they're working day to day with these systems. And of course, what we need to do is we need to be able to simplify this. We need to take those opportunities, like many of the things that we've been hearing about today, the opportunities to apply agents for intelligent decision-making on our assets, for example. But if we just do that without really simplifying how people work, we're just going to add to that complexity. So it's really about taking all of the inherent complexity that we're now trying to address and making it much more simple. Now, as I'm saying that, right, it brings us right back to what is it that we have to do if we want to optimize, and a lot of the low-hanging fruit has already been taken out. So that's kind of a paradoxical situation where we have to look at more complex issues in order to have any sort of potential for optimization. So we need to look at the value chain. We need to, for example, look at an asset that may be producing gas, but look at how it's affecting the logistics of the supply chain, how it's consuming power from the grid. Because unless we look at all of these elements together, we won't be able to deliver on the promise of actually having better economics in all of this. So that also adds to the complexity. Now, fortunately, we're in an era where we're seeing, again, a great shift in technology. You know, many technology leaders around the world talk about these great shifts. So maybe the last one being kind of the shift from having desktop computer-based technology into being truly distributed in the way that we think about delivering technology, even into the hands of users in the field. And all of this convergence has led us to another great shift, right, which is the introduction of widespread democratized access to really powerful AI. And of course, that comes with a lot of challenges because the current generation of AI has the tendency to, for example, if you give it the wrong problem, it will give you the wrong answer. Right? So people mostly know this as hallucinations in private uses of ChatGPT. But for us in industry, we know how unacceptable that kind of usage pattern is. So it means we need to start understanding where should we use this technology and how should we use it in order to get us to, let's call it the promised land, where this will actually help us make better decisions. And, you know, we heard about this being discussed earlier in the panel is what happens to the work, right? Should we be afraid that the work that we're doing, the critical work, is being taken away? Will you lose your job to an automated AI somewhere in the cloud? And as someone succinctly put it earlier today, you won't lose your job to AI, right? You will lose your job to another person that has equipped themselves with AI. And the World Economic Forum stated this quite simply, saying that yes, maybe 100 million jobs will actually be taken out of the market in just the next few years. And that sounds bad, right? But maybe as much as 170 new millions of jobs will be generated by applying AI and by applying this technology across every challenge that we have on the globe. So we need to find the right ways to balance how we can apply agentic AI, for example, and how this can help us then become those superhumans that can make the best decisions possible to get the best performance from our assets. So in Kongsberg Digital, we talk a lot about digital twins and we talk a lot about agentic AI, but we talk a lot about simulation as well. And for those of you familiar, Jensen Huang from NVIDIA mentioned this as the next frontier, right? We need to equip AI with facts. We need to equip and train AI on the physical realities on the world, not just the books and the forum posts from social media that has been used to train, for example, the current generation of LLMs. And we happen to be in a situation where we see a pattern emerging for how we can leverage some of the most powerful abilities from the AI itself, together with some of the most powerful capabilities that we can bring with having physics-based process simulation that understands and embeds the actual facts and models of thermodynamics, of flow, of temperature, of pressure, and all the things that make our assets actually work. So let me describe a scenario for you, right? So if you want to do large-scale simulation with high precision, that's going to be a computational issue. It's going to be a challenge because, as it is right now, if we want to take a really complex problem that spans multiple assets, multiple processes, and simulate this using high-fidelity physics models, this is going to take a lot of compute. But one of the ways that we can accelerate these kinds of simulations, and this is already proven out quite well, is that we can train high-fidelity machine learning models to accelerate the most complex parts of these simulations. Now, that we could do 10 years ago. However, the effort, the time, and the expertise required to fulfill all the steps you would need to go through is immense. So first of all, kind of starting from the top, right, you need to have data to train your models on, which means you need to have a good idea about how you want to run some simulators to generate all of that test data for you. You want all the possible scenarios you could have. You want tripping compressors. You want slugging in your pipelines. You want all the things that can happen. And you want data sets that kind of like a school textbook represents how's that going to look for this particular valve downstream of a compressor if this is happening. It takes a lot of time. It requires you to understand the simulators in order to make those data sets. But if we take our simulators and wrap them into understandable tools that an agent, one or more agents, can leverage, then that's one of the types of tasks that we already see that we can then basically outsource in terms of time to an agent to execute for us. Now, when we have all of those data sets, we want to train machine learning models on that data. Again, if you were to take a huge amount of data sets and want to train a large set of different types of machine learning models on those, it's going to take you time, it's going to take you effort, and it's going to take expertise you don't necessarily even have in your organization. Next up, what you want to do, and this is when it gets really complex, is you want to actually build a new simulation model. Think of it like actually constructing process flow diagrams for your asset where you're putting in advanced modules to actually capture the behavior of all of your equipment. You can imagine the amount of expertise you need from a typical person to be able to do that. Not only do they need to know the domain, but they need to know all the tools they're now using to put this all together. But again, if we express those operations in terms of tools that agents can apply, that can all be automated. And finally, what you have now is a very large, very high fidelity, but also performant process model that you can use not only to mirror the reality of operations that you have in your asset, but you can also use it to run all the scenarios you need to give yourself information about what would happen if I do this. What happens if we try to increase pressure, or what happens if we try to increase our production? What happens if that storm hits tomorrow and the temperature dips by more than 5 degrees below what we had originally planned for? And running all of those scenarios would again be a super time-consuming task. But if you know vaguely what you want, you can just throw that task over to an agent and have them orchestrate the work. That doesn't mean that the AI then is coming up with all of this data for you. It's just running the systems that will ultimately give you information. And then comes the final point, and this is maybe where agentic AI can shine the most, is that when presented with facts that are already there, it can point to them in comparison and say, this one looks really, really good. This one looks really, really bad. And that's the step that gets us to the prescriptive future that we're really looking for, when we end-to-end can sew together this very complex engineering process in order to give ourselves the information we need. Because ultimately what this does is to make sure that the most important and the critical decisions remain taken by us, but they are informed in a responsible way by AI all the time. So we can kind of have our cake and eat it too, right? We can get the biggest benefits from AI on efficiency, on scaling out workloads, on comparing data sets. But ultimately what it does, instead of necessarily actioning on it itself, at least not until we trust it fully, is to present us with prescriptive options that we can action on. That solves a lot of the challenges that we have on bringing optimization and democratizing the access to high-fidelity simulation. It removes the cognitive overload from the people that would otherwise have been put in a position to do all of this work on their own. And we believe that this will truly ascend how we're thinking about then, not necessarily just digital twins, but systems. Having systems where we perform our work include partners, tools that are partners that help us solve the challenges we have day to day. And that's how we are shaping the future of industrial optimization and the future of work. Thank you.
Right, we now are on to Nadun, who is our innovation partner, Nadun Muthukumarana, CEO of VT2. The $100 million question, how to extract measurable ROI from oil field to pump with AI digital twins. Over to you, Nadun. Thank you very much, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So hopefully I can energize you guys by talking a little bit about money, which normally excites people. So, a practical view to build a $100 million ROI case for your digital twin AI projects. Hands up if anyone has done a ROI for $100 million recently, either delivered or initiated a project in the house. No? But all of you should aspire to do it, right? And one of my key points you will see as I go through this, the $100 million is a ROI, doesn't always mean as the cost of the project. So we believe AI and the latest technologies that we are dealing with can deliver huge returns for a relatively modest investment. In the industry that we are talking about here, in oil and gas, 100 million is not a big number, right? You see some of the examples there. One major tier one refinery downtime could, in one go, cost $100 million. Or a large oil tank or a product tanker might carry $100 million worth of product. So these are all around us, and my perspective is, how would we, when we, as senior people making decisions to create or to put money into creating digital twins with AI, how do you do the prioritization, and how do you try and drive the value that you're going to achieve to $100 million plus? Very quickly, my name is Nadoon Muthukumarana. I'm the CEO of V2T. We love building operational digital twins infused with AI and simulation. We do projects or get digital twins with AI done at the core, and we don't do projects for any more than 3 months. And I will explain how these things are all part of the same sort of thinking around getting value rapidly, but delivering massive multiples in terms of the return. So one of the perspectives I wanted to share with you guys is when you're trying to do an assessment around, you have your value chain all the way from the oil field to the pump. If you look at the value chain, I wonder if you guys think of it as the ROI scaling at each stage of the value chain. Now, this might not be absolutely mapped onto your perspective, but we try to develop a perspective to say, if money is the same, which areas, which part of the value chain, if you were to invest, might give you a bigger return. So again, you might not necessarily always agree, but we feel everything from production optimization to transportation and operational optimization, because operations is where a lot of the efficiencies kind of either works really well, or when it doesn't work, it costs you a lot of money, right? So on that basis, there is a perspective, if everything's equal and if you can place your money or your bets anywhere along the value chain, which one would you prioritize? If you had the choice. I know you don't always do, but something to think about. And then there's technology. We all, every year, every conference, when we meet up, we talk about various aspects of, we talk about digital twins, we talk about AI, and many other, nowadays, LLMs or agentic. I think it's really worth having a look at where different teams or different organizations have come to where we are today. They might not have all merged or converged. So the early stages of digital twins, some of you might remember here, would have been built more to reflect the structural part of the organization. So if you're as old as me, you might remember BIM, CAD-CAM diagrams and all of that being brought together to build relatively static digital twins. I'm not saying they're not useful. They allowed us to look at the spatial elements, training, and various other stuff. But overall, they were pretty static in nature and more precision around the structural stuff themselves. Whereas people like me, about 15 years ago, when I first started doing digital twins, going back even further, my heritage is transport, logistics, supply chain, anything that is network and operations related. So I kind of came from the perspective of rather than structure and precision, it's about optimizing the way things move about in an environment or in a network. It could be a city or a region or a global network, but how do you calculate these complex aspects around optimizing your, for example, supply chain of your products on a marine network, or your downstream products being delivered on time and on cost or as cost optimally as you can. I think that's where most of us are playing around today. But technology is moving. There are new breakthroughs coming almost on a weekly basis now, as opposed to the quarterly, every 6 months that we used to see. So I know some of our colleagues did sort of touched on what's the future looking like. I think, you won't be surprised to hear it, but you might be thinking, if I was to tell you, we are experimenting with self-generating digital twins. So today, to have a very high-fidelity digital twin, you have to craft it, you have to replicate the real world, the spatial elements and all of that. But what if I told you, pretty soon, we'll be able to just give an instruction and a system might be able to self-generate a digital twin all by itself based on the input that it gives, that we give it. That's the dream. We are early days, we are developing stuff. So when I say something like that to you guys now, based on what you do today, what are you thinking? So the next project or tomorrow, if you had to place an investment, are you going to keep improving what we have or think about doing something that is a leap from where you are? All of that put together nicely brings me to this point about a lot of the organizations, operators, or whoever, the consumers of these digital twins that we build, times have changed as well. There are no longer the projects that we were allowed to do for 24 months before something nice comes out or something useful comes out. Half the projects fail. And now it's even worse. A lot of organizations or executives ask for in-year payback. And again, if I went around the room and asked who is delivering in-year payback for the investments, there won't be many hands. But that is the reality. If it's not already today, a lot of you guys will face going forward. So in terms of creating digital twins to improve whatever the area of the value chain you're trying to either transform or to improve, not only just to improve, to get a $100 million return on investment, what are the key things that you might want to do differently to the way we've been doing it in the past, is my key thrust of the thoughts that I'm sharing. So this is a long list, but the ones in the blue are, I would say, the things that I want to leave for you to think about. In terms of catalyzing the innovation, don't bring the IT or the technology, digital guys last once you've done the business strategy. I mean, for about 15 years, I always used to say, technology is no longer an enabler after the executives have already done the business strategy. Now, you need to consider the breakthroughs in technology in order to catalyze your business plan. So I always debate or argue with people who say technology or digital is an enabler. So start with technology or bring technology to the boardroom when a boardroom executive or set of executives are trying to develop their business strategy in the first place. I already said at V2T, we don't do projects for any longer than 12 weeks. Now, most organizations are asking for rapid value, time to value. So think about what if every digital twin project you do cannot be any longer than 12 weeks. Can you do it? Data. I think the gentleman who's going to follow me is going to talk about data. And we had a very nice collegial conversation outside about everyone's talking about quality of data, data being a barrier to AI and innovation. Yes, those things are not new. I think we've been talking about this 20 years ago as well. But you have to adopt ways to not make data a barrier to launching. 9 out of 10 AI projects apparently fail because of data. 15 years ago, I adopted the concept of using effervescent data. In other words, operational data. Yes, if you got historic data, again, how far back can we go in history anyway because of COVID and all of that? No more than 2 years reflect your current mode of operations when you go back on history. So if you got historic data, use it. We love it, but don't make it a barrier to get your $100 million project off the ground. Use effervescent data. Experience really matters. And we are working with multi-generational teams of people in our work environment, which is brilliant. But just knowing the science alone doesn't help you to get results because there's never a perfect environment. A lot of data scientists that I both mentor and work with come out of university, really, really clever people. They would say, give me all these 20 sets of data, then I'll do you a solution. But life and in business, it's never that easy. It's not ideal, right? Out of 20 that you ideally need, you might only have 3. Are you going to do the project? Are you going to solve the problem? And the answer, in my mind, is yes, you have to find alternative ways to get to the answer rather than the easy way of having all the data. So don't make data a barrier, but also use people who got experience. And a lot of people saying AI will replace all of us. It might, but the fact that I've lost all my hair having done these large complex projects does matter because that experience is what will give you ideas about alternative ways to get to the answer in a different way. Like I already said, we are experimenting with self-generating AI. So AI will write itself, and therefore the time to value could be absolutely achieved within the 12 weeks that I talked about. So hopefully that kind of gives you, hopefully, something that you haven't recently thought about, and these are the kind of thought processes or perspectives that will help you to create a business case. It's not so much the investment by doing something rapidly, doing it the right way, thinking about it, doing your thinking the right way will allow you to hopefully within your businesses to create a $100 million ROI case, because AI is the technology along with digital twins that can create the 10x return. That's what we are all going after. Traditional technology wouldn't give you 10x or even 10x plus. AI does. So let's do every time when we are deciding to do an investment case, let's see if we can get to the $100 million plus use cases. And I'm not just giving you theory. What you see on the screen is something we've actually done. So the investment was modest, but by solving those complex supply chain optimization problems, the client is getting tens of millions of return on that investment on a monthly basis. With that, I thank you. Hopefully something for you to think about as we go from this conference. Good to see you. Thank you.
Right, guys, we're on to our last presentation now with Kari Mana. Kari Mana is Director for Business Development, Process Industries for Cadmatic. I'm sure many people know Cadmatic very well. They're quite synonymous in this region. A big round of applause for Kari, please. Thank you. Thank you, Haj.
So it seems that we are a little bit late. Don't worry. I decided to skip some slides. So, first of all, my name is Kari Manner. You can call me Karim. And my topic is today from data chaos to digital twin clarity. What it's all about is about talking a little bit of digital twins, talking a little bit about AI agents and how we can use these for improving our performance or whatever we are searching for. Some marketing slides, because I know that only few guys in this room know what Catmatic is. So we come from really cool place. Literally, we come from Finland. And we have been existing already over 40 years. So you can imagine that how I looked 42, 43 years ago. We started to develop, we founded a company, we started to develop software for engineering purposes, and then the whole thing exploded. Now we have very global reach. We have about 16 plus our own offices abroad, closest one in Dubai. The farther one would be in Vancouver maybe. We have over 6,000 customers abroad, and what is maybe the most important thing, that our customers have completed thousands and thousands of projects using our technology. We serve three main industrial verticals, so process and industry, marine and building. And how we serve, we are developing software for design engineering, in digital twinning, PLM, document management, project management, whatever we need for supporting our customers' capital investment life cycle. If we go far away, we see that investment is actually consisting of two main blocks. One is the actual CapEx phase when you are investing the plant for the first time, and then the operational phase lasts for decades. For nuclear power plant, it is something like 100 years. So it makes sense to pay attention to how we can serve this kind of business. If we go deeper into this life cycle, so you will see and you will find processes. And this is not my invention, it's some more clever guy than me, but there are all the main functions and features that are going on over and over again in the normal assets life cycle. And it's all about the processes, it's all about how we are connecting, what data flows there are. And now we start to getting closer to AI and digital twins, because we can do a lot of good things for optimizing or actually boosting this. Maybe I skip this because Nandu already mentioned that poor data and it's this and it results this, and let's start to cry. Yes, this is how the things are now. We have a lot of data. It's not that we are lacking data. We have even so much data and information available for assets that we cannot even know. But how to reach, how to find, how to verify it's correct, how to do, let's say, modifications. So if we have a machine, some kind of a wonder box that would solve all these problems and would be up and running 24/7 and minimize all the, let's say, manual or routine tasks for us, so that would be perfect. We would save a lot of money. And believe me, we can that already. We have heard today very many different interpretations of what digital twin is. So it just, in a way, proves that if I say that to whom you ask, you will get always different answer. which is nice because it gives space for inventing new things. Our digital twin platform is called eShare, and to simplify, it's like this. Center, there is a platform and window that is using information-rich engineering models or point clouds or hybrid models to connect the data. The data is in different systems. As we know, there are maintenance systems, there are document management systems, there are systems for processes, there are systems for running the project, there are systems for calculating resources, there are CAD tools, etc., etc. So those data can stay where they are, so we are just using them from their original repositories, building one platform. We can also read these smart or intelligent models from different sources, like from our competitors. It depends on the use case. Basically, EPCs that are using this for constructing purposes, own operators could use the same stuff, but for different purposes, for operating a plant. And I can assure you that they have a lot of asset data in different systems. Big organization can have something like 80 operative systems containing some information on assets, but how you can contain this, combine this all together? I already said this, but this is how we build one digital twin. We call it single source of truth to support both ends, for building and for operations, which are the main modules or things that owner operator are running along years and decades. The clarity starts from creation, so it makes sense that when you start to create a new data, it's done with best possible tools. Unified engineering that are tuned for creating trustworthy data to be consumed by digital twin. Cadmatic's AI strategy. So we want to build very much trusted digital twin. We have to automate as much as we can. Routine tasks, I come to those later. We have to generate something new, not to stuck with something that has been done for decades or hundreds of years. Just to give you a hint of what we are doing with the drawings, because we have much more efficient and powerful way to pass the information from design to manufacturing construction. And we want to be leaders for developing these. We want to be forerunners for building these kind of solutions, even in the future. Now we are getting closer to the beef, put it this way. So today we have very, let's say, monolithic tool sets, which are not very flexible. And on the other hand, there is already agentic ecosystems that we could turn. So actually, this kind of collection of agents that are doing a lot of stuff on side of the software tools. Shortly, everyone knows, but I want to repeat that AI agent is the object that thinks, plans, and execute. It starts from our initiation by prompting something. Do this, give me this, or typing. And we see that there has to be this kind of micro agents that have very dedicated job in the chains of these processes. And now I've jumped into some use cases, because those are the most important thing. 1 year ago, by the way, who was here 1 year ago? 3, 4, 5, 6 guys. So, thanks, Adam. So, Actually, now comes the thing is that last year we were still living in this kind of little bit hype, and we were really enthusiastic to say that, okay, this is something is coming, it solves all of our problems, might be. But now we already have some use cases that we can show. Typical use of AI agent is to tune the workflows. How the data, who touches, who approves, this kind of thing. So we have been labbing this already. Or typical use case would be that, for example, a supplier of electric equipments, they are changing their data sheets every now and then, quite usually actually. So what we could do is that we could make an AI agent that is actually searching data from trusted websites to collect this information and then feed this information to correct in our engineering systems. So the data is always a little bit better than it used to be. Everyone that has been involved in design environments knows that it's a big job for maintaining reference libraries where hundreds of lines of different dimensional descriptions, material descriptions, new this and that, new valve, new armatures. Why we don't give this to AI agent? Because it's a bulk job. We can save time. We can save days or weeks or minutes. Thank you, Adam. Or we could use AI for building high-tech digital twin using a very stupid or fine-looking laser scan point clouds, just to find or recognize stickers for tags and then connect those into real-life things like process systems or document management. Or now we are cooking up a tool that actually is improving the piping engineer's work. It applies rules, it learns from the user overrides, and within a while it can design the piping all by itself. Faster, better quality, better use of talent. Tagging chaos. There are hundreds of different objects that they all have tags, code, unique codes. But in different systems, it might be P101, in other systems, pump 1, and nobody knows what this really means. We could use AI agent to fix this chaos, to actually unify the coding so that there are no mistakes. Or everyone is talking about this kind of digital thread. Think that instead of when you have a Teams meeting, everyone, project lead or project management, they will have a meeting and they will discuss on the side screen, they have Excel, they have this and this and this tool open. If we could make AI that is actually watching or listening the discussion that, hey, someone says that has the vendor delivered the updated pump spec? AI understands this, goes to the source of information, finds the right result, an answer, and says that, yes, it was updated then and then and then, and it's approved revision of R3 without human touch. Now we come to the hardcore. Yes. 2 minutes again. I'm the winner. So typically CAD, like our CAD systems, so the creator of technical data, 80% of the whole project when you look at it for this side, it works like this. So there are tools and then there are application interface that reads the CAD and communicates with others. So this is what it traditionally is. The next would be that there are AI agents between the API, and the rest of the world. And this is opening a really completely different kind of world to create interoperability, interfaces. Even customer could do it, or partners or competitors. So I try to convince you that there is a way to step from chaos to very much aligned, trusted digital twin by using AI agents in the future. I thank you very much for your attention and wish you good luck.
Yeah, I know. I always try and keep it. Right, now, thank you for bearing with us. We're now on to our final session of the day. We're going to have some just some drinks and nibbles afterwards, but I think it'd be quite good to just do a really nice session at the end, because as I talked a lot with my advisory board, which has ADNOC on it, has Kent on it, has Dr. Michael Greaves on it, they were talking a lot about remote operations and the significance of remote operations, especially in this region. So I thought it'd be a really good idea to do a session that focuses really just on that before we head out. And I think it's really insightful. We have some great people on it, and I'm going to introduce them now to the stage. So it's going to be moderated by John Cumming, Director, Centre of Excellence for Digital Twin and Simulation for Worley. So over to you, John, and a big round of applause. A final one to the panelists as well. Thank you.
So we'll begin the last session of the day. We'll try and make it as active and engaging as we can. And we're going to focus on remote operations, and it's very closely linked with the concept of autonomous. One of the main reasons we want autonomous operations is because many of our assets are remote, and a lot of the costs and risks are associated with that remoteness. So we're going to talk about that and what's needed to enable operations in an autonomous fashion in remote places. Before we begin, I would ask my co-panelists to introduce themselves, starting with you, Partha.
Can you hear me at the back? Okay. Partha Dev, I'm the head of Structural Integrity Management Group for Rosennext, and I'm the project leader of ISO 19901-9 second edition.
Hello everyone, Manish Kumar for OT Network and Cyber Security. I'm here in the region from more than a decade now, and always nice to be here with great minds. Thank you.
It's not on.
if you're not seeing a light, flick it up.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Mithula Jebal-Singham. I am the Data and Digital Integration Manager for Wood. I've been at Wood for the past 14 years. Background is chemical engineering, but I'm great to be speaking with you today.
I am Utsav Kishore. I'm the Senior Project Manager and the Head of Digitalization Section for NMDC Energy.
Hello everyone, I'm Mustafa Mubashir. I'm an Assistant Professor in Engineering at New York University Abu Dhabi. And I'm just realizing how bright these lights are.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. And, I'd like to start with Manish. In your experience, what would you say the main barriers are to implementing the level of communication and bandwidth needed in remote operations?
Yes, so actually, thank you for the questions, and I would proudly say that we were the first to implement this remote operations and control for the critical assets for one of our main client in the region. And what were the main challenges? I would like to categorize in three. Technical, there were people-related, procedure-related challenges. But when it comes to communications, the first challenge what I felt was related to the latency of the network, because OT being very fast, a fast scan where we deal with the communications of minimum less than 100 milliseconds. And now when you take these operations to remote locations, or I would say from remote location to a centralized locations, the reliability of network, the speed of the network, the latency, the jitter, the noise in the network plays a major role. And to have this infrastructure in place so that it will facilitate your remote operations and control for critical infrastructure is very, very, very essential. So there were challenges related to the procedure, because you are shifting your entire process control from centralized control room, which is near to the facility, which is not sharing any third-party, resources as a communication between your main location to the remote location. There you have the trust issues. There you have, the SLAs come in picture when you have multiple stakeholders involved, especially in between the communication path. So I would say the major challenge, the technology is the least challenges, but when it comes to people, governance, the maturity of the OT governance plays a major role in that.
Thank you, Manish. To you, Partha, again, looking at barriers, what do you think is the most critical barrier to implementing an impactful role for digital twin in these remote operated assets?
So I would think, actually more than one, but I'll just make it very brief. One of them I mentioned in my presentation earlier is the issues with false positives or false negatives, which basically shakes up the confidence, or just the fear of a false positive or a false negative in the outcome of a digital twin, or the output of an AI can cause lack of confidence. The other one is quite generic, not just to the offshore industry that I belong to, but it's basically, I also see that we almost are going it the other way around, in the sense that we are having solutions and trying to fit a problem to it, rather than basically going and trying to solve a really important problem and creating value that way. Third thing is not just linked or related to AI, generally in technology. It's to challenge the status quo, because rules have been made in the past based on certain assumptions and uncertainties, but as knowledge improves, we should revisit them and challenge the status quo. That is another key barrier.
So we need to change the processes and not just upgrade all the existing systems and try and do the same mouse wheel faster.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Over to you, Mithila. I know that you're doing some work in design. Are you seeing any of these issues arising as a way of accommodating remote operations? How would you feel you have to deal with those?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that both of my panelists have said that really do come into play when we're doing the design. So for example, the network issues that Manish mentioned, obviously we have ways around that in terms of processing the data locally using edge devices, making sure we are covering that from that aspect as well. There's obviously cybersecurity issues around that remote operations as well, and we need to make sure we have that zero trust architecture, make sure communications are encrypted, secure data pipelines. So we have to take various different things into account when we're looking at the design, and again, it comes down, I suppose, to the data as well, how ready, the data readiness.
So when you're looking at these issues, do you consider edge computing as a way of dealing with the bandwidth challenges?
Local data processing is a way to sort of combat any network disruptions that you might have. So that's one way that we look at, yeah.
Thank you.
And recently we have been working on an asset where we've also put into place sort of remote permitting as well, remote permitting processes, so that you reduce the number of offshore site travel and try and keep that to a minimum as well. So there's a lot of things that you can incorporate into the design, but absolutely there are many issues with remote operations that we try and deal with.
Okay, thank you, Mithila. Utsav, in your organization, are you seeing a change in the skill profiles and how you need to prepare people for working in these and supporting these remote operations? How does it change things?
It has, because the digital twins are considered to be like the game changers. But the offshore, the people who are working in the remote sites are not to be like, they cannot be replaced easily. So what we are looking into is the upskilling the whole team. The kind of resource requirement is changing. From the regular field operations side, because we have our offshore operations also. So from the regular field operations side, people doing their manual operations location-based, we are now trying to upgrade them on the digital strategies, and then upgrading them on the analysis of the digital data, so that they can be used on the same place. So this is the kind of upskilling which we are doing, and they are working on this line, and we are trying to upgrade the skills, because we have a lot of barges and a lot of offshore operations to take place with us.
Thank you. Mustafa, you're coming from the academic world and research and so on at NYU. How's the idea of getting more remote operations and autonomous assets impacting the way you're doing research? Are you working in any research areas in that, or how is it affecting the training and development of students?
Yes, we are moving. Yes, we are moving more in that direction, and I think some of our people were here today. Erica presented earlier. We were showing some examples later. We have some active areas of research in terms of indoor management comfort, managing the structural integrity, using robotics for inspection. So there are several active areas, but we are trying to address things in a way that not finding the right use for the technology, but finding what problems are there that could be most efficiently solved by this technology, and finding the most immediate and most ripe fruits that we can collect in that form. And we're trying to extend this because, as I said, we're doing this in academia, and other people are doing this. So we're trying to find ways to bridge what we are doing to the industry to find applications, use cases, and practical deployment at the end of the day is what we care about. We can come up with, in R&D you can come up with so many ideas, but as you know, only a portion of them can qualify to something meaningful at the end of the day.
So you mentioned robotics in your answer. Do you see that being a growing area of interest? I mean, in the end, you have to be able to take action in a human environment, so humanoid robots clearly have some potential to execute the autonomous operation.
It is indeed a growing area of interest, and we're working actively with Kenton on exploring opportunities in there. And we have our colleagues outside who actually work on this more than me. There is a growing interest. but most of what we have seen being practically done are pilot cases or special cases. The good way to do it, and I think Kent is doing this, is to grow the technology kind of organically. Being ambitious is great, but being critical is also very important, so that you give something convincing. Because otherwise, if you start saying over-promising, then it actually hits back. It backfires, and then you get more harm than something useful.
Set the technology back if you overreach initially.
Just to add,
go ahead.
Thank you. Just to add here, so like remote operations is a big term, and it is owner operators are moving towards this transformation. It's not a change; it's rather a transformation, and it's a journey. So previously we started with a use case of having remote monitoring done. Then we moved towards remote control and remote operations, and these two are the subset of the remote operations, which happens holistically at the organization level. Whether it is a OT or remote critical asset or a plant operations, it is a big term. Now, it has got a justified ROI that our panelist has mentioned already, that it should be driven by the business objective for sure, but it should have a justified ROI. Unless that, nobody is going to invest. And then comes the challenges either in terms of having the communication backbone infrastructure in place to implement such kind of initiatives, which we have already discussed. Thank you.
Thanks. So, in this area, the operations technology area tends to be more slower moving because it's such a critical piece of the infrastructure. You don't do science experiments on operational technology. Is the change happening over the next 5 or 10 years, or is it moving at a faster pace? So we're going to see things change more quickly?
So you absolutely mentioned it right. OT is not IT. So we cannot keep on, even a reboot of machine has its huge impact, right? So I remember one of the incident when a new engineer came and she just locked the screen, and like we say, OT is still immature, it is evolving, but still we need to there is a huge impact when you lock a system, Windows and L. It has impact in terms of operational downtime. It may kill some of the processes. I'm not challenging the engineering. This could be the result of wrong engineering, but still it is there, and we have to accept that fact. But obviously it is moving at a slow pace than the other segments of technology. Why? Because it has got its valid reasons, because it has got its direct impact for HSE component. You cannot afford to have integrity compromise. You cannot afford to have availability compromise, right? So it's moving slow, but still it is moving, yeah.
Thank you. So,
sorry, John, could I quickly add something to that?
Go ahead.
I think it also comes back to the upskilling of our personnel. So within OT, like you said, it does move slower than the other industry, especially because of the criticality nature of it. And I think sometimes with technology, AI, it comes across as a black box, and so the inner workings is sometimes not known. So in terms of getting that transparency across to operators and then being able to see how it works and taking feedback, having a human intervention in that sort of feedback loop would help in terms of moving that process along, I think. And also with aging assets in the region and I suppose the legacy equipment and trying to marry that up with technologies that's moving at a faster pace. It's about identifying which equipment to upgrade and not having to say to clients, we have to upgrade everything.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Partha, so which key features should AI agents have to ensure OPEX optimization in this sort of safety-oriented environment?
So I'll probably make sort of a controversial punchline or remark here. It's not the camera, it's the cameraman that's important. The number of resources, human resources around the world now talking of AI, you tend to think that do we have the smart cameramen, as many as that, driving AI? So there will be a leveling situation. So when we talk about AI agents, it just needs a 6 to 8 week course to be an expert in AI agent. It takes us a minimum of 4 years for an engineering degree, which basically is not just about learning the equations and other things, but preparing yourself to drive it, to understand, change the mindset and all that. But right now, the AI drivers basically, before the agents are even talked about, are they equipped? Are they trained to actually take the nuances of AI and maximize the benefit? That's the question. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just putting it across to everyone that is it possible. So with that as the theme, the AI agents basically, if you look at it, if it like agentic AI, Gen AI, they basically are extrapolating data, people call hallucination and other things. They need to first be able to correlate and have a real good physics-based relationship with what I call classic AI, which is like looking at machine learning, deep learning, CNNs, and other things. They need to basically be coming out with solutions which are intuitive, is well understood, and can basically be linked to first principles. And how do we go about it? In terms of an operator, they should basically be able to observe what do the agents produce as such in terms of results, not when there is a problem. Are they giving us consistent results when there isn't a problem which is for everyone to see? There is no issue. A platform on any fine day should flatline in terms of its response. Then they build the confidence. The AI agents have to be smart enough to basically come to a position where you have validated it through steady times, steady state times, and then when there's an anomaly and you can corroborate it, is when you build the confidence, and that's going to be a robust model.
So, I mean, I see this as one of the major issues, actually, because if you look at how OT systems are designed to operate, it's really very much in a steady state condition, i.e. information free. You get flat lines everywhere. So are there enough anomalies to actually train these models in the first place, I think is one of the biggest challenges.
Yeah, and garbage in, garbage out when it comes to data has always been before even AI came in. But it is the ability for, again, the cameraman being more important than the camera, who's able to understand and make the changes. The AI will be a fantastic tool for the really smart resources in the world. But that's something which has to come from foundational stage of humans, that they're not exposed to AI as a kid. Because you will see cognitive decline. We were talking about that as a research thing, that it does lead to cognitive decline if you stop using your own natural intelligence.
Right. Thank you. Yes, please,
yes,
go ahead.
So I want to comment, amazing points, and I'd like to add something. So, mathematically speaking, most of these models, there is no mathematical guarantee of robustness. There is no mathematical guarantee that even when you do the best training, give it the best data, that you always get the right answer. So even though it's not like, let's say, like a typical simulation model that if you validated it, then you know that you can use it. The problem with AI is that there's no mathematical guarantee. And one idea that has been looming, and we've been pushing for that in our research, is to make the AI not just explainable or interpretable, but also give us kind of a staged output. So when you have, for example, without AI, if you are diagnosing a failure, structural or equipment failure, then you usually have a paper trail. You have done this check and then that check and so on. Kind of, like solving a mathematical problem or like logically going through it. What's growing right now is the idea of making the AI give us intermediate evaluations of what's happening, not just a front end. And that's something that gives people confidence and engineers confidence on the output of what we are seeing. It's not just a black box. And then if we can see that the logic is not making sense somewhere, then we can intervene. And this is why I've been hearing this word today a lot, putting the human in the loop. So this is one way we can think about it.
So you think we need to go beyond the sort of chain of thought reasoning that we're seeing some of the models offering these days into a deeper level of understanding of what it's doing?
This is of course great, but we should always keep in mind that mathematically, for example, I'm coming from a computation mechanics background. I know that my finite element model, when I calibrate it and validate it, it's good, I can use it. AI I cannot have that trust. Mathematically, there is no rigor behind it to that point. There is a statistical rigor. It's kind of a data-driven method at the end of the day. Most of the times, 90% of the times, it will give me that answer. But there is 5 or 10% when it's going to give me garbage. And we can put the human in the loop, but we can also design our AI solutions to automatically help us do that by giving us the sort of a paper trail or logic that an engineer would be typically looking for.
Right. But again, insight into how the model works. So
what I was saying that, I agree with you what you are saying on mathematical, but the AI thing which is being used in the industry is also based on the mathematical regressions. So is it not what you are saying that, okay, when you are doing a computational analysis, you can be 100% sure. But this is also happening based on the sub-mathematical regression. It's not always on the statistical data. The statistical data is there, but then it is being led through a mathematical regression also. For example, if the process composition or the process fluid composition is being checked, then the regression model comes into picture.
When you start talking about agents and so on, there are problems related to hallucinations or giving you something that completely doesn't make sense. We're talking at the beginning about false positives or false negatives. These things can happen. We have, with AI, the problem is that you don't see the intermediate. When you have a mathematical model, you can go through the process. With AI,
so we're going to talk a little bit about safeguarding, and I guess that's a response to that, right? If you can't fix the core techniques of AI, then at least you can constrain the limits in terms of what they can do as output. But before we look at that, an aspect of the technology that's relevant to remote operations is the use of AR, VR, XR type technologies, visualization as a tool. Partha, where would you see some of this use cases in this integrated experience?
I would think very strongly in late life asset management. We are moving in that direction. Now, why late life asset management has brought in a new or is now bringing in a new level of interest. Because earlier it was, life extension and then decommission and get done with it. There's no money in decommissioning. So it was always a compliance issue that we had to deal with. However, now we are coming out with applications like, for example, repurposing of facilities. I mentioned in my presentation that carbon capture, for example, is something which I see as a major application, because what you can do is you can actually decarbonize existing industries that are polluting, but they have certain advantages in functionality, which thermal coal probably was bringing in. So you got the ability to take them, transport it, take it to a facility which has reservoirs that are depleted. The rocks are, empty, yes, if you want to call it that way, and re-inject back. Of course, there are challenges, seismicity and other things that are happening. So, no longer is the reservoir or the process the bottleneck in the system. Structures always had more life. But now, we are looking at a situation where the structure, if it can go forever, it can still have its application. So VR, AR, every tool that you can think of, and if you integrate them together with older assets, you may find assets without a drawing, without a structural model. Now with all these tools and finite element analysis and other things, you can actually reconstruct. It's basically, you in the place where, in Australia, if you call a 70-year-old person an old person, it's taken as an insult. But there are countries where you tell a 50-year-old person, is old, that'll be accepted. So the norms are changing, the expectation from structures are changing, and that's the use case which is basically going to be a powerful one in the future.
Thank you. Again, on the same topic, still talking about it, AR and VR. I've been hearing about this technology in use for years, but I've never seen cases of it going beyond proof of concept or example cases. Have you seen any widespread use of this technology? Do you know any companies that have adopted it at scale?
No, that's a fair question. I think maybe 6-7 years ago, we were doing a demo for a client, and for that we developed sort of an operating training simulator. So we were running scenarios, and very simple scenarios, for example, how to start up a pump. And we would have the field operator and then a control room operator sort of looking at the model, for example. And then we'd have someone wearing the VR headset walking through the model. So the client would be able to see what the control room operator would be seeing, and then the field operative as well. So it'd be showing these demos, and it'd be obviously a bulky headset with a gaming laptop associated with it, which we'd sort of lug around everywhere. So that was obviously 6-7 years ago, and the technology has, I suppose, improved. And you're right, at that point, we weren't seeing many go past the pilot point, because it would take a lot of customization to build the model. There'd be software costs involved, and it would be quite difficult to convince the client of the ROI, as Manish spoke about.
I think that's the bottom line, is the ROI on the cost of building it. We've done smaller, simple models too, but when you try and do a full-scale model in VR, it becomes a huge challenge to drive that, and it's just not worth the return as we've seen it today. Mm-hmm. But as technology changes, I'm sure that will move on.
I think also now, because of cloud, I suppose you can host the infrastructure on there. There's more choice available now, especially with web-based options as well.
Cloud-based and high-power graphics computing are changing the game. So that might be what drives a more extensive uptake. So let's move on to the last sort of section in this discussion. We're going to talk about safeguarding AI.
One more to the VR.
Oh, sorry.
So one other area that's growing in that is, building on the operator training, is also even teaching students. When COVID time hit, we couldn't take our students to the lab or the field. Then some people started developing, VR games for the students to learn how to do things in the lab or in the field, basically from an enclosed space. Another example that I've seen practically in the industry before I joined Abu Dhabi here is kind of safety scenarios. So, for example, think about an extreme scenario for a fire or a failure, and you want the operators to train on what to do in that case. You cannot put a real one on fire, that you can run on basically a simulation, the same way they train pilots.
Good points.
Just to say on top of that, we are using, not for the operations point of view, but on our own internal construction, execution, and commissioning startups. When we are trying, we are educating our own team using the different operating manuals are built on the VR, and they are simulating the sequences of operation, and that is something which we just saw the autopilot session, the workshop which was going on in the other room. So if it is linked to those kind of VR solutions, it will really help in the operations. AR, I can say, one of the crude way we realized, because I myself was at site handling construction of one of the projects, and when I was stuck in the COVID, and we had no resources to mobilize anybody. So in the crude way, we started with the mobile exchange of the images to discuss the points. But now, with the AR glasses coming with the handheld glasses, and then we have integrated with the digital twin, and it has brought a substantial trouble reduction in terms of the FATs which we are conducting into different locations. The people are not going. Even when we are construction, we are moving our equipments to the offshore. There also we are using the AR for our different purposes. So there are real use case scenarios, but it has to be again looked into from operations point of view, how feasible it is. I cannot say at the moment, but in EPC construction, it has proved its worth on there.
Right. So as these technologies converge, no doubt we'll find more use cases and more valuable use cases for them. Correct. So thank you. In the last section, we're going to talk a little bit about safeguarding AI, always a concern, hallucinations and handing over control, keeping humans out of the loop. So let me start with Partha. Deploying AI without guardrails is dangerous thing to do. So tell us how international codes and standards are going to play a role in safe and compliant use of AI.
In some of the sessions that I saw, there was this issue raised that one of the biggest challenges that's happening in digital twinning and AI adoption in oil and gas sector is lack of framework, lack of code compliance, is making the entire industry a bit uncertain, looking over our shoulder. Are we doing it right? Will the operator accept it? If the operator accepts it, will the regulator accept it? So, and that's a fair point. Compliance requirements, recommendations, and permissions, these three are basically converted into modal verbs, shalls, shoulds, and mays. And all three together are called technical provisions. So it's very important to have the framework through codes and standards in order to not have digital twins and AI going the route of, let's say, cryptocurrency. You can make a whole lot of money, you can lose a whole lot of money, and if you make money, you can keep it, without paying taxes in some countries, most countries. You don't want, that destroys the worst enemy of technology is the wrong adoption of it. And in order to do that, when I was nominated by the ISO body for ISO 19901-9 second edition, that was 5 years back, pre-COVID, different times completely. And it took me 5 years and 2 more years to go before it's published. 7 years, 20% of my professional life. 10% of that, half of it, was taken in content development, and the rest half was taken in converging people, countries, to agree on one way of doing things. Now we are getting very close to it, but one of the serious, challenges that we faced all the way through, that's why it took such a long time, was the need for guide rails and guardrails. And we introduced 5 years back digital twin pre-COVID, so people blame us or accuse us of being futuristic, and we accept that charge. But it's very important to do that. And one of the key things that comes out of it, one of my aspects of vision in the standard was that you need to optimize and do engineering designs correctly using AI and other tools. Why that is the case is because just being prescriptive is not conservative. In the process, what happens is 9 out of 10 times we have been able to, we are confident that it will optimize and bring down the cost, operating costs. But the 10th time, you will basically, with the money saved, you will be able to actually find cases which were lurking and were not picked up. And it was pure luck that, they didn't fail and Piper Alpha didn't repeat itself. It's pure luck, so that's why I think that's a serious responsibility we have on us to bring that in the framework.
So when do you think this standard will be published as a required standard?
So I've been given a deadline of October or the Q4 of 2027.
All right.
We engineers never keep to our timeline, so I would say Q1. Please don't share this secret out, but yeah.
Not quite in line with the pace of technology development then.
Yeah.
So Manish, when we put AI in charge of managing APC, and in that process, what do you think are the ways that we need to control safety and drive a safer operation?
It's used to talk upon safety of AI, especially. Gone are the days when we were talking in critical infrastructures, okay, safeguard your PLC, safeguard your DCSS, ICSS. But now when AI comes, now you're delegating your decision, what you have taken, or the machine has taken, to controlled by a machine, again, an agent. Now the training part, it opens up a lot of attack surface, and there are substantial attack vectors which harness this surface to penetrate in your environment. Now when I say on the supply chain for these agents in terms of where it has been trained, on what data sets it has been trained. For example, if a pump set point is being manipulated or set by an operator, human in place, and you are giving this control or this responsibility to an agent, which has been trained with a data which might be a synthetic data, right? We don't have enough data to train in certain scenarios. We all agree to the fact that OT data availability, the right data availability, I would say rather, we have enormous number of data, but are those all data catering our objective? Are they all suffice our use cases, what we define for our normal or ROI justified operations? No. So in that way, we go and buy or procure some of the agent which might be trained on certain set of data which are synthetically generated. Now, when you generate a data event synthetically, what are the seed data you have used? That will again have the cascaded impact. So it opens up a lot of attack surfaces, but due diligence and good engineering practices, what you were highlighting, right from the concept, integrating in every phase of the project, identifying the real vulnerabilities in each phase, in each system, in each process. It is not always about technology. So the attack is island hopping mechanism. If I have to attack A, I need not to directly attack A. I will go to see a partner who is linked closely with A to a D, E, F, and that's how I get an access. So these all due diligences are really very much required to be foreseen during right from the concept, a seed stage of a project, and take it further during till implementation, control, operation, and monitoring and maintenance phases. Yeah.
So it sounds like a massive task of due diligence and cybersecurity awareness, and a much more proactive profile perhaps than historically we've taken. Is there anything, Mithila, in data that needs to be done in advance of, with regard to security in terms of securing access and managing it? Do we need to encrypt it all or something? I don't know what.
It's definitely something we need to consider, right? Because obviously we're talking about digital twins, we're talking about AI technology, and both those things will only be as effective as, I suppose, the data that's there. And what we often overlook is as the asset changes throughout its life cycle, the data will change as well. So what you've used your AI models, what you've trained them on, as Manish was saying, that data has now changed, and is it still relevant? Who's doing, we talk about implementation of AI technology, but about maintaining and sustaining that. So the risks, I suppose, increases as the data gets older, and the relevance of the data also reduces as well. So it's about making sure, I suppose, that we are retraining those models. We understand, again, what the professor was saying in terms of how the model works to make sure what it's spitting out actually makes sense. So we're not fully reliant on that, and there is that human intervention, and that's another way to make sure you're securing the output and how you're using that data as well.
Thank you. So I think we're reaching the end of our time, and I'd like to give Utsav the last question. So we've been working on the premise that there are significant gains to be made by the use of AI. But one of the previous speakers said something I think was quite telling, that a lot of the low-hanging fruit have already been achieved with the various optimization, advanced process control, and other systems that are in place. How much is really left? Is the juice worth the squeeze, as they say? Are we going to get enough out of this thing, considering all of the issues of cybersecurity and data quality and just the investment that needs to be made in AI? I know it's a big question.
It's a big question.
I mean, is there enough upside to make it worth the game worth the candle?
See, I'll say that if you'll have to see the whole operations, whole AI implementation divided into two basic categories of a straight implementation or a complex implementation, because the whole investment will come on that. If it is a simple implementation, all the investment, whatever you're making is fine, because it doesn't come out with any kind of bigger risks. But when it comes to the critical operations, it has its own challenges.
Kind of challenging the whole basis of the thing. Mustafa, do you have any comments on this area?
So it's, AI, when you think about it, it's like changing the way that everything can be done. So pretty much every engineering process can be optimized optimized or done differently in a completely different fashion. This requires, when you think about it on the long term and not just looking at the low-hanging fruits, this requires us to redesign and maybe things like an ISO standard, what are the shoulds, mays, and so on. But this will take time. What I would hope is that we don't take the logic out of things. There is a reason why things are being done the way they are. While we are transitioning to AI, we should retain whatever pertinent, whatever is relevant from that logic into the new procedures so that we don't lose and then end up with, God forbid, a disaster. But I like what you were saying about, it's a whole operational thing. And the safety of AI is, as Manish said, it's a very big topic.
So since you're training the next generation and they're only being trained in an AI way of doing it, I guess it's inevitable. That's the way it will be.
So, this is something that's challenging, everyone right now. How would that, even teaching engineering students in particular, because these are smart students, they are trained to solve problems, and they now have tools that can make them solve problems much faster. So one way is to look the other way and say we're not going to do that, but it's not going to work. The students will do it anyway. So the right way, and this is what we are trying to evolve into right now, is how can we embed these new tools into our teaching, into our new engineering processes that we are teaching to our students. It's a new evolution.
This comes back to the first point which you had when you started the discussion, the upskilling of the whole resources, because that has to happen. And when I said about the critical operations, because when you are having the AI implemented, you have your own data accuracy challenges in there. So of course that has to be embedded into the work processes with the human interfaces to cover up so those things.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you all very much. We have, I think, 3 minutes left in the clock. Are there any questions or any thoughts from the floor to close this session? Please tell us which panelist you're directing the question towards.
Small question to the panelists. As we go remote operations and we have everything now under, let's say, if we pass it to some kind of autonomy or AI or thing, what would be the measure in case we suspect that that's not functioning properly and we like to intervene to stop it and bring it back to some control? Like a pilot and an autopilot is engaging it and taking over.
So, well, I guess I'll take the question then. I think it's all about the safeguards we put in place. We need to have fallback positions. We need to have fail-safe switches of some kind to default back to manual remote operation. But there's no question that it's coming. I don't know how many of you may be familiar, I'm sure Royston is, with Yggdrasil in the North Sea. I mean, this is a huge complex asset with multiple fixed structures and subsea manifolds. It will be completely unmanned by 2029, run by a remote center in Stavanger, I think. They're going to manage the place from, with 2 people looking at agentic AI driving the system. So it's not a futuristic vision anymore, it's a practical reality. People are designing systems to operate in this way. And I don't know what fail-safes and fallbacks they've put in place, but I'm sure they must be there and they must be robust. I think that's there must always be a way of switching off to get back to manual remote operation.
So just to add on to it, fallback plan and ERP, the emergency response plan, when you have a downtime, how you will respond. This is also a process to be defined properly when you move your operations from on to remote. So this is part of engineering. It is nothing related to the system, but knowing your system, what you are going to deploy, and then having your backup plan in case what if it fails, in terms of your communication backbone or a process or a people whatsoever. So you need to have a clear definition of your ERP. You need to have a clear fallback plan, communicated, educated, upskill to your employees and operators. Yeah.
So, John, just one last thing, because from the ISO standard, what we have put as a guardrail on this particular issue is we made one human or humans in charge of taking responsibility for the consequences of what comes out of AI, which basically means the power is in the evaluation box that I showed in the structural integrated management framework. So it is to keep all the stakeholders honest. You just can't blame it on AI and AI agents and the black box. You have to do the due diligence. As an operator, they are responsible to the regulator.
Thank you, Partha. And if there are no other questions, we'll close the session there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're now, closing off now. I'm going to invite Wasim, who's our chairman of the event, just to do some closing remarks. I've really enjoyed it. I think it's really interesting when you do events like this, because obviously we do these events in different parts of the world. We do it in Houston, we do it with Shell in Amsterdam, we do it in Abu Dhabi, we're going to do it in Asia next year. And I think there's some differences in regions, but there's an excessive amount of similarities. And I think hearing even this session that we had today, the common problems we have of interoperability, data issues, how to manage your culture. I mean, it's so synonymous now throughout the world. So I think it's really important when you do conferences like this, is to actually get people from different backgrounds to talk about their issues. And it's really good that I found today very honest. I think a lot of people were quite transparent, which is probably, again, not synonymous so much with this region, because I think a lot of people are maybe a bit too withdrawn to maybe share too much. But I found this year to be quite refreshing, and it was really good to see people be a little bit more honest about what they're doing, but more importantly, what their pain points are. Because I think Wasim mentioned it earlier as well, that it's great to talk about your celebrations and what you've done brilliantly. People really want to know also pain points and what people have not done so well, because I think that's a common theme with everyone, and people can resonate with that. And I think having anyone do that on stage is really important, because people then say, well, actually, I failed with this, and I also did with that. And I think the more people share failures, the more we're going to succeed as an industry. And I do believe that. I think when you listen to panels like this, even throughout the day with the presentations, it's so important to show that, yes, we want to show we're the best, but we want to show we went through a lot of pain to get to the best. And I think that's really important. So I found that a little bit more for this edition, which is great to see. So I will invite now Wasim just to have some closing remarks. But I do thank everyone for coming and attending. It's really important for us to get a good community. I think we've got a fantastic community here. Thanks to Wasim and his team for supporting the event as he has done. And thanks to all of our sponsors as well. So let me ask Wasim up as well. So a round of applause for Wasim as well. Thank you.
Before we give the closing note, I really appreciate Adam and his team and the effort they put really for this successful event, the second event in our Middle East. And from me and my team, we'd like to give you this award, really as recognition for all your efforts. So if you allow me just to invite my team as well, because also they contributed in this event. If you join me also.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much, Wasim.
Where is Claire, by the way?
Claire, come on. Thank you very much, Wasim. That's lovely. Yes.
So again, thanks Adam, thanks Cavendish, thanks everyone, all our speakers, our delegates, also the panelists. It's really a great event, right? But let's keep the momentum, right? We really need to, connect, collaborate, work together, share insights and intelligence and information, use cases, success, failure. We are repeating the same, but it's very important because that's what our industry is looking for, like looking for people like us really to thrive in the future. So I believe next week we are also very busy with ADIPEC, right? So hopefully you're going to have a successful event next year, next week at ADIPEC, and looking forward also to support all the startup. If you are like leading a startup company and you want support in the region, so we are happy to be your implementation arm in this area. Again, thanks for everyone who joined us. Hopefully, next year will come with different topics, new use cases. Also will help, we ask everyone to be part of the steering committee to help us really to shape this event. Thanks again. Thank you.